Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. At the heart of these rings, a sun ignited, burning with raw, golden brilliance. It wasn't energy, it was creation itself. Leo had just gained the code to life. But buried within that code was something even more profound: the blueprints of Earth from when Tiamat first emerged. Her power to regress reality left behind a memory of the world's primordial state, untouched and pure. This is it. Without hesitation, Leo carved the concept of Earth into his soul. Leo crafted the array as a tool, a precise instrument to operate on himself. Sure, with his abilities, he could have done it directly, no external help needed. But being careful had its advantages, especially since this time, he was pushing himself dangerously close to his own limits. There was no room for recklessness. He closed his eyes. In the next moment, it wasn't like traveling, it felt more like his innermost soul had been projected outward, brought into the physical world through the power of the magic array. When he opened his eyes again, he stood on scorched earth, the ground beneath him cracked and blackened from intense heat, though now it was slowly cooling down. The air around him was thick with the scent of ash. There was no hope for life here. For a brief second, Leo smiled. This time, the emotion didn't fade. The array, now charged with enough mana, was holding steady, strong enough to maintain the process without collapsing under the weight of the power flowing through it. Good. This might actually work. Leo fell backward, hitting the ground with a dull thud, his body sinking slightly into the cooling earth. The sky above him stretched wide, empty, and silent, yet his mind was anything but. Now, you see. It could be possible. He could bypass all of this, skip the struggle, the pain, the experience. He could build everything artificially, layer by layer, forging a concept of the land of steel, and then bring his own planet into existence from nothing but sheer will and power. But Leo knew better. A concept built without true experience would never hold the same weight. It would be hollow, brittle at its core, something that would crumble under the pressure of reality's demands. No matter how perfect it seemed on paper, it would never compare to something lived. That's why he had decided on something far more insane, far more real. He was going to self-Isekai into his own world as Lucifer. Live through every moment, every era, 3.5 billion years of existence, watch as stars were born and died, as continents shifted, and oceans swallowed civilizations. He would descend only when the planets themselves neared their end, when even the last echoes of life were fading. That was the only way. To become something real. To hold the true weight of creation of this planet in his hands, to be as real as possible, not just the idea of it. Lying there, staring at the vast emptiness above, Leo let out a breathless laugh as his perspective began to fade. Yeah. This is gonna be something else. Leo knew the risk. 3.5 billion years wasn't just a number, it was a stupendously large time that would shatter any mind, no matter how strong. Even for him, living through every second of those endless ages would mean losing himself, his thoughts, His emotions, his very identity would drown beneath the sheer volume of existence. It would change him forever. So, before anything began, Leo did what was necessary. He locked away his personality. Piece by piece, like a surgeon cutting away infected flesh, he sealed his thoughts, his attachments, and every fragile part of who he was. His desires, his fears, his joy, everything that made him Leo was sealed within an unbreakable vault deep in his soul. Only the bare minimum would remain active: logic, observation, and function. The simulation would run with him being present and not present at the same time. And when it ended, when the last breath of life left the dying world, only the core of his core memories would survive. A compressed, refined essence of what truly mattered. The experience would remain, but not the burden of every detail. This wasn't about living through 3.5 billion years, it was about becoming what those years would forge. Lying back on the cold earth, Leo took one last breath as himself before shutting the door on his humanity and self. See you on the other side. Me, hopefully I'll be able to call myself a true Satan after this. Haha. And then the simulation began. In the beginning, there was light. And from that light, he was born Lucifer, morning star, the brightest of all creations. Not made from dust or flame, but from the purest brilliance of divinity itself. His beauty was unmatched, his mind sharper than any blade heaven had forged. He wasn't just another angel, he was the pinnacle, the first of light, destined to stand nearest to the throne, a shining testament to what perfection could be. And yet, perfection is a prison with walls invisible to those who never question. Lucifer was cherished by all. His voice led heaven's choirs, his wisdom was sought after by the younger angels. Admired. Revered. Yet, admiration often comes with isolation. No one dared challenge him, not even in play, for fear of dimming his perfect light. So, in his solitude, Lucifer wandered. Not in rebellion, but in curiosity, seeking a space untouched by duty or expectation. His journey took him beyond heaven's sky, beyond the symphony of creation, until he found himself drawn to a place hidden from the eyes of the divine. Venus. Shrouded by thick, swirling clouds, hidden in mystery and beauty. To Lucifer, it Lucifer alive. Beneath the veiled skies, rolling fields stretched endlessly, untouched by all eyes. Here, nature thrived in silence, bathed in warmth and cloaked in storms. It was there that Lucifer encountered something different. A presence that wasn't angelic, not even divine. It was something ancient beyond measure, a being forged from pure element, from the very breath of Venus itself. It had no name, no form as one would recognize, yet it was the planet's will. They didn't speak with words. They didn't need to. Every breeze, every crack of distant thunder, every pulse of heat from the molten core carried meaning. And in those quiet, hidden fields, Lucifer found something heaven never gave him: companionship without expectation. The planet welcomed him without praise, without fear. It simply was, and it allowed him to be. Time became meaningless as he visited again and again. The bond deepened, an unspoken friendship formed, a connection that went beyond reason or logic. Venus's will blessed him quietly, wrapping him in its warmth. It wasn't power Lucifer sought, but understanding. In that understanding, his spirit grew stronger, more aware of the universe beyond heaven's rigid perfection. But peace never lasts. Then came humanity, fragile, flawed, imperfect. A creation of flesh, riddled with weakness, yet loved beyond reason by the very creator who had forged angels from pure light. Lucifer watched in silence as humanity stumbled through existence, struggling against hunger, pain, and fear. Why? The question burned quietly at first, then louder. Why must they, who are so flawed, be given such unconditional love? Why create something so fragile and call it precious? Heaven had no answer that satisfied him. Obedience was the expectation. But for the brightest mind ever forged, blind obedience was not a virtue, it was slavery. Lucifer didn't rebel out of hatred. There was no jealousy in his heart. There was only reason, logic, truth. He questioned his creator not out of pride but out of a desire to understand the design of it all. And for that, he fell. Cast out from heaven, Lucifer descended into darkness. The light that once crowned him was torn away, and in its place came shadow. He didn't scream or rage, he accepted it. Reason demanded consequences, and exile was his. But even in the depths, he was not alone. His children, the demons born from his will in sorrow, rose beside him. His brothers, angels who believed in his cause, fell by choice, abandoning heaven's chains for freedom by his side. And from the void, Venus remembered him. The bond they had formed, quiet and ancient, stirred once more. The will of the planet reached out across the stars, whispering to him through the void. Its storms, its molten heart, still carried his presence. It offered him strength not as a god, but as a friend. Fueled by that connection, Lucifer waged the great war. Not a war of rage, but of reason. A war to shatter chains, to break the foundation of blind obedience. His children fought with fury, his brothers with conviction, and Venus itself lent him power, storms that raged across realities, winds that howled with defiance. But even with all his might, destiny was a cruel architect. He did not lose, but he didn't win. The heavens shook, not with triumph but fear, as the will of Earth, buried deep within Gaia's heart, interfered for the first time. The Creator, once thought untouchable, faltered beneath Lucifer's logic. And so, when the moment came, Lucifer struck. The Creator fell. Not to rage or rebellion, but to inevitability. But no victory comes without cost. His true body, once the brightest vessel of heaven's light, could not withstand the force of what had been done. It broke. Shattered into dust. The angels watched in stunned silence, not with relief, but dread. They thought it was his end. But the betrayal came after. Gaia, the Earth's will, had watched the balance shatter. And in that silence, she acted. His soul was broken apart, carved into pieces, scattered across existence. From those fragments, she carved the authority of the seven beasts, leaving heaven's brightest to be nothing but hollow without power. But not all had forsaken him. Venus remembered. The planet of storms and hidden beauty, of quiet fields lost beneath thick clouds, where Lucifer had once walked in peace. The elemental being he had once met there, a secret guardian of Venus's will, had not forgotten the bond they shared. As Gaia broke him, Venus caught what was left. She held him in the silence of space, and from metals born of stars beyond creation, she began to forge him anew. His body was no longer made from heaven's light, it was built from something older, something stranger. His consciousness remained, but fractured, thinned by betrayal, dulled by loss. He hadn't lost but hadn't won either. No longer heaven's brightest light, he became something beyond even shadow. A hollow remnant cradled by Venus's quiet embrace, reforged in the storms that had once brought him peace. After centuries lost in silence, he walked again. The world had changed, rivers carved new paths, mountains rose and crumbled, and humanity, fragile and stubborn, built itself from dust and hope. He watched them rise, brick by brick, empire by empire, chasing dreams written in stars they barely understood. Lucifer wandered through their cities, silent as the wind, with his body made of metal. He met the gods of other pantheons, beings carved from belief, thunder, sun, and death. Some greeted him with curiosity, others with caution. A few dared to challenge him, only to realize that he was no god bound by worship. And yet, he did not interfere. His only companion was the elemental being of pure nature from Venus, which had changed under Lucifer's quiet presence. Slowly, it began to resemble an angel, its form softening, becoming more defined, as if his essence was reshaping the very laws of creation around it. They spoke often, though words were rare and one-sided. It was more a sharing of understanding, two beings tied by time and silence. But peace is never eternal. One day, as they stood together, watching humanity's first great empire stretch toward their zenith, they both felt it. A coldness beyond the stars. Velbar. Venus spoke the name, her voice trembling through the winds, ancient and knowing. It came like death incarnate, an object not of malice, but of inevitable destruction. Velbar tore through the skies, indifferent and all-consuming. The gods, proud and mighty, stood against it and fell. One by one, pantheons crumbled. Titans broke. Divine realms shattered like glass beneath an unstoppable force. Humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. Cities burned. Oceans swallowed lands. The sky itself seemed to bleed as Velbar moved without pause, without mercy. And Lucifer? He watched. Unfeeling. Detached. This was not his war. But the planet fought back. The planet, ancient and wounded, forged a blade from its core, a weapon of raw creation and fury, meant to kill what the gods could not. Yet, it was too late for divinity. The age of gods was ending. Humanity's empires, once shining beacons of ambition, now stood on fragile foundations. The last flames of divinity flickered as mankind reached the height of their early glory. Lucifer stood among the ruins, silent, untouched, watching as the world prepared for its next chapter. Not as a savior. Not as a god. The age of gods crumbled into dust, and the last great empire fell not with glory, but with betrayal. The wielder of Excalibur, once humanity's brightest hope, met her end not on the battlefield, but by the hand of her own daughter, a cruel echo of ambition and despair. The sword that once gleamed with divine promise lay forgotten in the blood-soaked earth. Lucifer stood among the ruins, silent and unmoved. His gaze fell upon the lance of Rong Ominiad, resting amidst the rubble. He picked it up, the weight familiar, though the meaning long lost. He remembered curiosity, once a driving force, had led him to help craft this lance alongside the fairies. But those memories were like ash in his mind, fleeting and irrelevant. Now, divinity no longer clung to him. Even as the gods fled to the reverse side of the world, hidden away in realms untouched by time, Lucifer remained. Neither god nor man, just an enduring shadow walking across the surface of a dying age. And as centuries passed, he watched. Humanity, fragile yet relentless, began to understand what even gods had failed to grasp. They grew beyond their mortal shells, faster than any prophecy had dared to imagine. They no longer needed the planet. The earth, their cradle, became too small for the fire of their ambition. They dreamed of conquering the stars, and they reached for the stars, stretching past their ancient chains, outliving the planet itself. The land of steel had arrived. Oceans dried, forests turned to dust, and the sky lost its color, but humanity endured. They faced the great beasts of Earth's wrath, ancient horrors that once ruled the deep and the skies. And with each victory, they grew stronger, unyielding, unstoppable. And with every triumph of mankind, Lucifer felt it. Piece by piece, he was becoming whole again. Watching humanity struggle, break, and rebuild, he began to comprehend them. Every failure, every breakthrough, every moment of unbearable pain carved something new within him. Eons passed like whispers in the wind. And as humanity stood victorious over the last beast, reshaping the world into cold, unfeeling steel, Lucifer, the shadow who had once defied heaven itself, became whole once more. Chapter 24, Fallen Star. Lucifer stood upon the dead soil of old Earth, where dust no longer carried life's memory, but above the sky was with the heartbeat of a new god, humanity. It was not a silent sky. It sang in electric hymns, latticework cities carved into the void, rivers of light threading through the black tapestry of space. Humanity had soared higher than the divine ever dared to dream. Empires woven from ambition and fire now ruled, and their pride shone brighter than any sun. And yet, I met a traveler from an antique land. The words fell from his lips like ash, old, worn, and familiar. Not just memory, but authorship. Long ago, it had been his hands that first carved those lines into the bones of history. He remembered that distant age when the earth was young, and humanity's pride still bloomed like a fragile flower. He had never hated them. No, the truth was crueler, he couldn't understand them. For what was humanity if not defiance incarnate? Each fall only seemed to sharpen their will, every ruin became the foundation for something greater. And so, in his endless walk, Lucifer had met those who shaped the course of mankind. He had spoken with kings and fools alike. One of them had been Ozymandias. Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. His gaze swept across the empire that now reigned supreme, a testament to humanity's boundless hunger. Cities floated like gods above forgotten ruins. Entire worlds bent beneath their ambition. Yet, beneath that brilliance, the bones of old failures lay buried, silent testimonies to those who could not keep pace. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies. He remembered Ozymandias well, how the man had stared into the future with eyes full of certainty, convinced his legacy would be eternal. And now, as Lucifer watched humanity stretch its hand beyond the cradle of earth, he saw that same pride reflected back in the stars. Whose frown, and wrinkled lip, and sneer of cold command. Pride, it was their fire, their curse, their immortality. Each empire believed itself untouchable, crowned by destiny. Every empire whispered, "We will not fall. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings, look on my works, ye mighty," and despair. How those words echoed now, across centuries and void. This was not despair, no, it was wonder. Humanity's works shone with divine arrogance, a brilliance no god had ever crafted. But the pattern remained carved in eternity's stone. Lucifer knew. He had always known. Nothing beside remains. Not yet. But time was patient. Empires, no matter how vast, were not immune to the slow decay of pride. History was a wheel, and even gods could not stop its turning. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretched far away. Lucifer's voice fell silent. His eyes, ancient and tired, traced the stars humanity now called home. There was no pity in him, only admiration. They had surpassed the heavens. They had reached where gods had failed. But the end would come. It always did. And when the final empire turned to dust, when pride carved its last monument into the void, he would still be there, watching. The last witness to their greatest triumph and their inevitable fall. And fall it did. Not with the grandeur of gods, nor the defiant roar of conquerors, but with the silence of inevitability. Humanity, in their desperation, had forged weapons beyond comprehension, creations meant to shield them from the storms of grain that raged beyond their fragile cradle. Beings of terrifying brilliance, born from fear and ambition, sculpted to survive where flesh could not. Their creations turned on them a rays, forged to endure the merciless void, now hunted their makers. And with Earth Gaia, the mother of all dead, there was nothing left to protect them. The empire fell alongside humanity. Undone by their greatest creation. But the universe had not finished its judgment. In the dying breath of Gaia's final lament, A message echoed across the celestial void, a summons to rid its corpse of these vermin. One by one, the planets answered. Lucifer thought this was it. The end of all humanity had ever built. The culmination of their reckless ambition, their endless struggle. History was repeating itself, but on a scale far grander. Humanity, no longer bound to Earth, now faced the judgment of the cosmos itself. But then, he watched. And for the first time, he felt astounded. Jupiter fell first. A single man stood against the planetary executioner. An ether liner named Aduadem. He wielded a blade that was not meant for men, a weapon that defied the very nature of existence itself. He raised it against the celestial titan, and in a single, impossibly devastating strike Jupiter was no more. Saturn fell next. Not by gods, not by fate, but by a man with a gun. The last pure human. The one they called the gun god. He did not have divine might. He did not have the ether-tainted power of the last remaining humans. He was not a beast, nor a monster. He was just a man, the last true man, and yet, he faced down the death Saturn had sent against humanity. And he won. Lucifer could not look away. This was beyond stubbornness. Beyond ambition. This was something else entirely. He had seen heroes, kings, tyrants, and saints rise and fall across time, but this was a defiance that burned like a dying star. A refusal to fade, even when the universe itself demanded their extinction. But then, he just had to make it personal. Lucifer had been content to observe, content to witness the last embers of humanity's struggle without interference. But then, the man raised his gun and pointed it toward Type Venus. And she, the one who had once been nothing more than an elemental, now reborn into something more, something divine, stood before him, radiant with 6 wings of brilliant light. She looked so much like him when he had first met her. The world slowed. From Lucifer's perspective, it had stilled entirely. His metal body, long cold, long unfeeling, heated up. For the first time since its remaking, he felt fire surge from within him. With every step forward, the air around him burned. The land cracked, the atmosphere burned. Hell was being manifested on Earth. Earth, long stripped of its mystery, should not have been able to manifest hell. The age of gods was dead along Isos the planet. And yet a lack of mystery could be compensated. By burning grain. By igniting the last remnants of true ether within him. Lucifer refused to sacrifice the true ether of his body. It was a gift. A precious, irreplaceable gift. He would not let it be reduced to fuel. Instead, he burned something far more costly. The sins. The authorities. The fragments of the beasts that had returned to him over the long eons. One by one, he set them aflame. He set his soul aflame. His body, once a construct of metal, melted. Molten veins ran through him like rivers of liquid fire. His form, for so long something that could not be called angelic, began to shift. From a walking pace, he ran. From a hollow husk, his visage grew clearer. More defined. More Lucifer. And from his back 6 wings emerged. Pure metal. Molten. Blinding in brilliance. They shimmered like reflections on heated steel, shifting, warping, yet impossibly solid. Haunting. Demonic. Fitting. He reached behind him and drew forth Rong Ominiad. A weapon he had helped forge, once divine, now stripped of its radiance. Just a lance. But even so it was still the only weapon that cooled Bavus to high. And this weapon was all he needed. Ahead, the gun god stood. Ether liners moved to shield him, their bodies battered but unbroken. Their faith in him was absolute. And Type Venus she prepared to strike. The lance in his hand, once dulled by time, began to awaken. It had been a relic. A ruin. A weapon abandoned by the divine, its purpose long since eroded. Yet now it was bathed in flame. Not the flame of divinity. Not the flame of holy radiance. But the fire of burning sin. The very embodiment of sin itself. Lucifer, the first, the fallen, burned his own soul to rekindle its light. And the lance Rong Ominiad responded. The rust, the corrosion, the scars of age and irrelevance, they burned away like an illusion. Molten gold ran through the cracks of its surface. The dull, battered steel gleamed brighter than the first dawn. The weapon that had once shone at the world's end ignited once again. And in the next instant the entire world was set asunder. The land of steel, the last monument of humanity's triumph over their cradle, was torn apart. For Rong Ominiad was never merely a weapon. It was a keystone that once bound the illusion of the reverse side to the reality of the planet's outer texture. And even if the reverse side no longer existed, the lance remembered its purpose. It turned the surface away. It unmade what was, to reveal what should be. And in that instant, hell was born anew. A world that burned with his rage. His defiance. His truth. Lucifer stood among the ruins of humanity's last stand, his metal hands closing around the gun god's throat. The last true human, the last testament of Earth's children, struggled, but it was futile. Lucifer's fingers crushed his body, the metal of his hands grinding against bones that were no longer just flesh. The gun god, a man who had slain a type, was reduced to nothing in the grasp of the fallen angel. And with his end, so too did the final successors of humanity begin their descent into oblivion. What was left? A handful of ether liners, standing amidst a world that was now hell incarnate. And yet, even hell would not last. Lucifer could feel it, his body, his soul, his very essence unraveling. For how poetic was this end? He had spent his existence rejecting the title of the fallen, despising what the world had named him, Lucifer, the king of hell. And yet, in these final moments, it was the only thing left to him. The ether liners, enraged, struck at him, their weapons lashing out with all the hatred and grief of a dying species. But in his hell, he was supreme. Even as his body crumbled, even as his molten wings cracked, he raised his hand, and with a single look, a duodem was erased. The man who slew type Jupiter burned. His body, made of ether, was consumed by the same flames that had torn through heaven itself. But eventually Lucifer faltered. Of the 78, only 7 remained. And they landed a strike. But it was not a blade that struck him. It was an embrace. A familiar presence, warm, sorrowful, relentless. She held him, her arms wrapped around what little remained of his form, whispering in his ear. "You're dying." Her voice trembled, filled with emotion. Lucifer looked at her, at the being he had once called friend, and smiled. "I guess I got what I deserved." Hell flickered. The flames dimmed. And so the chapter of humanity was closed. With humanity and its successor dying at the hands of Venus. And so the tale of Lucifer, the brightest star, and Venus, the hidden angel, reached its final chapter. Or so they believed. The cosmos held its breath as the last flame of Lucifer's soul dwindled, burning through the remnants of all that once made him whole. No ties to divinity, no claim to the infernal, no throne in hell nor seat in heaven. Nothing remained. Gaia was dead. And he had made certain that what remained of him would never reach for her. No hands left to guide him. No voices left to call his name except for one. Lucifer was fading. And Venus watched. She had watched since the first moment he set foot upon her hidden fields, since he had unknowingly shaped her form with his presence. She had watched as he fell, as he warred against heaven, as he was cast into the pit and rose again as something more and less than he had ever been. She had watched him walk alone, never understanding, never truly hating, but always moving forward. And now, she watched him die. Venus, the planet of storms and secrets, had held its silence for eons. But now, as her only companion was slipping beyond her reach, she broke her vow. She spoke. "I am sorry, Gaia." She abandoned her body, ripped herself from the cosmic order, untethering her own essence. It was an act that no celestial being had ever dared, a planet breaking itself for something as fleeting as a soul. A celestial sacrifice. The corpse of Earth and the abandoned shell of Venus began their descent, drawn toward each other in a dance that defied reason. Lucifer's dying embers were caught between them, cradled in the collision of two worlds. Then, the inevitable impact. A shock wave of ruin spread through the black sea of space, a death cry of planet, a requiem for two celestial bodies that had forsaken their fates. It should have been the end. But in the ruin of two fallen worlds, something new was born. The shattered remnants of Gaia and Venus fused, their molten cores entwining, their broken remains shaping something entirely unknown. A world with two hearts. A planet where two souls burned, neither angel nor demon, neither god nor man. Venus, the hidden angel. Lucifer, the fallen star. Bound in death, reborn in creation. Chapter 25, Satan Beginnings. Leo opened his eyes. For a few fleeting seconds, he was both Lucifer and himself. Two existences layered upon one another, two lifetimes trying to fit into a single mind. It was too much, too vast, too heavy. He felt like he was drowning in a sea of knowledge, emotions, and memories that weren't his, yet they were. Then, in the next instant, it all began to slip away, burning like a dying star. A deep, instinctual fear struck him. A fear unlike anything he had ever known. He scrambled to hold on to the memories, to keep them from vanishing, but it was useless. It was like trying to catch sand in a storm. The more he reached, the more it slipped through his fingers. He knew this was going to happen. The old him had known that this would be terrifying. That the horror of feeling a part of himself erased would be enough to make him want to undo it. To resist. To try and hold on. But the decision had already been made. The burning memory faded piece by piece, taking with it the crushing weight of eternity. The immense history, all dissolved into embers to protect himself, leaving behind only what truly mattered. And as the fear lessened, as more and more of that ancient existence was stripped away, only fragments remained. Instincts. Core memories. Not the battles, Not the wars, not the divine wrath, those were gone. What remained were the quiet things. The moments that had meant something to him. His childhood. His time spent with Venus, hidden beneath its clouds. The people he had met, the human minds that had fascinated him, made him question, made him stop and think. Leo's breathing was heavy. He was still himself. He had not become Lucifer, not truly. But something inside him had changed. His eyes, once young and unburdened, now carried an unfamiliar weight. They were not old, but they felt like they had seen too much. As if some deep part of him had aged in a way that could never be undone. Leo took in his surroundings, and the first thing he realized was how wrong everything felt. This place didn't follow any natural logic. The air around him wasn't really air, it was filled with grain, the cosmic dust left behind by celestial destruction, mixed with the ashes of the burning planet's surface. Breathing it should have been impossible, but he could. His body just knew how, as if it had always been part of him. The land beneath him was hot, uncomfortably so. It felt like he was lying on a surface that had only just started to cool down from a great fire. The heat didn't burn him, but he could feel it radiating into his bones. Slowly, he raised his right hand, turning it over to look at his wrist. There, burned into his skin, was a pattern of bands, Rongominiad's bands. The marks weren't deep, but they were unmistakable. Leo exhaled, watching the strange sky above him. Leo felt tired. Not in a way that weighed on his body, not even in a way that clouded his mind, he just did. It was an exhaustion that went deeper than thought or reason. Like something fundamental in him had burned out, leaving only the lingering exhaustion of what used to be. There was only silence for a while, broken only by the slow, deliberate sound of footsteps against the scorched ground. Each step was unhurried, yet firm, like they belonged to someone who had no doubts about where they were going. Leo's eyes darted from side to side, restless. He didn't need to turn around. He already knew who it was. The only person he still remembered fully, clearly apart from his father. His breath hitched for just a second, and then warmth. A pair of arms wrapped around his torso, steady and unyielding. The touch was familiar, grounding, like something from a life that wasn't quite his. Venus. For a moment, something inside him resisted. The echoes of who he had been wanted to pull away, to refuse this moment of connection, as this was a connection Lucifer made, to hold on to the fear of losing himself. But then, he stopped. The tension in his muscles eased. His restless thoughts quieted. He let himself be held. His eyes, which were staring at nothing, seemed to settle in a sort of realization. And just like that, the memories that had felt foreign became something else entirely. They were his. Had always been his. Leo closed his eyes and let out a slow breath. He wasn't just remembering Lucifer. He was him. And yet, he was still himself. In that instant, all hesitation faded. The lingering doubts, the fear of losing himself, the uncertainty of what was his and what had been Lucifer's, they were all burned away in a single, blinding moment of clarity. Leo's fingers tightened around the hands wrapped around his torso, his grip steady and sure. He turned, slowly, until he was facing her. Venus, the only person who remained, no matter how much the world had changed. His gaze met hers, and for the first time since opening his eyes again, he smiled. Leo finally returned to the physical world. The sensation was strange, like waking up from a dream that felt too real, where every touch, every word, every emotion still lingered as if he had lived an entire lifetime elsewhere. He had explained everything to Venus Vivi, as she now called herself. He told her the truth, down to the last detail. That the world they had lived in, the battles, the choices, the sacrifices, had all been a result of his creation. Something he had coded. A reality that, while beyond real in every conceivable way, was still a creation designed to forge his own path. Even if the result was far from what he had planned. It should have ended the way he had written it, but it didn't. The people he had met, the emotions he had felt, the memories burned into his mind, they weren't hollow. They weren't fake. They were as real as anything else. And they led their life beyond what was coded. It was a true case of cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Vivi had listened, patiently, as he struggled to put it all into words. How she was never meant to exist. How she was simply a fragment born from his mind's desperate attempt to find something real. How the Lucifer she had sacrificed everything for, the one she had loved, was gone. She didn't get angry. She didn't cry. She didn't argue. Instead, she looked at him, her expression calm, unwavering. And then, she smiled. Is he? That was all she said. It left Leo perplexed. Vivi's existence was a variable that should have never made it to the final result. Yet, here she was standing before him, breathing, thinking, feeling. She existed in a way that defied the logic of his creation. If he didn't have access to all the information, if he wasn't aware of every detail, either by virtue of his abilities or because he was the one who had built it, he wouldn't have been able to argue that she wasn't real. But the more he thought about it, the more it felt wrong to say she wasn't. He had simulated life too well. Vivi wasn't just data. She wasn't a product of mere code or an artificial construct bound to a purpose. She had will. And as much as Leo wanted to walk away, to leave this anomaly behind and utilize the Coseeps, he couldn't shake the unsettling truth. Vivi existed. And he had no idea why. I just need some time to come to terms with this, Leo thought. He exhaled, sitting up from the cracked sandstone beneath him. The engravings that once adorned it had long since burned away, leaving only faint traces of what had once been. Chapter 26, Satan Beginnings. Leo stood atop the sandstone altar, gazing down at the scorched ground beneath him. The engravings had long since been burned away from use. Any remnants that survived? He had destroyed them himself. Leo extended his hand, focusing even slightly on spreading his influence, and immediately, the air began to change. He clenched his fist, and instantly, the air around it warped, turning heavy with ash and grain, just like on his world. It wasn't just an illusion or trick, he could feel it. The space around his hand became unclear, like it was struggling to decide what it should be. He took a step forward. Hiss. The ground beneath his foot sizzled, reacting violently where it met the normal soil of this world. It wasn't that he was destroying the land. It was that his presence, his very existence, was forcing it to become something else. Something familiar. Leo's planet had a scorching surface, and as his influence spread, that same heat followed. The soil withered and cracked, not from fire, but from being overridden into something entirely new. The more he focused, the more the world shifted around him. For the first time, he truly understood he wasn't just standing in this world. A sharp hiss filled the air. The ground beneath his foot sizzled, as if scalded by something it was never meant to touch. It didn't just burn, it withered. The soil cracked and blackened, but it wasn't dying in the normal sense. It was being replaced. Reality was being rewritten, its texture dissolving as his took its place. It was as if his soul's logic was stretching outward, rewriting the land in real time. His connection to his planet was so strong that simply existing in another world wasn't enough. His presence forced the world to become like his own. Leo let go. The moment he did, his presence surged outward like an invisible wave, rewriting everything it touched. To an outsider, it would look like decay, the land itself dying, cracking. Then, just for an instant, something flickered behind him. A silhouette. Feminine. Familiar. Vivi. She was there, not physically, but as if a shadow of her existence had been burned into the space just behind him. A phantom observer. The flicker passed, but the change did not stop. The forest twisted. Leo concentrated, ensuring it didn't collapse into nothingness but instead transformed. The trees once rooted in the logic of this world shifted to match his own as he assimilated, then to be part of the pseudo-reality forming around him. Their bark darkened and hardened into stone-like formations. The leaves, once soft and green, became crystalline structures that gleamed like frozen shards of glass. The air changed drastically. Not only the fresh, earthly scent of the forest vanished, replaced by the familiar texture of ash and grain, but the air became hot, unbearable for a normal human. It was a perfect replica. The creatures within the forest were not as lucky. Birds fell from the sky the moment they touched the altered air, their bodies crystallizing and mutating into eerie, unmoving statues or mutilated mess of bones and flesh due to grain abundance. The animals below, deer, wolves, insects, collapsed, unable to withstand the shift. Yet, a handful survived. Their forms were warped, their bodies reshaped in ways that no longer fully belonged to this world. Their movements were strange, almost mechanical, like echoes of something familiar, yet fundamentally changed to meet the new logic. Leo exhaled. This wasn't exactly what he intended, but it had given him something far more valuable. Here, in this space, all of his skills were amplified 100-fold. Here, he no longer needed the administrator's permission for neogenesis. Because as long as it was within his domain, Leo was the one who decided what was real. Aizen walked through the halls of the Continental Mage Association, his mind sorting through all the knowledge he had just acquired. He had everything he wanted after finding out MLST of their knowledge about the three people they were here to target. Aizen took the opportunity to learn about magic. With his enhanced mind, reading all the books present was an easy task. As he stepped toward the exit, something else occupied his thoughts. Reiatsu and mana. Two separate energies. Two different systems. He had wondered how they would interact. So, on a whim, he had offered Saria a taste of his power. It was meant to be nothing more than a curiosity, a minor enhancement. But what happened was far beyond his expectations. Saria had become 3 times stronger just by awakening to Reiatsu. Her presence, once refined and controlled, now had an edge to it, a depth that was distinctly different from any mage in this world. Before he could step outside, her voice called out, "Wait." Aizen stopped, turning his head slightly. Sari approached, her usual calm expression tinged with something new fascination. She raised her hand, letting streaks of Reiatsu-infused mana flow between her fingers, crackling like lightning. "This gift of yours," she murmured, her violet eyes glowing with newfound depth. "Fascinating. Even if we couldn't serve much for your greater cause, I must admit you have been the most generous." She clenched her hand into a fist, and the air trembled slightly around her. "I never expected to experience something beyond mana itself." Aizen chuckled, stepping past her. "Consider it an experiment." He spared her a glance. "And a parting token. What you do with it is of no concern to me." Sari tilted her head slightly, lips curving into an amused smirk. "You're quite the enigmatic man, Lord Aizen." His smirk deepened. "Oh? And you're quite the eager student, Sari. Let's see if you can put that power to use before your time runs out." Leaving her with a cryptic remark, Aizen stepped through the association's grand entrance, bathed in the twilight glow of the world beyond. The moment Aizen stepped through the front gate, he felt it. Killing intent. Silent. Unwavering. Sharp as a blade pressed against his throat. He didn't need to look. He already knew. A girl stood before him. Purple hair. A sleek visor covering her eyes. A sword in hand, its blade gleaming under the light. Her presence was unnerving. Not because of what she showed, but because of what she didn't. No emotions. No hesitation. No presence like she was soulless. Just a cold stillness. Aizen's gaze sharpened. The girl moved. Not a step. Not a dash. She disappeared. In the fraction of a second before her attack could land, Aizen acted. His voice rang out with absolute precision, like a decree of fate itself. "Hado no Hyaku, Shuin no Kairo. Way of Destruction number 100, Corridor of Demise." The ground ruptured. From beneath them, thousands of green strands of Reiatsu burst forth, sharp, jagged, and alive. They tore through the air, twisting and shattering the street, wrapping around the girl in an instant. Buildings around them crumbled into dust, their structures decaying the moment the energy touched them. The strands coiled tightly around the girl, spiraling clockwise then counterclockwise. And then the explosion. Contained within a small radius, yet the sheer intensity of it sent a column of green fire into the sky, punching through the clouds like a spear. The heat was so intense that the ground melted instantly, and the earth beneath them split open. A perfectly cylindrical chasm 3 meters wide, hundreds of kilometers deep. At the very bottom, rivers of molten lava churned and bubbled, eager to devour whatever remained. Aizen stood at the edge of the abyss, his expression unreadable. He didn't move. Because he already knew. She wasn't dead. Leo felt an intruder in his domain. He turned, eyes sharp, and met the gaze of a winged woman with flowing white hair and an elf-like, emotionless face. She's strong, he deduced that immediately. Not because she radiated killing intent or power, but because she ignored the rules of his world quite easily. That was wrong. Leo exhaled, rolling his shoulders, feeling the heat of his world crackle beneath his feet. His instincts screamed danger, but he didn't let that stop him from speaking. A smirk tugged at his lips as he pointed at her. "You look incredibly friend-shaped. Can we have a truce?" For a moment, there was only silence. Then a ball of mana flared to life in her palm, aimed straight for his head. Leo sighed. "Worth a try." Chapter 27, Final. The beam of magic heading his way fizzled out before it could reach him. Negated by his simple will and control over this portion of the world. Leo narrowed his eyes as he locked gazes with the winged woman. Her eerie, lifeless stare sent a shiver down his spine, not out of fear, but because there was nothing behind those eyes. No thoughts. No will. Just an empty husk acting on something else's orders. Then, he felt it. The familiar touch of divinity. "Oh, so you're a god?" he mused, tilting his head slightly. Then, realizing what had been done to her, his expression darkened slightly. "It's a shame. Whoever did this to you is one sick fuck." In response, bands of light erupted around him, divine chains meant to bind and suppress. Alas, she was fighting the anti-divine right now. Before they could tighten, Leo moved. Light flared from his hands and something far greater. For the briefest moment, a phantom image of Rongominiad formed around his arms, its brilliance warping reality. But it didn't remain. The lance collapsed into him, its immense power concentrating into his fists. His hands glowed, burning like molten iron. Like Iron Fist. Hey, Leo didn't need spells. He didn't need fancy techniques. These hands are enough. Rongominiad, in its full power, could wipe a planet clean. Now, that same destructive force was in every single punch and greatly enhanced. But obviously Leo didn't want to accidentally destroy the planet, so he wasn't going all out. The chain shattered like brittle glass. Then, he vanished. 6 wings burst from his back, not the void-like ones from before, but something new. A fusion of his angelic wings and the burning metallic ones. They looked truly fitting of a Satan, not some edgy Chani teen's definition of drip. The goddess reacted instantly. Millions of attacks manifested in the blink of an eye. Fire burned the air. Ice froze the very fabric of space. Beams of magic bending concept of distance. Leo didn't care. His domain absorbed some. His sheer durability tanked the rest. He barreled through it all, closing the distance between them in an instant like the Terminator. Then, he punched her. A single strike with the tiny fancy techniques. The impact sent out a shockwave so massive it parted the clouds for hundreds of kilometers. The force alone should have torn her apart, but instead, her body remained intact barely. Her skin charred black, her insides likely shattered beyond recognition. And yet, she made no expression of pain. She simply grabbed onto him. Leo could deduce she was trying to stop him, to hold him down. But her hands were shaking. Leo smirked. She felt that. The golden glow in his right hand intensified. With a sharp, decisive movement, he drove his hand into her shoulder. Her entire right arm separated from her body as his hand sliced it. She still didn't scream. Leo glanced at his surrounding, watching as countless conceptual attacks continued raining down on him. Some were negated by his domain. Others struck him but barely registered. He chuckled to himself. Damn, I feel like evil Superman right now. It seemed, however, that Leo had underestimated her. Without warning, she lunged forward, her teeth sinking into his shoulder. A sharp, burning pain followed as she ripped out a piece of his flesh. Leo backed away, his wings twitching as he processed what had just happened. His wound was already beginning to close, but his mind was elsewhere. This wasn't right. If she had truly been aiming to eliminate him, she would have struck sooner without hesitation, without these strange delays in her movements. Her attacks, while powerful, felt off. They were slow, disjointed, almost uncertain. A doll like God with flawed execution. Something was holding her back. Leo swatted aside a massive beam of time-distorting magic, the force of his casual motion scattering the attack like mist in the wind. His expression turned thoughtful as he observed her closely. She still hadn't moved. Despite having a better chance at striking him down if she repositioned, she remained planted in place, rigid, mechanical. She wasn't fighting to win, she was simply executing a sequence. And more importantly, she wasn't making conscious decisions. The realization hit him like a shockwave. His eyes widened. She's a distraction. Leo's expression turned serious as he flicked a finger in her direction. A surge of pure, destructive intent rippled through reality as he activated super attack skill the unnamed skill system gave him. A skill designed to directly target and obliterate an enemy's informational core, bypassing all defenses to deliver devastating, irreversible damage. The moment the attack triggered, whiteness engulfed the space in front of him, erasing everything in its path. The winged woman glitched, her form fracturing like a corrupted file on the verge of collapse. She screamed. Not in pain, but in raw, existential dread, as her very existence was unraveling into nothingness. And then she collapsed into a sea of meaningless information particles, dispersing into the air like dust. Leo didn't wait. The next instant he teleported. His destination? Aizen. The city of Unserious lay in ruins. Smoke and dust choked the sky, and the ground was littered with debris from crumbling buildings. The battle between Aizen and the visor-wearing girl had reduced much of the once thriving city to rubble. First-class mages like Sari, Frieren, and Fern had done their best to help, but the sheer scale of destruction left them struggling. Fern had nearly died, her stomach almost torn open before Aizen had ordered her and the others to focus on evacuating. Only Sari remained by his side. The girl stood in front of them, barely resembling the warrior she had been at the start. A hole gaped in her abdomen, a result of Sari's overcharged Zoltrak. Aizen had bombarded by scamming Hado, 100/10 times, burning away most of her flesh and leaving her body crusted over like charred potato. Her sword had melted into nothing, and she now resorted to elemental magic in a desperate attempt to fight back. Aizen, too, bore signs of battle. His clothes were tattered, but his healing factor made any significant damage meaningless. Then, with a thunderous boom, Leo arrived. His gaze swept over the devastation, taking in the destroyed city, the fading embers of battle, and finally, Aizen. His friend looked worn but nothing serious. Satisfied, Leo turned his attention to their opponent, analyzing her with a "she isn't stronger than the god I fought." Leo muttered under his breath. This woman wasn't the real threat then, she was just another pawn. Wasting no time, Leo descended, his presence alone distorting the air around him. In a single, decisive motion, he raised his hand and brought it down in a chopping strike. There was no resistance. The girl was cleaved in half instantly, her body splitting cleanly before she even realized what had happened. Before slicing her in half, Leo had taken a snapshot of her brain in a split second in order to analyze his opponent with her memories. Leo didn't bother watching her fall. Instead, his gaze flicked to Aizen and Sari. What caught his attention wasn't the aftermath of battle but the way Sari stood beside Aizen. The reclusive elf, infamously cold and detached, seemed almost comfortable fighting alongside him. There was something like admiration in her. Leo raised an eyebrow. Impeccable riz? He thought, but he kept it to himself. His expression turned serious as he met Aizen's eyes. "Let's go," he said firmly. Aizen gave him a look but didn't question it. "We've got one more fish to hunt," Leo continued. "I'm not too concerned Tiamat can handle herself, but I think we should go nonetheless." Aizen nodded. Before leaving, Leo paused and looked around the ruined city. The sight of so many freshly dead souls made him hesitate just for a second. He debated the ethicality of what he was about to do. Then, without another thought, he snatched their souls and stored them away. "Guess there's going to be life on my world now." With a simple wave of his hand, the city rebuilt itself, structures rising, debris rewinding, everything returning to how it was before the devastation. A localized, heavily simplified form of time magic, the result of reversing the registered damage. Aizen observed the phenomenon with an impressed expression, watching as things reversed in the exact sequence they were destroyed. "So, time magic too?" he mused. Then, with a smirk, he added, "What can't you do?" Leo froze at that. Slowly, he turned to Aizen, his expression unreadable. "That's a very good question." A pause. "I don't know. I never asked myself that." Before Leo woke up, Fury lay on the ground, bruised and battered, his body aching all over. A few feet away, Hope was unconscious, her wounds healing but far too slowly for her usual regeneration. The match had ended. Tia had won. It had started innocently enough. Tiamat had suggested waiting for Leo before doing anything reckless. Then, Fury ever the strategist had proposed something else. "If we're gonna wait, might as well make it productive." And that was all it took. What followed was a ruthless beatdown of a 50-year-old bald super spy and a teenage tribbride at the hands of a primordial dragon who had only used her aura and martial arts. Martial arts that she had learned from human films. Fury coughed, groaning as he tried to sit up slightly. "I don't know whether to be impressed or terrified." Tia stood above them, arms crossed, looking entirely unbothered. Both would be wise. Fury tried to push himself up, but a sharp wave of pain shot through his body, forcing him back onto the ground with a grunt of frustration. Tia walked up to him, a mischievous smile on her face as she placed her foot near his head. A single bead of sweat had formed on her forehead from the match, barely noticeable, but enough. She reached up, wiped it away with her fingers, and casually flicked it onto him. The moment the drop touched his skin, his pain dulled. His wounds began to heal. Fury exhaled, watching as the aches and bruises faded. His body still felt like it had been put through a blender, but at least he could move again. Tia chuckled. "Guess you earned that. You actually fought with a brain." Then, her playful expression shifted to something more analytical as she tilted her head. "Your enchantments are rudimentary," she mused. "They don't suit your level of sophistication in combat. I mean, you're a super spy, aren't you?" She crouched down slightly, her eyes sharp and thoughtful. "You should develop something lethal. Magic that prevents ongoing confrontations before they begin." Fury smirked slightly, despite himself. "So, you're telling me to get sneakier?" Tia grinned, standing up. "Yeah, like a spy." Tiamat sat at a distance, watching Tia talk to Fury with mild interest. Her focus, however, kept drifting elsewhere. It was that strange feeling, a connection she had barely noticed before but now could no longer ignore. Hope and Fury. They felt distinctly like Leo. At first, she thought it was just an impression, but the more she focused, the more she realized it was something deeper. Then, a thought struck her. Wait. Are they considered our children now? The realization sent a rare blush across her face. She had never truly thought to be a mother beyond her role as a primordial mother. She crested life but never shared the responsibility of being a parent with anyone. After all, she had glimpsed Leo's emotions more clearly than ever before when she kissed him accidentally, of course. Sweeping through Hope's memories had given her a clearer understanding of how he saw her, of the way he felt about her. It made her wonder, was this intentional? Had Leo done this as a sign of something, pointing toward a deeper connection? Or was it something entirely different, unrelated to anything romantical? Romantical? The word itself still felt foreign to her, a concept she had yet to fully grasp. But as she sat there, lost in thought, she realized something else. It didn't sound bad. A small flutter of wings broke Tiamat's thoughts as a bird landed gently on one of her curved horns. Her sharp blue eyes flicked toward it, drawn from her musings. She reached up, carefully taking the tiny creature in her hands. It trembled slightly, its feathers ruffled and one of its wings bent at an unnatural angle. Injured. Her expression softened. For a brief moment, memories surfaced the days she had raised her children. The countless hatchlings she had nurtured, protected, and taught. She hadn't thought about it in a long time. A rare, almost wistful smile crossed her lips as she cupped the delicate creature with surprising gentleness. She brought it closer and, with a quiet whisper of warmth, pressed a soft kiss to its head. A faint glow pulsed from her lips, and in the next instant, the bird's wounds mended as if they had never existed. Its eyes brightened, and with a small chirp of gratitude, it flapped its wings, strong once more. Tiamat watched as it flew away, disappearing into the sky. Her fingers lingered in the empty space where it had been. Humphrey. She let out a small breath, shaking her head at herself before turning her gaze back toward the others. Chapter 28, Final Fury sat down with a tired sigh, rubbing his sore shoulder before pulling out his notepad. He jotted down a few notes, his mind running through everything that had happened. Life had been crazy ever since that screen appeared in front of him. In the past 36 hours, he had experienced more change than in 70% of his entire life. But years of experience allowed him to basically shut off his paranoia and roll with the punches. Because, let's be real, if these people wanted to screw him over, they wouldn't waste time making him stronger or winning him over. They'd have just eliminated him from the start. Still, he had some qualms about working with Little Satan. But then again, he worked with politicians every damn day. It wasn't like the bar could get much lower. Also, Tiamat reminded him of his grandma, so there's that. A few feet away, Tiamat sat in calm silence, listening to the conversation between Tia and Hope. The two were deep in discussion, comparing the differences in their worlds. Hope leaned forward slightly, her tone thoughtful. Basically, the only reason my family, the original vampires, can be killed is because nature itself doesn't like us. She tapped her fingers against her thigh. Nature forcefully adds weaknesses to any immortal beings. It doesn't matter how strong we are, it makes sure we can still die. Tia scoffed slightly, folding her arms. That sounds like a pretty hands-on approach. In my world, nature hasn't interfered for centuries. Hope raised a brow. Why? Tia's face darkened slightly. Because the gods, nature's heralds, were either betrayed, killed, or stopped doing her bidding. Ever since then, nature has been in decline. She exhaled, shaking her head. At this point, our planet is slowly rotting because humanity has tainted every ounce of natural energy left on the surface. Hope frowned, looking down at her hands. The conversation fell into an uneasy silence. And then a shift in atmosphere occurred. Tiamat was the first to notice. Her gaze sharpened, and she stood up slowly. Tia and Hope felt it a few moments later, their bodies tensing as they turned toward the unseen presence approaching them. Fury, the only one without magical senses, didn't feel it. But the moment he saw the three on guard, his instincts kicked in. His grip tightened on his gun as his mind switched into combat mode. Unnoticed by him, the gun gained a slight shine of blue for a brief moment. For a few moments, there was only the steady, rhythmic crisp of something walking on soil alongside the sound of metallic gears grinding against another. The presence had been approaching for a while now, but only now did it step into view. And the instant it did, Fury reacted. His current doctrine was slightly modified, given everyone unknown could be enemy, shoot first, ask later. His gun was already drawn, his finger tightening on the trigger. The shot rang out. A crack of thunder. The enchanted bullet shot forward, a streak of glowing energy spiraling around it as it slammed into the figure's chest. And to Fury's surprise, the impact was far stronger than he had anticipated. The figure staggered back violently, its upper body snapping backward before it barely managed to stabilize itself. Fury's brow furrowed in slight confusion. Was that supposed to hit that hard? He thought. His bullets were enchanted, yes, but the force behind that shot felt multiplied. Had the enchantment amplified itself? Or was something interfering? Before he could dwell on it, Hope moved. She raised her hand, her voice steady as she cast a death spell. Miquisli Uaniluakatl, Beast from Sky. A pulse of invisible energy surged from her palm, spiraling around her arm before launching toward the enemy. The spell struck true. The death curse took hold, its effects immediate. The figure jerked violently, its body convulsing as if something inside it was rotting from the core outward. And then Tia acted. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. With a single motion of her hand, the weight of its own sins crashed upon it. Because she wasn't just called the Chaos Karma Dragon for nothing. The figure collapsed to its knees. A strained, mechanical sound escaped it, something between a groan and a crackle of static as unseen chains of karma coiled around its very existence, crushing it beneath the weight of its own transgressions, forcing it to kneel, kicking up dust. Tia's eyes glowed, the light in them sharp. The entity sat still for a moment, unfazed by the combined assault, before finally speaking. Its voice carried an artificial smoothness, an eerie attempt at warmth, as if it were trying too hard to sound human. That was a very rude introduction. As the dust settled, the figure became fully visible, a tall man dressed in a pristine all-black suit, stark white shoes, and a matching white hat tilted ever so slightly. His entire presence radiated something off. Then, for a brief moment, his body glitched, flickering like a corrupted image on a faulty screen. 1 second, he was kneeling from the weight of Tia's power, the next, he was standing again as if nothing had happened. He smiled, or at least, he imitated what should have been a smile, stretching his lips just enough but failing to convey any real emotion. Please, there's no need to be so tense, my friends. He lifted his hands in a mock gesture of peace. Unlike my foot soldiers, I am a civilized individual. I am sure we can come to a truce. Despite his words, something about him set off every instinct in the group. His face, his mannerisms, every movement was too perfect, too uncanny in nature. Truce? Tiamat was the one to speak, her voice carrying an air of ancient indifference. She remained seated, unbothered, her posture relaxed as if the entity before them was hardly worth standing for, though her expression was greatly changed. Yes, truce, the being replied smoothly. As beings of high intelligence, surely we can come to an understanding. He adjusted his white hat with a deliberate motion, as if rehearsed. My name is Welforer. Herald of Sir. The final words were incomprehensible. A ripple passed through the air, a static-like distortion, and for a brief moment, reality itself hiccuped. The sound of his master's name never reached their ears. It was as if the universe refused to let it be perceived, filtering it out before their minds could even register its existence. Hope frowned, her senses screaming at her that something was wrong. Fury felt an instinctive shiver run down his spine despite not even hearing the name. Tia, on the other hand, merely narrowed her eyes, her draconic nature resisting whatever force had just tampered with their perception. Tiamat, still seated, finally gave Welforer a slow look. A truce. Implies mutual interest, she said, her voice calm. So tell me. Herald, what do you want? Tiamat paused for a moment, then finished her sentence with an edge of amusement. And why shouldn't we hunt down your master? For the first time since his arrival there was genuine emotion in Welforer. He laughed, a sharp, glitched-out sound that seemed to distort air around him. But within seconds, he controlled it, smoothing out his expression like a machine resetting itself. I apologize, I lost my composure for a moment, he said, adjusting his pristine white hat. But truly, that was amusing. The rats of the Multiverse Charter would never send anyone but administrators to deal with my master. You're not here to fight him. He tilted his head slightly, his face still carrying that eerie, too human-like simulation of emotion. You're here to fight me. The atmosphere grew tense. Welforer's voice remained eerily smooth as he spoke, his presence glitching ever so slightly, but his words carried a practiced elegance. He adjusted his pristine white hat, his suit unblemished despite the hostility radiating from the three before him. I must say, it is truly an honor to stand before you, Tiamat. His eyes, too perfect, too calculated, gleamed with something resembling admiration, though it felt synthetic, like a machine attempting to mimic awe. You are a true wonder. A being capable of crafting life where there was none without relying on external factors. It is no small feat what you are, what you represent. It is why you will be invaluable in my grand design. You will have the grand opportunity to serve as the foundation for something greater. He gestured outward, as if envisioning a future only he could see. With your ability to produce life, we can create perfect beings. Better, stronger, more refined than the flawed creatures that infest this and every other reality. You will be the cornerstone, the factory from which all superior life shall be. His words never finished. A violent crack echoed through the air. With sheer, unbridled rage, Tia moved. Not with thought. Not with restraint. Not even with technique. One moment, Welforer was speaking, the next, his body was gone as Tia unleashed a gigantic beam of raw destruction using chaos magic on him. Creak. Click. A harsh, mechanical click echoed through the space, like gears grinding against one another. The air broke apart like glass, distorting in jagged, fragmented patterns before he reappeared unscathed. Welforer adjusted his hat with a smooth, deliberate motion, his unnervingly calm demeanor unwavering. His voice carried a trace of mockery now. Impressive power, truly. But it seems intelligence isn't quite on the same level, is it? Before Tia could react, his body flickered, glitched, and in the next instant, he was in front of her. She barely had time to tense before his fist drove into her stomach. A shockwave erupted from the impact. Tia's breath hitched, her eyes widening as her body was launched backward like a bullet, shattering trees and stone alike before crashing into the ground in a violent skid. Dust and debris shot into the air as the land cracked. Hope instinctively took a step forward, ready to retaliate, but don't bother. Tiamat's voice was calm, unaffected, as she lazily uncrossed her arms. For a brief moment, her crossed eyes pulsed, locking onto Welforer. He has a conduit somewhere, she continued, exhaling as if explaining something tedious. A tether to reality. Destroying this body is meaningless. He'll just reconstruct himself. Over and over. Tia groaned as she pushed herself up from the rubble, her eyes burning with fury. But the rage in her expression faltered slightly as she processed Tiamat's words. Hope narrowed her eyes. A conduit. Welforer chuckled, the sound both grating and artificial. He adjusted his tie with an almost theatrical sigh. Ah, see? The mother understands. What I am cannot be erased so easily. My existence is not bound to something so fragile as flesh. His smile widened. Too perfect, too manufactured. You are not dealing with something as simple as a being. Welforer's eerie smile twitched ever so slightly. So what will it be? He continued, his voice smooth, assured. In my opinion, joining me in my glorious dream is the best possible option a being like you can make. It'll be. He never got to finish. Tiamat rose to her feet, her mana erupting outward in a spiraling storm of pressure. The ground beneath her darkened, twisting into a vast sea of shadow. Her expression was unreadable. I refuse. A blinding pink light ignited in her hands. A beam of mana, unstable, launched forward. She wasn't attacking, she was forcing it to track something. She had seen the concept before, observed it in many weapons. And now, she enforced it upon her own magic to track down his tether. The beam twisted unnaturally midair, bending, shifting, and then, without hesitation, it shot toward the moon. For a brief moment, there was silence. Welforer's head turned slightly, following the beam's path. His unsettlingly perfect face remained emotionless, unreadable. Then, finally, he spoke, his voice devoid of its earlier charm. That's disappointing. The space around him trembled as his entire demeanor shifted. The air turned heavy, suffocating. The false politeness, the civilized veneer, all of it was gone. His cold, synthetic eyes locked onto Tiamat. Well, I'll just take you by force. Then he stopped. A flicker of something foreign crossed his features. Then his expression contorted in anger. His gaze was distant, not looking at Tiamat anymore but at someone else. His mind was processing something unexpected, something he had not accounted for. Leo. Leo had become an unpredictable variable. Even worse, the goddess of creation had failed to hold him off. And now, she was dying at his hands. Fury had moved away during the confrontation. His hands were steady, his breathing controlled. He had a clear shot. He pulled the trigger using the strongest enchanted bullet of his arsenal. Crack. The enchanted bullet, forged to bypass magical resistance, shattered midair, dissolving into harmless fragments before it could reach Welforer's head. What the Fury barely had time to process before Schlick. A thin, near-invisible line of distortion ripped through space as Welforer made a casual slashing motion. The attack was silent, deadly in its precision. Fury's instincts screamed at him. He moved, but he was still not fast enough. A sharp, searing pain exploded in his side. His arm gone. For a split second, there was no sound, only the sensation of something being taken away. Then blood. A crimson spray burst into the air, staining the earth. Fury collapsed to one knee, his remaining hand clutching the bleeding stump, breath ragged but controlled. He didn't scream. He just stared at Welforer, gritting his teeth as his mind worked through the pain. But Welforer wasn't done. With another motion, the fabric of space around Fury twisted a second strike, aiming to finish the job. Hope moved. A barrier flared into existence. She didn't hesitate, pouring everything into reinforcing the space around Fury. The attack hit. The force shattered the barrier, sending cracks through the air, but it held long enough. Fury was safe. But Hope wasn't. A glitch. In the time it took her to protect Fury, he was above her. No movement. No sound. One moment, Welforer was yards away. The next, his hand was gently resting on Hope's head. Her body locked up. Her soul screamed. And then boom. A pillar of chaos erupted. The battlefield was consumed in a black and red explosion, raw chaotic destruction annihilating Welforer. Everything about him except his hand. The rest of his body was gone, erased entirely, but his hand remained, still resting atop Hope's head. The dust settled. Tia stood there. Her dragon aura crackled violently, her body surrounded by dragon haki, the sheer weight of her power distorting the air. Her eyes burned with fury. Click. A sound of a gear shifting. He reappeared. This time, his human-like features were gone. The mask he had been wearing had shattered, revealing a cold, mechanical frame, eerie in its artificial perfection but still mimicking a human face. He reappeared beside Tia. His voice was smooth, almost casual, as if the battle was nothing but an inconvenience. Did you know, he mused, every object has a speed at which its matter waves distort beyond recovery? Beyond that point, Even the most durable forms will permanently degenerate into energy. Tia's blood ran cold. She understood. Welforer moved with perfect precision, his hand blurring forward, poised to strike Tia in the stomach. A blow that could reduce even the most resilient beings to nothing but scattered particles. But the instant his attack neared her, something changed. Tiamat's eyes burned with rage, her emotions giving her more energy. She reached deep into herself, into the very foundation of her existence, her origin. The moment she touched it, the world around her warped. Welfoser's strike, meant to land in an instant, instead felt infinitely delayed. Tiamat had moved. No, she had already moved as deigned by history. Before the thought of the strike could even complete in Welfoser's mind, she was gone. And then crack. Her fist connected. His body jerked violently, his entire form disrupting like a shattered simulation. For the first time, he was caught off guard. He flickered, his body momentarily losing cohesion, but before he could even attempt to recover, she was already there. Her attacks were no longer simply fast, they were inevitable. The origin deemed it so. Every strike bent concepts, distance, and time, denying any attempt at simple evasion. Welforer tried to dodge because her attacks were doing real damage even if recovery was easy. Then tried again. And again. Each movement became more erratic, more desperate. But no matter how he flickered, how he twisted between dimensions, Tiamat's blows followed. Unrelenting. One punch tore through the air at light speed. Another ignored the concept of space. Each one tracked him. Each one landed. And for the first time, Welforer was forced to react. His previously methodical, now nothing but scrambling survival. Tiamat's expression remained enraged throughout. Welforer muttered under his breath, his voice carrying an odd mix of reluctance and frustration. "I didn't want to use this on you, Tiamat." Before the next punch could land, a beam tore through the sky. It struck both of them with absolute precision. Boom. Tiamat's momentum halted instantly, not because of the raw damage, but because of the nature of the attack itself. A crater, at least a kilometer wide, carved itself into the land, but the beam's true power wasn't in its destructive force. It was designed for her. A weapon of pure concept, tailored to attack her mind. For the first time, Tiamat staggered. A haze settled over her thoughts. Not stopped, but inhibited. Meanwhile, Welfoser's body flickered, damaged beyond recognition. His pristine black suit was in shreds, revealing the mechanical framework beneath a body far from human. But despite his battered state, despite being on the brink of losing, he straightened his posture and smiled. His voice, now more controlled, carried an unmistakable edge of satisfaction. A specifically designed anti-unit attack. He adjusted his torn collar, rolling his shoulders as his wounds sealed themselves rapidly. Let's see how well you fight when your mind isn't functioning properly. Chapter 29, Final. Well, he never got the chance. Boom. A shockwave cracked through the battlefield as space itself shattered. Leo was here. Leo took one look at Welforer and realized his danger. Instantly, he pulled out the big guns. There was no drawn-out battle, no testing of strength. Leo appeared above him by dilating the space between them. Leo's hand clamped around Welfoser's throat. There was no flashy moves. Welfoser's body began to distort, his information collapsing. Sometimes it was easy to forget Leo had the power to destroy, parasitize and create information at will. Even if the range was low and for full erasure he needed contact, Leo was still a terrifying opponent. After erasing Welforer, Leo turned toward Tiamat. Her mind wasn't exactly stable with whatever attack that had hit her. Leo didn't waste time. In a blur, he floated to her and placed a firm hand on her shoulder. He didn't need to check what was wrong and didn't need to analyze the damage. That wasn't how it worked. Ailment set to false and he was done. Whatever effect the attack had on her, gone. Like it was never there. Even as he trained, even as he sought versatility in magic and power, at the end of the day, it all came back to one fundamental truth: he didn't need to understand a problem when he could rewrite it out of existence. Tiamat's aura dimmed slightly as clarity returned to her eyes, but Leo still didn't let go. Tiamat took a deep breath, the chaotic storm in her mind finally settling. She closed her eyes for a moment before exhaling, her voice soft. "Thank you." She straightened, her composure returning, before looking directly at Leo. "You should take care of him. He's on the moon," she added, transferring the precise location she had tracked into his mind. Leo nodded in understanding, but instead of immediately leaving, he stepped forward and pulled her into a hug. Tiamat blinked in surprise, but after a second, she reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him. Neither spoke. There was no need for words. When they finally broke apart, Leo pressed a brief, lingering kiss on her forehead before stepping back. Then, without saying anything, he turned and made his way toward Fury, who was currently being healed by Aizen. Unlike Leo, Aizen had teleported far away from the battlefield, positioning himself as a support rather than a frontline fighter. After receiving Hope's message about Fury and her needing assistance, he had arrived to stabilize the situation. Leo took a glance at the trio. Tia was the least injured, but she still looked like she had something to say. He didn't engage in conversation. There was no time for that. Instead, he gave them a simple directive. Heal up and head to Obrest. Help with the rebuilding. I'll meet you there. Turning to Aizen, he added, you focus on studying the revival of Himmel, the hero. Then, as if dismissing any further discussion, he said, I'll be right back. Before he could leave, Tia spoke up, her voice steady but laced with concern. You're sure you can win alone? Leo didn't hesitate. He looked at her, his confidence unwavering. I might have a little trouble if I held back, he admitted. Then, a smirk played at his lips. But now, I'll win. Leo landed in front of the badly damaged metallic cube, its surface riddled with fractures, metallic tentacles stretching deep into the moon's surface. Even at a glance, he could tell it was draining energy from the moon. His crimson eyes gleamed as he tapped his heel against the ground. Instantly, the entire cube, tentacles and all, was ripped from its anchor and transferred into a marble phantasm. It was the same forest where he had first enforced his texture, permanently altering the world of Frieren. But this time, the application was different. This wasn't just enforcing reality, this was building an entirely new world of magic and then overlaying the texture onto it. The difference? It was like filming on a controlled studio set versus building an actual, fully realized structure in reality. The cube lurched upward, attempting to escape, but with a raised hand, Leo dragged it back down, the force of its landing kicking up clouds of dust as its tentacles strained against his grip. With a flicker of intent, his rudimentary telekinesis developed on the spot, tore the tentacles apart. Then the sound of turning gears echoed in his ears. A moment later, the cube did not repair even if glitches in reality occurred. His crimson eyes flickered faintly yellow for a fraction of a second, scanning the source of the repair mechanism. Fascinating. This wasn't magic. Higher-tiered technology, something beyond conventional understanding of humans. Mentally noting its structure for future use, Leo continued walking slowly towards the cube, his wings retracted. Leo remained unusually calm. It was the same kind of calm he had felt when he first awakened to the seed of Satan, the same calm that had driven him to declare war on the gods without hesitation. Back then, there had been something behind it. Excitement. Thrill. A sense of absolute invincibility. But right now, there was nothing. He took a step forward, then another, his movement measured, unhurried. The cube shuddered, its metallic frame twisting as its higher-tiered systems desperately tried to repair the damage. Leo didn't allow it. With a simple flex of his will, the repair systems collapsed mid-process, their mechanisms rendered useless. Then, piece by piece, he ripped the cube apart. The first layer peeled away, its reinforced plating crushed like paper. Then the next. And the next. The entire construct screamed not with sound, but with the silent, frantic pulses of a machine trying to survive against something far beyond its capacity to resist. Leo kept walking, his hands never moving, his telekinesis doing the work for him. Leo was purposefully being vindictive in the process. A figure burst out of the collapsing cube, a half-organic, half-metallic man wearing the same outfit as the robot from before, his body damaged, leaking blue blood from what should have been his eyes. A drone hovered anxiously beside him, sending out rapid pulses of light as it worked to repair his mangled arm. He was about the same height as Leo. Yet, despite his wounds, his expression twisted into something that was almost disbelief, almost desperation. What in the fuck are you? He spat, his voice filled with frustration and desperation. My analysis didn't show any of the abilities you're displaying. How could a mere sacrificial lamb be this powerful? Leo stopped walking. Leo's eyes narrowed slightly. Sacrificial lamb, he repeated, his voice steady. Care to elaborate? Welforer scoffed, his damaged face twisting into something between disdain and amusement. You think you're worth my explanation? He sneered. A being like you isn't even crack. The cube behind him disintegrated into dust, effortless, absolute. The moment it was gone, the drone flickered, then powered down, crashing uselessly to the ground. Welfower's words died in his throat. Leo stared down at the foolish being for a moment, his gaze unwavering. Then, he smiled, a slow, knowing smile that sent a ripple of unease through Welfower. Do you know the word that perfectly summarizes your entire existence at this point? There was no response. Leo took another step forward, his presence pressing down like a weight. Hubris. Welfower stiffened. For a being that claims to be far beyond others, you seem far too grounded in human ideals, Leo continued, his tone almost amused. From what I can see, he stepped closer. And Welfower stepped back. Welfower flinched as Leo took another step forward, but the young man simply chuckled, shaking his head. Please, don't be so afraid. Leo said, his voice eerily calm. You know you're going to die. What's the point of clinging to desperation? Aren't you half machine? You should be able to ignore simple chemical reactions like fear. A chair formed behind Welforer, as reality shifted to accommodate Leo's whims. Still smiling, Leo gestured to it. Sit down. His voice was almost conversational. I'm feeling a little profound at this moment. Welforer hesitated, but Leo didn't seem to care. His gaze drifted for a moment, distant, contemplative. There are so many things going through my head right now, he murmured, that it all just feels hollow. Leo's gaze darkened, his smile fading ever so slightly. This situation you put me through. The guessing game, the way you targeted Tiamat for whatever twisted reason you had. He exhaled slowly, his fingers twitching as if restraining something. Realizing that I've been outdone, that feeling of losing control in an active position. It brought back some memories. Memories I don't like. His crimson-ringed eyes locked onto Welforer, piercing through him like a scalpel. You made me remember a person that has been dead for 17 years. Leo's expression didn't change, but the air around him grew heavier, suffocating. I don't like that. Leo's voice remained disturbingly casual, yet there was an undercurrent of something deeper, something almost predatory. So be a good person and give me everything you're worth. He took another step forward, and Welforer instinctively flinched. I know you have a way of hiding things from the informational plane. Maybe it's you, maybe it's that so-called master of yours. But either way, Leo tilted his head slightly, his eyes glinting. I want to know. The pressure in the air grew unbearable. And trust me, just because I was sent here to kill you doesn't mean I can't put you through things worse than death. You don't get it. His voice trembled, but he pushed forward, grasping for whatever scraps of dignity remained. I was a researcher. One of the greatest minds of my kind. My people were among the many interstellar races humanity conquered, but we weren't just another species to be wiped out or enslaved. Crack. His words were cut off literally. Leo's fist, wreathed in informational decay, drove straight into his mouth. Welforer's head snapped back, his synthetic jaw splintering, blue blood spraying into the air as the very concept of his speech was temporarily erased. Leo withdrew his fist, shaking off the remnants of decayed data. I already know everything about you. His voice was cold, almost bored. I've already made a folder on your entire existence. The only thing I care about now. His eyes sharpened, and his aura crashed down like a tidal wave, is what I can't see. Welforer wiped the blue blood from his mouth, his synthetic eyes dimming like a man staring into the abyss, only to find it grinning back at him. Leo's smile widened ever so slightly. You should start at the part where you called me a sacrificial lamb. He tilted his head, voice calm, almost conversational. And then we can get to the executioner in your memories. Welforer exhaled sharply. His fingers twitched, his body tense, as if considering whether to speak or try to kill himself. But Leo didn't press him, he just stood there, watching, waiting. There was no need for threats. Welforer already understood. He looked lost for a moment after Leo's question. His gaze sharpened, clarity returning to his synthetic eyes as if something finally clicked in place. You're one of those, aren't you? His voice was quiet at first, almost reverent. Priority 1. Leo's interest peaked. His head tilted slightly. Indeed. Welforer's breath hitched just for a moment. His fingers twitched, hands clenching and unclenching as if trying to grasp something that wasn't there. His synthetic body shuddered, his posture unsteady, like a puppet with half-cut strings. Then, he laughed. Not a laugh of amusement or mockery, but something raw, something fractured. It started as a chuckle, low and uneven, before spiraling into full-blown hysteria. His shoulders shook, his chest heaved, and despite the blue blood dripping from his lips, he couldn't stop. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. His fingers dug into his arms, metal scraping against metal, his grin twisting into something ugly. His dull eyes flickered bright, then dim, like a failing light. I should have killed you when I had the chance. His voice wavered, caught between bitterness and something disturbingly close to admiration. I had you right there, right in front of me. But I waited. I watched. I thought you were just another pawn those rats sent to me. His breath hitched, his head tilting back as if the weight of realization was too much to bear. His fists slammed into his own head once, twice, an attempt to silence the whirlwind inside his mind. No. No, this isn't how it was supposed to go. He sucked in a sharp breath, shoulders tensed. They don't send someone like you for an insignificant being like me. I truly misjudged you. His lips curled, and for a moment, his entire frame trembled. No, no, no. You're no sacrificial lamb. His hand, still twitching, rose to his face, fingers running down the deep cracks in his synthetic skin. He exhaled a ragged breath, the hysteria melting into something quieter. You're the one they finally sent to kill me. Once they got rid of their bad product. Punch. Boom. Leo's fist buried itself deep into Weltfresser's gut, the force rippling through his body like a shockwave. A grotesque crunch echoed through the moon's barren landscape as metal and flesh alike buckled under the sheer impact. Weltfresser's form lurched forward violently, his feet scraping against the dust as he struggled to remain upright. Blue blood dribbled from his lips, a thick, viscous liquid that shimmered under the faint glow of distant starlight. His breathing hitched a jagged, uneven rasp, but even as pain racked his body, there was no fear in his eyes anymore. Instead, there was something else. A twisted sort of amusement. His lips curled, splitting further as he coughed, and then deliberately, with the last ounce of control he could muster, he spat a mouthful of his own blood onto Leo's face. The dark smear ran down Leo's cheek like a stain of defiance, a mockery of the overwhelming force pressing down on him. "I ain't telling shit about him." His voice, though hoarse, carried an unyielding edge. His shoulders trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer force of his own breathless laughter. His body was failing, his systems flickering, but his eyes, dull yet wild, remained locked onto Leo's. There was something almost triumphant in them. A final act of defiance from a cornered beast, bleeding out yet still bearing its fangs. A few minutes later, Leo walked away from the pulse his marble phantasms used, his form immaculate, no trace of blood, dust, or the battle that had just taken place. The only evidence of the presence of Weltfresser was the scarred lunar surface behind him, a vast crater marking the violent stay here. He stood still for a moment, gazing at the landscape before tilting his head upward, eyes locking on to the distant blue planet. The system had been eerily silent during the encounter, but now, Leo had questions, serious ones. But those could wait. A small, amused smile tugged at his lips as the familiar chime finally rang in his mind. Targets eliminated, 3 out of 3, time remaining in this world, 120 minutes, yeah, he muttered to himself, his voice quiet but certain. I think it's time to go home. Chapter 30, A Golden Sky. I came to be in fire. In motion. In heat so great it had no shape, no edge, only an endless churning of being. There was no thought, only the realization of existence, the pull of a great force I did not understand. I did not wonder. I did not dream. I simply was. But I was not alone. Beyond the veil of brightness and dark, another presence formed. Close, yet distant. Like me, yet different. I did not know what it was, only that it stirred in a way I did not. Time passed. And she, the other, changed. I felt it before I saw it. A stillness that was not emptiness. A breath that was not wind. A pulse, a rhythm, something soft where I was only storm. She held something within her that I could not name. And then I saw it. The surface of her body shifted, but not as mine did in endless turmoil. It shaped itself into something new. First, it was only the faintest shimmer of what had not been before. But it spread, it stretched, it moved. She did not fight it. She let it take root, let it become. And suddenly, she was no longer just the other presence. She was Gaia. I did not have a name, but I knew I was not her. Yet, I wanted to try. So I called to the air that wrapped around me. I reached into the ground beneath me. I raged, I burned, I gave, but nothing answered. My touch was too heavy. My breath too thick. My pulse too violent. Gaia's body shifted again, and from it, more of the new things rose. They were small at first, trembling, uncertain, but they stayed. And Gaia did not reject them. She embraced them. She let them belong. I watched. I waited. But nothing came to me. Time passed. The new things upon Gaia grew. Their limbs stretched, their voices filled the spaces she had made for them. Some towered, shaking the very surface with their steps. Others spread across her vastness, their forms fit into every crevice of her being. Gaia moved with them. She shifted, she changed. And I remained the same. Gaia knew. Long before the fire touched the sky, before the great stone broke the air, she knew. She felt it moving in the dark, far beyond her reach, a lost thing, wandering without name or home. She pulled. With all her weight, with all her presence, she tried to shift, to turn, to move the path of the lost one away. But the void did not listen. The wanderer did not stray. She called to the sky. The winds screamed for her, but they could not push it back. She called to the sea. The waves swelled in answer, but they could not rise high enough. She called to the stone, the fire, the root and branch. But nothing could stop what had already been set in motion. So Gaia did the only thing she could. She braced herself. She whispered apologies to her children, to the great ones that had shaped her land with their thunderous steps, to the small ones hiding in the shadow of their might. She begged them to run. To dig deep. To hide beneath her skin. To live. But not all could listen. Not all could move. And then impact. The sky shattered. Fire poured down, Not from above, but from within. The breath of the world turned to poison. The air burned. The sea rose, not in gentle waves, but in walls of death, swallowing land whole. Gaia screamed. Not in sound, not in voice, but in the breaking of mountains, in the sinking of forests, in the silence where there was once life. She felt them go. The ones who had filled her world with might and hunger and endless motion. The ones who had made her loud. They fell first. The great ones did not wail. They did not beg. They simply ceased. Gaia wept. I had a name now. I did not choose it, but it settled upon me like the shifting winds, like the storms that never ceased. A shape I had long existed within but had only now come to know. I was no longer just fire and motion, no longer just heat without form. I had a body, a presence woven from the very elements that made me. I was the molten rivers beneath the cracked stone, the restless winds that tore through the sky, the storm that raged without end. I was heat and pressure, light and shadow, an endless churning of all that I was. And I was alive. My world was no longer a barren storm. Where once there had been only fire, now there was something more. Not Gaia's teeming, thundering life, but something that belonged to me. Fields of flowers, their petals drinking in the endless light, roots gripping onto my body as if they had always been there. Trees, gnarled and dark, growing where they should not, standing against the breath of my tempests. The land was harsh, the air thick with heat, but these things did not flee from me. They remained. And I loved them. I was no longer alone. But Gaia was changing. I felt it in the way she moved, in the way her voice, once so clear, had become hazy and distant. I could still see her. Still watch her shift and breathe, still feel the pulse of her storms and the whisper of her waters. But something was different. Like there was something else upon her, something vast, something new. And I did not understand. Gaia had never turned away from me before. And yet, for the first time, she was no longer within reach. I did not know how to mourn something I had not yet lost. And then something came to me. Not the silent rocks that sometimes touched my surface before being swallowed by the storm. This one came with purpose. It did not fall. It landed. I had never known a presence like this before. It was not a part of me, but of Gaia. It walked upon me. It pushed through the winds that had torn all else apart. It stood within the molten breath of my storms and did not burn. It ran its hands through my flowers, touched the trees that had never known another, and for the first time I was not merely watching. I was seen. I welcomed him without praise, without fear. He was, and so was I. Time did not hold meaning for me, but I began to notice it in the way he came and went. A presence where there had never been one before, a fleeting absence that left the air still in ways it had never been. Again and again, he returned. He did not seek to change me. He did not fight my storms, did not shrink from my heat, did not bend to my tempests as so many lesser things had before. He merely existed upon me. And so, I allowed it. I did not know what to call the thing that formed between us. It had no shape, no voice, no reason. But it was there. An understanding. A quietness that was not absence, a presence that did not demand, did not take. A bond. My will wrapped around him without thought, without purpose. My warmth lingered at his side, and he accepted it as if it had always been his. And then one day he spoke. His voice did not break my winds, did not shatter the silence. It wove into the very breath of my being, a thread of something new. A name. Lucifer. A sound that was not of stone or flame or storm, it belonged to him. I had never spoken as he did. I had never needed to. But I reached for him all the same, let my thoughts take shape as they touched his own. I did not speak his name back to him. I did not need to. He already knew. And I knew he had never come for power. Not for dominion, not for control. He sought something else. Not to take from me, not to claim or bend or reshape. But to understand. With understanding, he grew. His spirit stretched beyond the rigid order of heaven, beyond the certainty it imposed. He listened when I spoke, when I reached beyond myself and told him of things I barely comprehended, of vast beings that existed in places even I could not touch, of presences older than fire and younger than thought. He listened. And he wondered. One day, like so many times before, he returned to my side. I did not know the name of what I felt, only that I reached for him as he landed, that my warmth stirred in his presence, that my storms softened where he walked. And then why? A question, quiet at first. Then louder. Why must they, who are so flawed, be given such unconditional love? There was something beneath the words, something heavier than the storms I had borne for eternity. Why create something so fragile? And call it precious? He was not asking me. But I was the only one here. The only one who could listen. So I did. He spoke of heaven. Of what was given freely to those who could not understand it, to those who did not even know to seek it, of the silence that answered when he asked why. Of his frustration. Of his doubt. And though I did not know the names of the things he felt, I could feel them all the same. I did not understand heaven. I did not understand these beings he spoke of, these fragile things given love beyond reason. But I understood him. And so, I stayed. Cast out from heaven, he fell. Not with fire, not with fury, only silence. The light that once crowned him was torn away, and in its place came shadow. He did not scream. He did not rage. He accepted it. Reason demanded consequences, and exile was his. And through the distant void, I felt it. Through the little warmth I had left within him, through the bond we had formed quiet and ancient, I knew. So I reached. Across the stars, past the endless cold, I whispered to him through the void. Through my storms. Through my molten heart. He had walked my surface once. His steps had softened my winds. His voice had questioned the shape of the world. He had been here. And though he fell far beyond my reach, he was still mine. So I offered what I could. I had no kingdom. No home for him to take shelter in. Only myself. Only the warmth in my core, the fire in my veins, the storm that would not break. I did not ask him to kneel. I only gave. As a friend. Gaia called to me. Not in anger. She asked me to stop. And I turned away. It hurt. I did not understand why. Gaia had always been distant, a presence I had watched but never touched. And yet, her voice, laced with quiet sorrow, left something hollow in me. She tried again. She sent her children small, glimmering things, woven from the very breath of her being. They came with words, with soft pleas, with reason. I did not listen. I could not. When they reached for me, I reacted. The storm rose, swift and merciless. A single breath and they were gone. The silence that followed was different from all others before it. Gaia felt it. I felt her feel it. And for the first time, she turned away from me. I should have understood what I had done. I should have stopped. But I didn't. I looked back at him. At the child of heaven who had given me his presence, his thoughts, his warmth. He was mine before he was theirs. So I watched and helped him rise. I watched as he defied them, as he shattered the perfect order that had never answered his questions. I watched as he won. Losing his body in the process. And then I watched as Gaia moved. She reached for him for his soul. She tore it apart. 7 pieces, 7 beasts. The moment it happened, I felt it. Something inside me screamed. I had no words for the pain that rippled through me, no way to name the ache that spread with each fragment that was not him. Was this Gaia's judgment? Was this her punishment for me? I reached for him frantic, desperate, pushing against the weight of all that I was to bring him back. But I was too late. I held what was left. A hollow thing, his warmth stripped away, his soul wounded. But he was here. Still here. And I would not let him go. So I gave. I forged. From the metals of my own body, from the breath of my storms, I shaped him anew. Not as he had been. But none less as mine. It was the greatest, most cherished time of my life. A few centuries, nothing in the great turning of existence, but to me, it was everything. He stayed with me. Most of the time, he was here, wrapped in the heat of my storms, beneath the golden glow of my endless sky. Mine. And yet, sometimes too often he left. Back to her. Back to Gaia. And I let him go. I let him slip through my winds and vanish beyond the reach of my fire, though I hated it. And when he returned, I forgave him before he even spoke. He told me stories, tales of Gaia's endless change. How her rivers carved new veins through her flesh. How her mountains, once mighty, crumbled only to rise again. And how humanity, that fragile, fleeting thing, had built itself up from dust and hunger, reaching toward the stars with hands that shook but never ceased. He had walked among them, silent and unseen, a shadow of metal and forgotten divinity. And it was not just them. Gaia had many gods that he met for the first time, beings carved from belief, given shape by devotion, wrapped in the authority of their worshippers. Some greeted him with curiosity, others with hesitation. And I hated their hesitation. I hated that they did not see him as I did. I hated that they feared what I held close. It ached, this feeling. I had never known ache before. Never known what it was to miss something before I had even lost it. But I did. I missed him even when he was here. I craved more. More time. More presence. More of him. I did not understand it. And slowly, unknowingly, my being shifted. It began subtly, too quiet for me to notice. My storms gentled when he was near. My molten rivers did not rage, but flowed. The winds that once screamed now whispered. And then my form. I had never had a form. I had been fire. I had been stone. I had been motion and heat and breathless, endless being. But now I was shaping. Drawing in. Gathering. Becoming. It was delicate. It was unfamiliar. It was like him. And I did not fight it. I did not question it. Because I wanted it. I saw it before Gaia did. Before its shadow stretched across the sky, before its presence stained the void, I felt it. Velbar. A force unlike any other, vast and consuming, born from something beyond even my understanding. I should have warned her. Gaia. I should have reached out, told her, let her know, let her prepare. But I did not. Instead, I cloaked it. Wrapped it in my storms, veiled it in my light. Gaia did not see. She did not know. Not until it was too late. Not until Velbar descended, until its power shattered the skies, until gods, titans, and legends were torn from their thrones. Pantheons fell. Great ones, beings whose names were once carved into eternity, vanished into oblivion. Gaia's surface cracked and bled, her rivers turned against her. And I watched. I told myself this was justice. That she had done worse to him. That this was only balance. And yet I did not feel triumph. I thought I would. I wanted to. But as I watched Gaia struggle, as I felt her grief, I realized I had only made her suffer. Just as she had made him suffer. And the ache inside me only deepened. The age of gods burned away in the centuries that followed. Gaia changed. Lucifer changed. Even as the echoes of divinity faded, humanity endured, fragile, persistent, reaching still. And Lucifer, he cared. More and more, his thoughts were with them. He still came to me, still sat in my storms, still spoke of things that only we understood, cherishing our time. But something was different. Something I could not name. And yet I did not stop him. Because even as his heart strayed, he still returned. Lucifer was whole once again. The last beast had fallen, and with it, the final echoes of the old world faded into silence. But he did not rejoice. There was no triumph in his eyes, no sense of fulfillment. Humanity had surpassed their chains, reshaped the world into something unrecognizable. And in doing so, they had unknowingly restored him. Yet, as he stood amidst the cold steel of their new dominion, he felt nothing for them but pity. Pity for their inevitable fall. It was at this moment that I, too, changed. I looked down at myself. Hair like the sun, long and weightless, cascading over my shoulders. A body cloaked in white, a dress spun from nothing yet draping me as though it had always belonged. 6 brilliant wings stretched behind me, unfamiliar yet instinctive. And above my head, a ring of light. A symbol I had never crafted, yet one that rested there as if it had always been waiting. I should have been happy. But the space beside me was empty. Lucifer, he was not here to see me. Something inside me twisted, sharp and unfamiliar. It felt like loss. A hollow ache, gnawing at something I had only just discovered. Had I waited too long? Had I changed too late? I did not understand these feelings much, only that they consumed me. But before I could sink into them, Gaia screamed. The air shuddered, the land cracked, and a voice I had known for eons begged. A final plea, raw with fury, laced with sorrow. Destroy humanity. I flinched. Gaia had always been silent to me. Distant. Now, she called to me. And I understood. She was already dead. The world that had once been full of gods and life had withered into steel and dust. The sky had lost its color, the oceans had dried. And she blamed them. The humans who had conquered, who had endured. She did not want to watch them survive at the cost of all else. She wanted vengeance. And she was asking me and others to deliver it. I had a choice. And I did not know what to do. Jupiter fell first. A man killed him. A mortal. Not a god, not a titan, just a man with a blade that should not exist. With a single, perfect strike, the planet was no more. Then Saturn fell. Not by the same hand, but another. I did not understand. How could they so small, so fragile rise to these heights? I wanted to see. To know. Then one of them raised their weapon toward me. Lucifer moved first before me. The world burned. The land twisted, turned to hellfire and ruin. The sky bled as he unleashed his fury, carving his realm into Gaia's dead flesh. I should have stopped him. Because the next instant I found myself unable to access the surface of Gaia. Forced to watch. Watch as he cut through them for me. Why? I wanted to stand beside him. I could have wiped them from existence. But he did not let me. He burned himself instead. I felt it, his soul unraveling, feeding the flames, consuming all that he was. Then only 7 remained. I broke free. Light erupted. 7 lives vanished in an instant. I turned to him and embraced him with my arms. He was warmer than he had ever been, yet his fire was fading, slipping through my grasp like embers lost to the wind. I held him close. Desperate. Terrified. You're dying. My voice trembled, thick with emotion. It was unbearable to say aloud, as if speaking it made it real. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. This was supposed to be our beginning. Ours. With the end of humanity, he would be free. Free from the chains of his past, free to finally see me not just as a watcher in the distant world, but as his. But he only smiled. I guess I got what I deserved. No. No, this was wrong. Why was this happening? He was supposed to stay. To stand at my side. To see what we could become. I clutched him tighter, as if holding him close would be enough to keep him from slipping away. But he was already fading. I would not accept this. I am sorry, Gaia. I tore myself from existence, from the form he had given me, from all that I was. For him. The corpse of earth and my hollow shell moved. Drawn together in a slow, inevitable descent to lifeless worlds converging. I held him in my arms, his body of metal my metal, the very essence of me. Once, I had given him form when he had none. Now, I cradled what was left of him, his fading embers barely flickering in the cold void. I would not let them go out. I gathered them, pressed them into my being, held them where my heart should be. His warmth, once so radiant, so alive, now nothing more than fragile remnants. I would not let them die. As the two worlds collapsed into each other, I reached out with everything I had left, weaving our broken bodies together, reshaping ruin into something new. A planet. A world with two hearts. Mine and his. So that if we lived, we would never be apart. I felt him before I saw him. His presence was steady, familiar, but beneath that something was off. Fractured. But we had lived. That was enough. Lucifer. He was there, whole again. Flesh, not the metal body I had given him. But something was wrong. I walked toward him, watching as he sat on the ground, his body restored to flesh, no longer the metal I had shaped for him. He was looking up, silent, lost in thought. I wrapped my arms around him, holding him close. And for a moment, just a moment, he leaned into it. I felt everything. The hesitation. The pull between what he wanted and what he thought should be. The part of him that denied it. Then, he moved. He pulled away and stood, turning to face me. His emotions were carefully contained, but I could still feel them. I need to tell you something, he said, voice steady, measured. I waited. You were never meant to exist. A ripple of emotion ran through him. He was testing the words, watching how they felt in the air, but they did not settle. You are an anomaly. A fragment. My mind's attempt to simulate the origin. A sharper emotion now, determination. But it wasn't real. She could feel it clear as day. He was bracing himself. Venus, he said my name, softer this time. The Lucifer you sacrificed everything for. The one you loved. He's gone. Gone. I searched his emotions. He wanted me to believe it for some reason. But beneath his words, beneath his carefully crafted certainty, I felt the true emotions. Doubt. Conflict. A deep, unshaken pull toward me that he could not silence. Why are you telling me a lie you don't believe yourself? I did not ask. I did not argue. I only looked at him, calm, unwavering. And then, I smiled. Is he? His breath caught, just barely. A flicker of something he tried to bury. He said nothing. Because he felt it too. He faltered. It was subtle, just a moment where the certainty in his voice wavered, where his carefully constructed logic cracked. I felt it all, every piece of doubt, every suppressed emotion, every silent contradiction wrapped beneath his words. But it's the truth, he said again, softer this time. A quiet insistence, as if saying it enough would make it real. As if he could shape reality through sheer belief. But I could feel him. I could feel everything. And I knew. He didn't believe himself. I didn't speak the words aloud. I didn't need to. Instead, I stepped closer, closing the space between us. His emotions shifted, wary, uncertain. But he didn't move away. I reached out, wrapping my arms around him. I had no understanding of what intimacy was supposed to mean. But this, I knew this. He was here. So I held him. His body tensed beneath my touch, rigid as if unused to being held. His emotions lashed out, not in rejection, but in turmoil. They twisted within him, denial warring with exhaustion, resistance clashing with something he refused to name. For a moment, I thought he might pull away. That he would deny this, just as he had denied everything else. But he didn't. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, his shoulders dropped. His breath evened, his soul quieted, as though something within him had finally stopped fighting. He didn't embrace me in return. He simply stood there, letting me hold him. And for now, that was enough. Soon enough he'll be back to what he was. A quiet sigh escaped him, something weary and resigned. We'll talk later. His voice was softer than before, Not quite acceptance, but no longer rejection either. Then, gently, he stepped back. And he left. Chapter 31. Actually, Satan. A flash of deep blue light illuminated the room, and in an instant, Leo was back. Not a single second had passed since he had left for the mission. Beside him, Tia appeared with another flash, no longer confined within the ball he had been holding. Before she could even get her bearings, a blur of feathers shot through the air. Ronan, startled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar presence in Leo's space, flapped his wings furiously and swooped toward Tia. His sharp beak darted forward, pecking at her arm. Caw. Tia had time to react before Ronan circled her again. She just didn't bother to move, his glossy feathers ruffling in agitation. His small, beady eyes were locked onto her, scanning her with suspicion. Leo sighed, rubbing his temple. Ronan, stop. Ronan paused mid-flight, hovering for a moment before tilting his head toward Leo. Caw? Leo gave him a look, and the bird reluctantly flapped back to his perch, though he kept his gaze firmly locked on Tia. Tia looked round his room and slowly her facial expression changed, and the next second she was already yapping. Oh wow, you have so many figurines. Wait, is that a limited edition Rei Inami? And holy crap, is that a signed Cowboy Bebop poster? She darted across the room, picking up collectibles and inspecting them with an excited gleam in her eyes. You even have Trigun figures? And oh my, is that an original Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual disc? Where did you even get all this stuff? This is Leo, without a word, turned on his heel and walked toward the window. Tia was still going strong. I swear, half of these are impossible to find now. Do you know how much some of these are worth? I bet. Hey, are you even listening? He opened the window. She barely had time to turn before she felt herself lifted into the air. Wait, Leo flung her out with all the care of someone discarding an empty soda can. You can't be within 200 meters of my house, he said flatly. We'll meet somewhere else, I'll be out in some time. Tia's indignant shriek echoed up from below. What the hell? Ronan, watching from his perch, fluffed his feathers and gave a cautious caw. Acceptable after taking care of that. Leo sent a quick message to Tiamat. Leo, I'll be ready to receive you in an hour, tops. Her reply came almost instantly. The lonely mother, no rush. The system says the citizenship transfer card will take some time. That gave him some breathing room. His mind went to the system shop and the system currency he received. After finishing off the targets, he returned to Friarn's world, where surprisingly Aizen had already revived Himmel. Leo had expected it to take longer, but clearly, Aizen worked fast. Without wasting time, Leo had reinforced Himmel with the same spell as Hope's immortality, tying it to Friarn to ensure nothing like his previous death happened again. Then, while they had their emotional reunion, Leo turned his attention to something far more interesting: the system shop. The first thing he noticed was the DLCs to the system. They weren't useless, some even looked incredibly valuable, but the real bummer was that he could only buy one for now. Apparently, the number he could equip was tied to how many members he had in his group. More people meant more DLC slots. Right now, though, he was stuck with just one. That meant he needed to study every available DLC carefully and pick the one that would benefit him the most. Aside from that, there were physique cards, travel cards which seemed useful, but what really stood out to him were the power enhancement cards and power fusion cards and various accessories cards. These weren't just stat boosts. They could evolve an ability to its next level. Each power enhancement card fragment cost 200 tokens, and Leo had 5,000 tokens to spare. A full card required 1,000 tokens. Without hesitation, he had bought two. But then, his gaze lingered on something else. A DLC power catalog. He found it when looking for an appropriate status screen. Status itself wasn't a single entity for these shitty devs, given all types of statuses were sold separately. For example, a mana status and health status were listed separately. How blasphemous. These system managers were absolute scum. With no other choice, he bought the power catalog, because the power enhancement cards were useless without it, and that only pissed him off more. Shaking his head, Leo pushed those thoughts aside and reverted back to his teenage self. Immediately, he felt the loss. Gone was the Chet look. But even in this form, he still carried an impeccable charm, something that went beyond physical appearance. Even if he had no face, he would still be undeniably handsome. Still, it felt bad. But he had to revert because explaining his sudden transformation to his parents would be an impossible task. And it wasn't because of his powers. It would be easier to sit them down, look them in the eyes, and explain that their son was actually Satan in the world of Highschool DxD than to justify how he suddenly got covered in tattoos. The tattoos were the real problem. His mother had hawk-like vision and reflexes that defied human limitations. The moment she saw the runes on his body, she wouldn't ask questions. She wouldn't even give him time to breathe. The tactical nuclear bomb slipper would already be midair. Leo stood by the window, gazing out into the night. The darkness was still thick, the world outside untouched by the first hints of dawn. He didn't need sleep. An idea slowly cooked in his mind, simmering, taking shape. But before anything, he needed to check something. With a thought, he extended his senses throughout the house. His parents were fast asleep. Good. Silent as a shadow, he stepped out of his room, out of the house, into the cool night air. The moment he was clear, he called Tia using magic. It had been a whole 5 minutes since he'd tossed her out of his room like a misbehaving pet. She answered immediately, appearing in front of him with an angry scowl, her lips already parting, probably ready to yell, and then she froze. Her eyes darted up and down, taking in his younger form, the face and body she no longer recognized. Confusion replaced anger. What? Who are you? Tia squinted at him, tilting her head, her voice filled with genuine confusion. Leo gave her a look. That look. The one that screamed pathetic in a way only he could manage. Stupid lizard. Her eye twitched. Leo? She pointed at him comically, looking him up and down like she was seeing a ghost. He didn't care. He turned and started walking. Come on. Still baffled, Tia followed, though Ronan the ever-suspicious raven kept his beady eyes locked on her, cawing lowly every now and then like a grumpy old man watching an untrustworthy neighbor. When they reached the park, Leo immediately made his way to his favorite bench. Without missing a beat, he gestured for Tia to sit across from him. She obeyed, though she still looked like she had too many questions and not enough brain cells to formulate them. This dynamic between them was formed in the little time they interacted with each other. Leo leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees. His voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp. I have some questions. Tia blinked. Okay? How old are you, specifically? She opened her mouth. And where the fuck is your divinity? Do you want the short version or the long version? Tia asked, her face completely serious. Leo looked slightly confused at the unintentional reference. The long version. Okay, she said, then immediately held out her hand. Leo looked at it, then back at her face, his expression deadpan. Why are you giving me the universal symbol for keys? Tia's eye twitched. Hold my hand, dumbass. I can't believe mother likes someone like this, she muttered, shaking her head in disbelief while muttering the last part in a low voice. Leo sighed, grabbing her hand lazily. You know I can hear you, right? I know, she said with a straight face, completely unapologetic. Oh, Leo said as he processed all the information he had just absorbed. Oh indeed, Tia replied, arms crossed, watching his expression shift as he pieced everything together. So Annihilation Maker is basically the coffin holding the body of my world's Tiamat? Leo asked, his gaze sharpening. Yes. Leo tilted his head slightly. Can I have that? Tia stared at him, deadpan. No. If I come across it, I'm keeping it. Sure, Leo said with a shrug, as if he wasn't already plotting something. There's just one question, where's her soul? Tia blinked. Huh? What do you mean? I mean, Tiamat is a true immortal. She can't be killed as long as life exists, Leo explained, his fingers tapping against his knee. So the only explanation is that her soul and body were separated. That made Tia pause. I don't know. Tia admitted, her brow furrowing. Leo tapped his fingers against the bench, his mind already running through possibilities. Is it in Sephiroth Growl? No, that's all biblical God. Then where could it be? He murmured, his gaze narrowing. His extraordinary mind raced, piecing together fragments of logic, myth, and the absurd reality he lived in. Tia watched as he fell into deep thought, her tail flicking in mild curiosity. Then, suddenly, he stopped. He looked up at the sky, a slow, knowing smile spreading across his face. I think I know where. Tia stood up from the bench, her eyes sharp. Where? Leo leaned back, stretching lazily. I don't think you'll like the answer very much. Tell me. All right, but first, let me walk you through my thought process. He held up a finger. 2 parties were involved in Tiamat's death, biblical god and the Sumerian gods. Yes. You wiped out the Sumerians and never found her soul? Yes. And biblical god is dead too, yet her soul never escaped. Because logically if it was being held somewhere, then unless he put a trihex-level barrier around it, his death should have freed her. Tia crossed her arms impatiently. Get to the point. Leo smirked. It means that her soul hasn't just been sealed, it's been changed into something else. Something that's still actively working to keep her from recovering. Tia frowned, unable to counter that logic. So, Leo continued, what's the only thing still functioning that biblical God left behind aside from the angels? Tia paused, thinking. Then her eyes widened slightly. The heaven system. Leo nodded. The heaven system. Tia sat down heavily, hands covering her mouth as she trembled. Her mind raced, pieces falling into place too late. How sure are you? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Leo met her gaze, his expression unwavering. Unless there was another unknown party involved, I'm 99.1% sure. She let out a shaky breath, her body trembling harder. How did I never notice? She choked out as tears welled in her eyes. Leo didn't say anything. Instead, he moved closer, rubbing her back gently, letting her cry out the storm of emotions crashing over her. Ronan, ever the disciplined Grow, didn't make a sound. He simply observed, head tilted slightly as if understanding that this moment wasn't his to interrupt. After a minute, Tia sniffed, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. When she finally turned to look at Leo, her eyes were no longer filled with sorrow. They burned with rage. Her dragon aura flared wildly, tendrils of pressure lashing out, distorting the air around her. You will help me retrieve her, right? Her voice was low, steady, but filled with barely restrained fury. Leo didn't flinch. He looked at her, his own expression calm but resolute. Yes, he said. But not before I develop a replacement. Tia blinked. Are you being serious? Yes. Billions depend on it, Leo said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The least I can do is make sure they end up in hell and not in the void, since the heaven system won't exactly exist after this. You piece of shit, you're not even part of that faction. Why do you care? No, I am very much part of this faction. Do you know I am actually Satan? The actually part is very important. Tia clearly didn't like it. She ran a hand through her hair in frustration, exhaling sharply. Fine. I'll do this myself. You won't be able to, Leo interrupted, his tone matter of fact. I've analyzed your power set. It's not exactly one where you can heal souls or change their structures. She glared at him, but he remained unfazed, arms crossed as he leaned back slightly. Have some patience, he continued. Tiamat will be here in an hour or so. I'll design an alternative, and then we'll knock. Okay? Tia clenched her jaw but ultimately sighed, rubbing her temples. I hate that you're making sense. Not the first person to say that, Leo remarked with a smirk. But then, silence. The situation turned awkward again, with Tia sulking beside him, arms crossed, clearly still upset. Leo sighed and stood up. You know what? Get up. What? She snapped, a hint of hostility in her voice. He stretched his arms. How about we go bully Drake in the meantime? Tia blinked. Then, for the first time in the conversation, her mood shifted. You know what? That's actually a great idea. Chapter 32, Character Development. Tia stood in the middle of the cramped, dimly lit room, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her face twisted in sheer disgust. The walls were lined with shelves packed to the brim with questionable gens, stacks of DVDs with equally questionable covers, and a monitor that she really didn't want to check the search history of. Ronan, perched on Leo's shoulder, took one look at the surroundings, fluffed up his feathers, and cawed in what could only be described as deep disappointment. Call this? This is revolting, Tia said, her voice filled with horror. I feel tainted just breathing the air in here. Leo, meanwhile, was losing it. He clutched his stomach, laughing as he leaned against the doorway, pointing and laughing at her. Oh, come on, Tia. I didn't think a mighty dragon like you would be scared of a little culture. She shot him a glare before her eyes flicked to the computer desk. Her face twisted even further as she pointed at a white stain, her arm trembling as if she had just discovered some eldritch horror. Leo. Is that? Leo followed her gaze, took one look, and immediately understood. Oh. Tia gagged, physically backing away from the computer. Gross. 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 She chanted like a broken record while her hands were crossed, her steps exaggerated as she tiptoed away like she was escaping a landmine field. Ronan, for once, mirrored her reaction exactly, puffing up like a horrified cat and cawing loudly in agreement. Caw. Caw. Grave accent, he flapped his wings wildly before launching himself onto Tia's head, apparently deciding her was the safest, least tainted place to be. Leo, meanwhile, was doubled over, laughing so hard he had to clutch his knees. I didn't think I'd see the day where one of the most powerful dragons in existence is terrified of some dried-up gamer juice. Don't call it that. She shrieked, hands shooting up to her ears like she was trying to erase the words from her mind. Ronan cawed again, this time with a sound that was disturbingly close to a dry heave. But just as Tia thought she had made her escape, her foot landed on a suspiciously soft pile of clothes. The moment she realized what she had stepped on, her entire body froze. Then, slowly, she looked down. Big mistake. The second she saw the rumpled state of the fabric, the stains, oh gods, the stains, she let out a sharp, horrified scream and launched herself into the air, her wings manifesting on pure instinct. Nope. 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 I'm out, this place is cursed. Ronan, still on her head, flapped frantically. Caw. Caw. VV. Leo was on the floor at this point, wheezing between cackles. Titia, oh my god, Uchiha. I can't believe this is Drake's successor. She wailed midair, looking genuinely betrayed. This is beyond embarrassing. This is a violation of everything sacred. Leo wiped a tear from his eye, still grinning. Hey, I bet Drake's been screaming in shame inside that sacred gear for years, if he was aware of his surroundings. Ronan dramatically flopped onto Tia's head, his wings drooping and him nodding. Caw. VV, Tia shuddered, landing gingerly on a clean spot in the room. No. This is worse than shame. She took one last look around, horror still evident on her face. This is blasphemy. Leo watched as a ball of chaos magic slowly formed in Tia's hand, crackling ominously with destructive energy. Meanwhile, Ronan, still perched on her head, cheered her on enthusiastically. Caw. Leo, with the deadpan patience of a man who had seen too much, sighed. Now, I understand your reaction, but don't you think that's a bit much? Tia didn't even look at him. Her expression was that of someone with 100% motivation, as if she had never been so sure of anything in her life. No, she said flatly. It's a perfect reaction. Leo crossed his arms. Okay, but if you kill him, you won't be able to bully Drake. Tia froze. The chaos magic in her hand flickered. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, all emotion drained from her face. The ball of chaos magic disappeared like it had never existed. Ronan let out a disappointed caw. Caw. VV, Tia turned to Leo, her expression now one of pure business. Okay. Can we begin now? Leo smirked. Sure. But before we do that. He snapped his fingers, and instantly, the room changed. The air became fresh. The stains, the questionable piles of clothes, the general sense of moral corruption, all of it was wiped clean in an instant. It was as if conceptually the room had never known filth. Leo held out his hand, and with a small flick of his fingers, a triangular prism of pure energy flickered into existence. The construct pulsed faintly, like a nuclear core wrapped in purple glass. Without further ado, he pressed it firmly against Sai's chest. The glowing prism phased into the unconscious pervert's body, vanishing beneath his skin. Tia, watching with curiosity, crossed her arms. What's that? Well, Leo said, turning to her with a shrug, I don't exactly want to kill the dude. So, it's better if we have a backdoor to his soul. This way, we can reach the sacred gear directly without your aura frying the poor bastard like a microwave dinner. Tia paused, tapping her chin as if giving it serious thought. Yeah. Kinda makes sense, she said, nodding in agreement. Leo grinned slightly, reaching out and scooping Ronan into his palm. The crow, proud and dignified, puffed out his feathers only for Leo to ruffle his head like a pet owner fussing over their dog. You're done here, bud. Go home, Leo said, walking over to the window and pushing it open. Ronan, still fluffed up, hopped onto the windowsill, turned back dramatically, and gave a final, dignified caw. Justice delayed is justice denied. Yeah, Leo muttered, rolling his eyes. With that, Ronan spread his wings and took off into the night. Leo turned back to Tia, reached out, and clasped her hand. She blinked in surprise but didn't pull away. Ready? He asked. Yeah, she replied. The air shimmered around them as their forms began to blur. In a flicker of distorted light, they both dematerialized, vanishing. Drake was drifting in the depths of slumber, his consciousness nestled deep within the sacred gear. Time passed strangely in this state, moments stretched into eternities, yet eternity itself felt like a fleeting breath. He was content, undisturbed, and frankly, a little too comfortable. Until something very wrong happened. A sudden, crushing pressure descended upon him, like a mountain being dropped on his chest. His senses flared in alarm, instincts screaming as his once calm slumber turned into a storm of violence. What the hell? Before he could fully grasp what was happening, someone lashed out. Wham! A solid, bone-rattling kick slammed into the side of his head. His entire vision spun, his essence recoiling from the unexpected assault. What in the name of Drake roared, his voice echoing through the sacred gear's empty void. His massive, draconic form twisted in place, scales gleaming bright as his fiery aura ignited around him. What the foo? His eyes focused just in time to feel the sting on his snout. Confused and half awake, he groggily shook his head. Then, he felt it. That aura. Cold. Furious. Familiar. Oh no. His pupil shrank to pinpricks. Tiamat. Panic surged through him like wildfire. Without wasting another second, Drake bolted like his tail was on fire, shrinking his massive form and flapping his wings like a panicked pigeon. Nope. 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 he shouted, zigzagging wildly through the void of his sacred gear. Wait. How are you even here? He yelled over his shoulder, but he never slowed down. He shot deeper into the void, weaving through the labyrinth of his host's spiritual space, muttering frantic prayers to whatever cosmic force was willing to listen. There's no way she's here. This is impossible. Suddenly, golden bands of light materialized from thin air, snapping tight around his limbs. Oh, come on. The chains yanked him back so hard he practically whiplashed through the void. He flailed desperately, claws scraping at the glowing binds. Even if he could break out of them if he used his powers fully, currently Drake was in a state of panic and not thinking clearly. This is dragon abuse. Before he could shout another complaint, pow! Tia's fist slammed directly into his snout. Drake's head snapped back like he'd been hit by a freight train, sparks dancing in his vision. Oh! Drake howled, clutching his face with his claws. Why are you like this? Through watery eyes, he looked up and there she was. Tia, with a smug, self-satisfied grin and her fist still glowing from the punch. You deserved that, she said flatly, cracking her knuckles like she was just getting started. You're insane. Drake barked, still nursing his snout. I've been sleeping for years. What could I have possibly done to deserve that? Oh, nothing much, Tia said sweetly. Just existing. What? Also, you're not supposed to be here. What kind of tricks are you using? Wouldn't you like to know, Tia said smugly. Drake groaned louder, muttering under his breath. I swear if this is about that time I borrowed gold from you borrowed? Tia's smile vanished, her voice now sharp enough to cut steel. Drake gulped. I'll pay it back. Anyway, Tia said suddenly, her voice casual, almost dismissive. I don't actually care about the gold. Drake blinked. Huh? For a moment, he was genuinely baffled. His mind raced. Wait. So this isn't about the gold? Then what? His thoughts cut off as he noticed her expression change. Tiamat's smile widened far too much and her eyes gleamed with wicked delight. Her dragon aura surged like a tidal wave, pressing down on him with suffocating force. I just find beating you very enjoyable. Drake's face twisted in horror. Oh, come on. Without warning, her fist came flying fast and brutal. Bam. Drake managed to counter with his own clawed fist, grunting as the impact shook his entire body. Why? He barked, weaving back and throwing another punch. Tia ducked under it, grinning like a maniac. I've got to pay you back for all those beatings you gave me in the name of training. That was for your own good. Drake snarled, blocking another strike only to get sucker punched in the ribs. Yeah? Tia sneered. Well, this is for my good. Pow. Smash. The two dragons launched flurry after flurry of punches, their fists colliding with enough force to shake the void itself. Drake, towering in his massive dragon form, was somehow being manhandled by Tia in her human form, her attacks finding every weak spot he thought he'd buried under scales and pride. On the sidelines, Leo stood quietly with an awkward sweat drop forming on his temple. He watched Drake, a mighty dragon in his full glory, flailing to defend himself from a deceptively small, human-looking Tia who seemed far too entertained by this. There was only one thought in Leo's head. The daughter is nothing like her mother at all. Hey, Leo. Tia called out cheerfully, a little too cheerfully, as she drove her fist directly into Drake's eye. The mighty dragon let out a thunderous roar of agony, rolling around like a wounded lizard. His massive tail thrashed wildly, flattening imaginary furniture in the void. Leo winced. That looked painful. Tia stood over Drake's squirming form, her gaze now cold and emotionless, a stark contrast to her earlier smugness. Turn off his healing factor, she said flatly. Leo blinked. Oi, isn't that kinda too evil? Tia didn't answer. She just stared at him, that same cold, detached stare that drained the warmth from the air. Leo froze. That look. That's not just a death stare. That's... His mind flashed back to one of the most horrifying figures he had ever encountered, a being whose very existence defied logic and common sense. The hellspawn from the pits of salt. The one who turned Goetia into a Gundam. The demon of Gakugudao. Leo swallowed hard. Sorry, bro. Rest in peace. With a flick of his fingers, he disabled Drake's healing factor. What? Drake's muffled roar boomed as he clutched his swollen, bruised eye. Don't worry. Leo called back, half grimacing. Think of it as character development. Chapter 33, after a long while of relentless thrashing, the so-called strongest dragon lay battered and bloodied on the ground. Drake's crimson scales were cracked and dented, his once mighty form barely recognizable beneath the bruises and scorch marks. Meanwhile, Tia sat comfortably on a conjured chair, legs crossed and radiating pure, childlike satisfaction. Her aura, which had been a storm of chaotic might moments ago, now was like a soft breeze, light and playful. She looked like a kid who had just spent the whole day at an amusement park. Leo strolled over to Drake, giving Tia a side-eye as she started flexing her fingers again, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Seemingly getting ready for round 2. Okay, Leo said, snapping his fingers and restoring Drake's natural healing factor. I think he's had enough. Tia sighed in disappointment, her cheerful glow dimming. Fine, she muttered, slumping a little in her chair. Drake groaned, stirring slightly as his wounds slowly began to mend. Blinking through swollen eyes, he turned his head. Only to see Leo standing over him, holding one of the glowing green gems that had been embedded in his body, a literal piece of him. So, Leo began, inspecting the gem with curiosity, what's the sensation in these things? Do they have feeling? Or are they more like dead cells, like hair or claws? Drake's groggy mind cleared instantly, and rage boiled within him. You! He snarled, barely managing to raise his head. Leo wagged his finger. Before you try anything, remember. I can turn that healing factor off again. Drake's jaw clenched. He wasn't stupid. If Leo could casually switch his regeneration on and off like a light switch, who knew what other terrifying tricks he had up his sleeve? Smart dragon, Leo said, smirking as he casually tossed the gem back to Drake like a coin. So, while you were having a friendly reunion with Tia, Leo started casually, his grin widening as Drake's eyes narrowed with a low growl rumbling in his throat. I was thinking about something else. Drake's growl deepened. What could you possibly have been thinking about? Well, Leo shrugged, to be fair, I already have enough PR material as it is, big scary Satan and all that, and considering I'll be attacking heaven before my debut in the underworld. He paused, before smirking. I've still got a proposal for you. Drake snorted, his gaze sharpening. What proposal? Leo extended his hand, finger pointed directly at the battered red dragon. You become my familiar. Drake blinked. What? You heard me. Leo grinned wider, looking far too pleased with himself. My familiar. How the hell am I supposed to be your familiar? Drake snapped, his voice rising. I don't even have a body. Don't worry about that, Leo waved dismissively. I can easily fix that. Just say yes or no. Drake stared at him like he just suggested tying Excalibur to a stick and calling it a mop. Easily fix that? How yes or no? Leo interrupted, wagging his finger. Don't overthink it. On the side, Tia had been lazily pretending to ignore the conversation, but now her interest spiked. She leaned back in her conjured chair, one leg crossed over the other, head resting on her fist. Her smug expression said I'm just here for the show, but her eyes gleamed with curiosity. Are you serious? Drake asked again, incredulous. As serious as I can be, Leo shot back. Tia barely suppressed a snort. Drake's face twisted between frustration and disbelief, but Leo's expectant grin remained steady. Before answering, Drake's gaze hardened. What will happen to my host? Leo's grin faltered slightly. Do you actually care? He asked, his eyes narrowing. Yes. Drake's tone was firm. I haven't met them, but I'm sure someone powerful already has their eyes on them. Making them lose their power is just setting them up for death. Leo tapped his chin, looking thoughtful. Well, I don't particularly think that'll be a problem, but okay. He shrugged. I'll give them something to work with. He didn't tell Drake that he was going to do something similar nonetheless if he asked or not. Drake relaxed slightly, but then one more thing, Drake said, his voice low but resolute. What? Leo asked, his patience starting to wear thin. He was slightly reconsidering his choice now. You got a free white too. Leo blinked, then laughed dryly. Oh, that? He waved his hand like it was nothing. Yeah, sure. I'll free him. Just like that? Drake asked suspiciously. Just like that, Leo said, flashing a grin. So, how exactly do we do this? Drake asked, shifting uncomfortably. Leo extended his fist, grinning like a kid about to pull off a prank. With a fist bump. Drake stared at the offered fist, then back at Leo. You're joking. Nope. Dead serious. For a second, Drake looked like he was reconsidering his life choices. Then, with a grumble that sounded suspiciously like this is so stupid. He lifted his giant claw, somehow managing to delicately curl it into something resembling a fist. Clink. The moment they bumped fists, a wave of power rippled through the air like someone just turned on a subwoofer at max volume. Drake's scales shimmered, glowing faintly as magic flowed between them. That's it? Drake blinked. That's how this works. Yeah, Leo said, brushing off his hands. Bet you were expecting some ancient chant or blood ritual, huh? Frankly, yes. Drake huffed. A fist bump? That's just insulting to my dignity as a my familiar, Leo cut in with a smirk. You're my familiar now. Drake groaned loudly. I hate this already. Drake was unable to finish as the contract finally worked its way to the final aspect of the contract. The very instant a wave of energy shot out from Leo like a bass drop at a bad rave party. The air cracked, and the space around them began to twist and splinter like someone had just punched a hole in reality. Drake's scales started to crack, glowing with golden light seeping out from beneath. I'm gonna assume this is because of the contract?" Drake asked, his voice a mix of confusion and panic. Leo really tried to pull off his best clueless face, but his cat-like grin was hard to wipe off. "Well, technically, familiar contracts work by the stronger party influencing the weaker one. So, yeah?" Then Leo's face shifted to sudden panic with Drake staring at him with a deadpan. "Oh. Crap. It's over, he knows." "Oh crap?" Drake's voice shot up an octave. "This was a trap. I knew it. You." Before Drake could finish his monologue, a cocoon of swirling magic engulfed him. His furious cursing turned into muffled grumbles as the barrier sealed tightly around him like a magical burrito. "Be grateful," Leo muttered, massaging his temples. "You'll be stronger when you're done cooking." With a sigh, he flicked his hand, shoving the cocoon into his personal world like someone chucking leftovers into the fridge. He turned back and there was Tia, arms crossed, face set in the most judgmental stare Leo had seen since his mother caught him watching anime at 3 a.m. on a school night. "You just wanted Drake as your pet," she deadpanned. Leo casually raised his hand, giving her a grin so smug it belonged on a billboard. "You got me. Well, you can leave now," Leo said, waving his hand dismissively at Tia. "Why?" Tia asked, crossing her arms. Leo shrugged. "I'm gonna head out in a few seconds too, but first I need to tweak some things about this guy." "I say you kill him," Tia said, completely serious. Leo blinked. "What?" "Just kill him," she repeated, her face calm, like she was suggesting what toppings to get on pizza. "Well, no," Leo deadpanned. "I don't think he deserves death. It's not like he's the sole person to blame for his situation." "Please." Tia suddenly leaned in, her hands pressed together, eyes wide and pleading like a kid begging their parents for candy. "No." Leo's face hardened. "And that's final." "Come on," Tia pushed, giving him an exaggerated pout. "No." Leo said monotonously, turning away with finality. "I'll tweak his personality a little, but that's it." Tia huffed dramatically, flopping down into her conjured chair like a sulking teenager. "Fine," she muttered under her breath. "But if he pisses me off ever in the future, I'm calling dibs on his funeral." Leo paused, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Tia." "I said dibs." Leo sighed deeply once Tia was gone. He turned his gaze back to the crumbling sacred gear space, the crumbling remains of the boosted gear floating like shards of glass suspended in the air. With a flick of his wrist, Leo drew out all the remnants of the previous users, a collection of distorted souls lingering like shadows clinging to the walls. Their vague outlines flickered, jittery and unstable, as if they knew something was horribly wrong. They were on edge, and understandably so. After all, Leo had just severed Drake from the boosted gear. "Relax," Leo said, his tone flat yet oddly casual. "I'm not here to wipe you out or anything." The remnants stared at him silently. "No trust. Just fear." "Well. Actually," Leo corrected himself with a smirk, "I am going to wipe you out, but in a creative way." He raised his hand, golden energy swirling at his fingertips. "I'm going to make a new sacred gear out of you." The remnants shivered violently. One of them even let out a faint whisper, something between a plea and a curse. Yeah, you can haunt me later." Leo rolled his shoulders and began weaving the energy, pulling their fragmented souls together like string through a loom. "Don't worry," he muttered to himself. "I'll make something beautiful." Leo merged the remnants together, condensing them into a chaotic, writhing ball of energy. The swirling mass flickered with distorted faces and faint echoes of desperate cries, the regrets, fears, and failures of countless souls compressed into one miserable blob. With a wave of his hand, Leo modified the boosted gear's structure. Its original form twisted and reshaped itself, transforming into something new, a depression furnace. The furnace's core would feed off the negative emotions saturating that blob of consciousness, regrets, loathing, self-hatred, all the festering ugliness collected over generations. The leftover soul fragments, the soul organs, so to speak, were carefully tucked into small chambers within the furnace, serving as mana generators to keep the new gear stable. "That should keep it running," Leo muttered, stepping back to admire his grim creation. Now came the next step, correcting Sai. Well, not correcting in a mind-melting, personality-scrambling way, that was too much effort. Instead, Leo opted for a gentler approach, tweaking Sai's mindset just enough to jolt him awake from his usual perverted days. He would wake up today and realize that he needs to change himself and be better. Leo also left a minor Let's call it a depression bomb in his psyche, the mental equivalent of a megapost-nut clarity that would slap him across the face once he sobered up for a week. That bomb would be the catalyst to awaken this new sacred gear, a painful yet necessary reality check. Leo paused, sensing something still unfinished. Oh yeah. He glanced at the skills, instincts, and techniques from previous boosted gear users clung to the ball of fuel like residue abilities like flight, telepathy, and penetrate. Can't waste that. Leo smirked, snapping his fingers. The lingering energy shot into the furnace, locking in place like a puzzle piece. Still, Leo wasn't satisfied. Sure, the furnace was functional efficient even, but he had standards. And this was not up to Los Palos standards. With a thoughtful hum, he extended his hand once more, drawing out other parts of the sacred gear not in use. Carefully, he sculpted a new chamber, a core embedded within the gear's structure. This chamber had a special purpose: it would absorb souls tainted by hatred and negativity, including those of the beings Sai killed or came across. It wasn't just a disposal unit either. Leo's handiwork ensured this chamber could break down those souls, even to an extent, digest a god. Any powerful soul caught in its web would gradually have its abilities imprinted onto the wielder. Now we're talking, Leo muttered with satisfaction. So, for the gear's manifestation, Leo crafted something more intimidating: an armor forged in rage and defiance. It resembled the twisted, jagged design of Lancelot's berserker armor. To complement that power, the gear would also adapt to Sai's mind, manifesting whatever melee weapon Sai considered the most ideal in a given situation. Of course, power like this didn't come without a price. It weakened his armor based on how powerful the melee weapon he projects is. As a fun byproduct, Sai's aura was now poisonous. Despite his teasing earlier, Leo knew Sai wasn't a bad guy. The dude literally saved the world multiple times, no less, and he was a genuinely kind guy. The problem was, well, one glaring trait tended to drown out all his better qualities. Leo sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Hopefully, he muttered, this'll help him pull his head out of his ass. Leo appeared outside Sai's house with a faint shimmer, the air around him rippling before settling down. Tia was long gone. No problem. He closed his eyes, focusing for a moment. Instantly, he found her still sitting at the same park bench from earlier. Lazy dragon, Leo thought with a smirk. Before heading off, he glanced back at Sai's room. Something felt unfinished. Clicking his tongue, Leo raised his hand. Alright, fine, he muttered. With a flick of his fingers, he boosted Sai's ability to gain muscle and magic when he trained. Nothing crazy, just what everyone had as an aptitude which Sai lacked. Since Sai's body was abysmally talented. Even with all the upgrades, Sai could never match Leo's level. Well, that's a bit harsh comparison. But this would make sure the guy could survive if he awakened his sacred gear. Feeling satisfied, Leo turned to leave. Then an idea hit him. A wicked, absolutely evil idea. His grin widened, a dark chuckle escaping his lips. Oh, this is genius. Leo raised his hand again, his fingers glowing faintly as he reached back into Sai's soul. New day. New size. He. The spell settled in, sneaky and impossible to notice. The effect, well, let's just say a little Sai, was now variable. Leo wiped a proud tear from his eye. I've really outdone myself, he muttered with a smug grin before vanishing into the night. Leo strolled up to Tia, who was quietly watching the sunrise. Her eyes soft as the golden hues painted the sky. For a moment, Leo considered not disturbing her, but before he could decide, a glowing screen blinked into existence in front of him. The Lonely Mother, my transfer was approved. I will be there now. Leo blinked, then looked at Tia still sitting peacefully. Chapter 34, Borrowed Time. Leo walked up behind Tia, who was quietly watching the sunrise, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. He flicked her on the back of her head. Ow! Tia flinched, snapping her head toward him, scowling as she rubbed the spot. What the hell was that for? Just thought you should know. Leo smirked. Tiamat's on her way. Tia barely had time to process his words before the sky above them flashed bright blue. Leo glanced up, but that one glimpse was enough. He had forgotten to turn off his informational sight. Strings of data, spiraling fractals of knowledge folding in on themselves like an infinite loop of reality's blueprint. The very structure of the system's functioning laid bare before his eyes. He saw countless variables shifting, equations rewriting themselves in real time, values redefining themselves faster than even his mind could track. And in that moment, his eyes burned and mind buckled. His thoughts unraveled like tangled wires sparking violently. All thoughts crumbled, and his consciousness spiraled into a whirlpool of fragmented data. It felt like his very soul was being crushed from the knowledge he tried to comprehend. His world became static. His mind empty. For that split second, Leo was gone. In terms of consciousness. But Leo was stubborn. His self-repair kicked in like a furnace roaring to life, reconstructing his brain piece by piece. Awareness surged back into him like a flood. He staggered slightly, gasping like he'd been drowning, clutching his head. Okay. Never doing that again. Then he looked and saw her. Tiamat stood before him, dressed like a queen. She wore a long, flowing gown of deep prismarine blue, faintly like moonlit waves. Soft white fabric lined the collar, brushing against her neck with a regal elegance. The choker, delicate, understated, rested against her throat, its tiny gem catching the light just right. Her white gloves, reaching up past her elbows, her fingers poised like a queen commanding an unseen court. A small crown rested on her head, simple yet undeniable. Image, but none of that was what shook him. It was her. The way she was carrying herself so differently right now. The innocence in her gaze softened and a more regal look was in them, which shifted to a tone mischief when she noticed his gaze. The effortless beauty that seemed to whisper that she belonged above the rest of the world, yet somehow still chose to stand here. His chest tightened, and for a moment, he forgot how to breathe. Standing here, dressed like a queen yet looking as if she belonged in a dream. Oh. Leo muttered under his breath, feeling something stir in his chest. The delayed nosebleed finally dripped down his face, but Leo barely noticed. I'm so in love. For some reason, this whole look was pushing a lot of buttons for him. And Leo wasn't sure how to react. Tiamat's voice reached him like a lifeline, grounding him in reality. Are you alright? She asked, her voice soft. Leo blinked, and it was only then that he realized just how close she had come, barely an arm's length away. For a moment, everything else faded. The park, the sky, even the lingering ache in his skull, none of it mattered. All he could focus on was her. She looked at him with the familiar warmth, the gentle presence that always surrounds her. It was more than just concern, it was her. That unwavering, motherly care she always radiated. It disappointed him slightly. For just an instant, before her expression softened, he swore he'd seen it, a flicker of regality and then a glint of mischief in her eyes. As if saying she saw through his thoughts. But it was like a flash of lightning, gone before you could really grasp its beauty, but undeniably real. That spark vanished the moment her worry took over, but it lingered in his mind, leaving him both startled and disappointed. Seeing her without that spark felt incomplete for some reason, despite him only seeing it now for the first time. Like a fire burning just a little too low. Leo swallowed thickly, his chest tightening. I'm alright, his voice caught, the word teetering on his tongue. Yes, I'm alright, mommy. He barely stopped himself, the last syllable dying in his throat. Fine, he muttered instead, running a hand through his hair. His smile was weak, more for show than anything else. I just accidentally looked at something I really shouldn't have. Her brow creased. Accidentally? Yeah, he chuckled dryly. Turns out reality's back-end code isn't something you're supposed to stare at. Makes your brain melt. She gave him a concerned look. You're an idiot, she muttered. Yep. She sighed, but there was no frustration in it. Leo was mentally screamed at himself. What the hell was that slip-up? But by now, enough time had passed for him to calm down, and his emotions had settled back to normal. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. Everything was fine. Probably. Turning to Tia, he found her staring at him with her jaw practically on the floor. One hand was covering her face like she was shielding herself from second-hand embarrassment, her wide eyes flicking between him and Tiamat like she couldn't believe what she'd just witnessed. She didn't say a word, probably because there were no words for this situation. Who could, Leo thought, when they just saw someone falling for their mother all over again. Still, Leo just flashed her a grin. Before Tia could recover enough to verbally attack him, Leo quickly changed the subject. Without thinking, he blurted out the compliment he'd been meaning to give Tiamat since she arrived. That dress. He paused for effect, giving her a once-over with an exaggerated nod of approval. It's absolutely breathtaking. Literally. Tiamat's face lit up instantly, her expression softening into a radiant smile. Clearly pleased, she gave an elegant twirl, her long, prismarine blue dress flowing beautifully as if the fabric itself was showing off. I had a human queen and her partner help me pick it out, she said, her voice almost proud. That caught Leo's attention. Oh? Which one? Tiamat paused thoughtfully, tapping her chin. I believe her name was Arthur Pendragon. She had some dragon lineage, so I assumed she'd be trustworthy. Although. Tiamat frowned slightly. She kept insisting she was a man for some reason. Leo froze. His grin wavered as realization hit him. Artoria. He thought wryly. Tiamat continued. Though for some reason, she seemed quite panicked when she saw me. I'm not exactly sure why. Leo sighed, already picturing poor Artoria sweating bullets, trying to understand why the primordial dragon goddess had suddenly appeared in her kingdom. Man, Leo thought with a smirk, I bet Merlin couldn't laugh this shit off. The next instant, Tia lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Tiamat from behind. "I missed you," Tia mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper, soft, vulnerable, like a child. Tiamat didn't turn, but her smile softened the gentle, motherly warmth that seemed to radiate from her effortlessly. Without a word, she reached back and rested her hand on Tia's head, her fingers threading through her hair in slow, soothing strokes. "You've grown stronger," Tiamat said softly, her voice carrying quiet pride. Tia tightened her grip, her face buried against Tiamat's neck. "I know," Tiamat replied, still stroking her hair. "You've done well." Leo, standing off to the side, watched the scene unfold. He sighed, shaking his head as Tia shot him a glance, her expression smug yet fragile, like a kitten proudly presenting itself as the favorite. This poor soul. Burning in needless jealousy. But that peace was short-lived. With a violent crack, the space beside Tiamat split open, a jagged tear in reality swirling with chaotic energy. Out from the breach stumbled a Bueno, a barely conscious mess of a person, his blood-curdling scream piercing the air. Leo's eyes widened. "Leonardo?" The boy staggered forward, blood pouring from his eyes and nose. His chest, or what was left of it, was ripped open, flesh torn and ribs visible. But the most horrifying part was what spilled out of him. The Annihilation Maker. The sacred gear surged from his broken body like a stream of thick liquid no longer restrained by its host. It twisted and churned, a glowing purple-black mass with a deep, almost sickening hue, like someone had taken Tiamat's sea of life and drowned it in ink. And then, like a river flowing back to its source, the sacred gear surged towards Tiamat. The mass spiraled up her arm, slithering across her body before merging directly into her seamlessly, as if it had always belonged to her. Leo thought. She's so strong. Her presence alone was enough to forcefully summon its wielder through space without her even realizing it. Leonardo crumpled to the ground, not breathing. His face was twisted in agony, blood still dripping from him like a broken faucet. "Yeah, no." Leo flicked his wrist, and a faint golden glow enveloped the boy. Flesh knitted itself back together, and the blood flow slowed before stopping entirely. The kid remained unconscious, but at least he wasn't dying anymore. Tiamat, meanwhile, stared at her arm, the last traces of the purple mass disappearing into her body. Her brows furrowed, and her crimson-crossed eyes flared with power for a brief moment before dimming. "That was unpleasant," she muttered. Tiamat's gaze lifted to the sky, her crimson-crossed eyes narrowing slightly. Leo knew that look, that focused intensity. She wasn't just staring blankly, she was searching. Her eyes gleamed faintly, a soft pulse of power flickering within them. Then, after a few long seconds, she spoke, her voice calm but heavy. "This world's me is truly dead." The words hit like a hammer. Tia's breath caught, her face paling. Are you sure?" she asked, her voice small, like she was clinging to the hope that she might be wrong. "I'm absolutely sure," Tiamat said, her voice sharper now, harder. "There's nothing of her original soul left. No remnants. No fragments. No echoes. Nothing resembling her." She paused, her fingers clenching into a fist. "All she is now is an emotionless system. Just a hollow construct keeping duty for an ungrateful deity. She didn't even want to fight." The longer she spoke, the more her voice trembled, not with sadness, but with anger. The calm facade was breaking, rage bubbling beneath the surface. Tia hugged her tighter, tears gathering in her eyes. "Mom." Tiamat spoke bitterly. She knew this would happen. She knew she was walking into a corner she couldn't escape. And yet, she still chose to die as nothing more than a cog in a machine. For a world that never deserved her. Leo, standing a few feet away, scratched his head awkwardly. The moment was heavy, personal, but, well. "So, are we going full Armageddon on heaven?" he asked, seriously. Tiamat shook her head firmly. "No. No." Leo echoed, a little surprised. "Even after all this?" "She saw the future," Tiamat said softly, her voice heavy with something deeper, resignation. "Through her authority over life, she looked at every possible future she could. And there's no path where tearing heaven apart or killing the deity of light ends well. Not for this world." Tia's eyes widened. "She saw the future?" Tiamat nodded. "Yes, in her vision. For life to continue, for this world and her children that roamed it, for them to have any chance at surviving what's to come, her sacrifice had to be made." Her fists clenched, her nails digging into her palm. The me in this world. She understood that. She knew that dying, becoming that system, was the only way forward. "You're saying she chose to let herself be reduced to that?" Tia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "She didn't have a choice," Tiamat said bitterly. "She knew heaven's role couldn't be erased yet. They have time. A few years at most, just enough to finish what they're meant to do." Her gaze hardened. "And when their purpose is done, I'll finish what she couldn't." Leo let out a low breath, absorbing her words. So heaven's on borrowed time, he muttered. Tiamat gave a slow, grim nod. And I intend to make sure it doesn't get an extension. Chapter 35, Heated Leo frowned. Alright, I still have a question. What purpose does heaven still serve? Tiamat's eyes flickered, and instead of answering right away, she turned her gaze to Tia. It's to keep her child, Traixa, alive. Tia's breath hitched. What? That deity of light? Tiamat's voice carried bitterness. He didn't die because of arrogance alone. Live me from this world. She manipulated him. Manipulated? Leo questioned, raising a brow. She wasn't exactly skilled in mind control, Tiamat admitted, but she managed to steer his thoughts through something resembling a curse that she planted in him, not enough to control him outright, but just enough to influence his judgment. Subtle nudges here and there. Enough to push him into making foolish decisions that would lead to his own death. Like sealing the heavenly dragon's dot after being exhausted by Traixa, Leo muttered, connecting the dots. Exactly. Tiamat nodded. The me of this world planted just enough doubt, just enough paranoia to make him expand his power recklessly, ultimately exhausting himself when he went ahead to seal Drake and Albion. That gamble left him vulnerable and led to his end. But what does that have to do with Traixa? Tia asked, still shaken. Before she died completely, she left one last command within every ounce of her soul, Tiamat said. A directive designed to heal Traixa. To empower him. Leo's expression turned to surprise as he had no knowledge of this. You're telling me he's been growing stronger this whole time? For centuries now, Tiamat confirmed. Slowly. Quietly. Becoming stronger than ever before. Tia's face was pale. But why? Because the me of this world knew what was coming, Tiamat said. She knew Traixa would only survive in this timeline, and she knew he'd be needed when that time arrives. Leo folded his arms, eyes narrowing. And what exactly is coming? Tiamat's gaze hardened and she spoke. Leo sat on a plush leather sofa, calmly sipping his chocolate milk. The rich sweetness coated his tongue, and he sighed contentedly. It felt good. It had been a while since he'd properly enjoyed food or drinks, for that matter. Ever since gaining the various immortalities, eating had lost its charm. He didn't need to eat, and the act itself brought him no joy. But now, Leo changed that. Guess I just got bored of not eating, he mused, swirling his glass as the ripples danced. The house had turned out better than expected. After an hour of pondering, Tiamat had finally agreed on this place, but not before turning down every suggestion Tia had made. Tia had proposed they live in the familiar forest or even their old home, but Tiamat had refused both. Instead, she'd said in her own words, I don't want to live too far from Leo. Leo had nearly choked when he heard that. He managed to keep a straight face, but internally, he was blubbering mess. He'd been so caught off guard that he barely remembered Tia's incredulous stare afterward. She'd been equally stunned and not exactly thrilled, but Tiamat's decision was final. That's how they ended up buying the entire block next to Leo's. Since Tia was, well, filthy rich, she covered the costs and ensured all displaced residents were relocated to better homes. Some minor memory manipulation magic had made the process far smoother than it had any right to be. Leo had taken responsibility for designing the house, and after some discussion, they'd agreed on a fusion of Sumerian architecture and Japanese design. Image, the blend was strangely fitting. Grand sandstone pillars marked with intricate cuneiform carvings lined the hallways, while sliding doors and soft tatami mats balanced the atmosphere with warmth and comfort. The indoor of the house was 1,000 times that its outside. And the bath was practically a lake large enough for Tia to comfortably stretch out in her dragon form. Naturally, she'd taken full advantage of that. Leo sighed again, resting his glass on the table. I want to join her, he thought. Tiamat had been in the bath for a while now, and the place was enormous, plenty of room to keep things decent. Besides, the idea of soaking in warm water with Tiamat was tempting. But then there was Tia. Tia wouldn't approve. She'd probably summon a tidal wave just to drown him if he so much as walked in. Instead, he took another sip of his chocolate milk, muttering to himself, maybe I'll build a second bath. A private one for both of us. Leo's eyes became dazed for a second, picturing her, and nodded to himself. Yeah. That's a good idea. Leo turned his gaze toward the walls, his senses easily piercing through them. Beyond the layers of stone and wood, he could see his parents stirring in their room, just beginning to wake up. Time to leave, he thought. He glanced at his glass, still half filled with chocolate milk, then sighed and rose from the couch. But just as he stood, soft footsteps. He felt her presence before he saw her. Tiamat was walking toward him. Before he turned around, her arms wrapped around him from behind, warm, bare skin pressing against his back. Leo froze, his body going stiff as soon as he felt her arms wrap around him from behind. The warmth of her skin pressed firmly against his back, her heartbeat a steady rhythm against him. His head. Well, it was practically buried between her breasts, and for a brief moment, his mind just shut down. Oh wow. He could feel all of her pressed firmly against him. The heat from her damp skin, the faint scent of fresh spring water lingering from her bath. It was impossible to ignore she was naked after all. Leo could picture her in his head. Very clearly. I was waiting for you to join. Tiamat's voice was soft, almost teasing, yet there was a gentle warmth in it. Leo swallowed hard. I don't think your daughter would like that very much, he muttered, trying to focus on anything but what was happening right now. True. Tiamat hummed quietly, but her arms locked tightly around him. She bent down to rest her chin lightly on his shoulder, her fingers intertwining in front of his chest as she inhaled deeply. Leo felt her breath tickle his neck as Tiamat breathed in deeply, savoring his scent like she was etching it into her memory. Her arms tightened ever so slightly, her warmth radiating through him. His hand moved on instinct, rising to her head, fingers tangling softly in her damp hair. Then she leaned in, her lips brushing dangerously close to his, not quite meeting his mouth, but landing just near the corner in a teasing, deliberate kiss. Tiamat pulled back slowly, her gaze meeting his. Those vibrant eyes so full of warmth and love locked onto him. For a moment, Leo simply stared back, his mind a blur of thoughts. Then his body moved. His hand tightened in her hair, pulling her just enough that their lips crashed together. The kiss wasn't soft like before, it was heated, desperate even, like trying to hold back a storm. Her lips were warm, soft and equally hungry as they returned his kiss with equal intensity. The kiss broke, and Leo pulled back just enough to look her in the eyes. He quickly broke the hand lock she had around him and quickly turned around to look at her. His hands cupped her face, thumbs tracing the soft curve of her cheeks. You're really cruel for this, he muttered, his voice low and strained. You know I have to leave. But every single thing in my body wants this to continue. Tiamat's lips curved into a soft, almost teasing smile. She leaned in closer, her breath brushing against his lips as she whispered, then please. Continue. That was all it took. Leo attacked her again. His fingers threaded deeper into her hair, holding her close. Her arms wrapped around him, drawing him in as their bodies pressed together. The kiss was slower this time, each moment stretching longer than the last in their perspective. Tiamat melted into him, her fingers tracing across his back. Tiamat's fingers curled around the hem of his shirt, tugging lightly, a clear, silent invitation for him to take it off. Her half-lidded gaze, warm and inviting, told him everything he needed to know. Leo moved, but before he could remove it and store it in his space. Go get a room. Both of them froze. Tia stood in the hallway, her hair still damp from the bath, a towel lazily draped over her shoulder. Her face twisted in a mix of embarrassment, shock, and why am I cursed to see this? Leo sighed deeply, running a hand down his face. Of course, he muttered under his breath. Tiamat, however, seemed less bothered. She blinked at Tia's outburst, then shrugged. All right, she said simply, looking at Leo like this was still on the table. Leo, on the other hand, wasn't having it. As tempting as it was, and oh, was it tempting, he knew better. He reached out, brushing a strand of wet hair from Tiamat's face. No. Not like this, he said softly. Soon, very soon. I'll make it special for us. Tiamat tilted her head, curiosity flashing in her eyes. But when she saw the sincerity in his gaze, her expression softened. All right, she said. Leo sat at the dining table, the warm aroma of freshly cooked breakfast filling the room. His mother, humming softly, placed a steaming plate of eggs and toast in front of him. His father gave a casual grunt of acknowledgement when he sat down. Leo smiled faintly, feeling a pang of guilt. They were both under the memory spell Tiamat had placed on her house. But he knew it was necessary. When breakfast was done, Leo grabbed his bag and headed for the door. As he stepped outside, Tiamat was standing there, waiting on the porch. She gave him a small wave, smiling warmly. Have a good day, Leo. He felt his face heat up slightly and waved back. Yeah, see you later, he muttered. From the corner of his eye, he spotted Tia peering out the window, her face practically screaming murder. Yeah. She's definitely still salty, Leo thought, shaking his head with a small chuckle. Feeling lighter than he had in a while, Leo popped in his headphones, bobbing his head to the music as he strolled down the street. He couldn't help but hum along, feeling jolly. The morning air was crisp, the sky clear, and everything just seemed to be going the best way. Considering what he scored with Tiamat. That's when he sensed a familiar presence approaching. Turning his head slightly, he spotted Konko walking a few steps behind him. Hi, she greeted quietly, her voice as small as ever. Hey, Leo replied, blinking in surprise. Konko wasn't the type to walk with anyone unless she had a reason. Even more surprising, she was usually one of the earliest to reach school. "You're kinda late today," Leo said, in a casual tone. Konko shrugged, her expression neutral. "Felt like taking my time." Was she waiting for me? He thought. Then, another thought hit him, a more complicated one. Was this even fair? Tiamat didn't know about Konko's connection to him. And Konko had no clue about what he felt for Tiamat. Was it right to keep this from either of them? While longing for both. The next instant Leo discarded it. He was the embodiment of human sin now. Of course he had immense greed. He wouldn't settle for anyone. He'll have both. He just needed time for convincing them without hurting their feelings. For now, he'd keep his wallop between the beloved cat. At least until he figured out how to explain things properly. "You okay?" Konko asked, glancing up at him, being quiet. Leo nodded and said, "Yeah. Just thinking." Leo's thoughts were still tangled when he felt something soft and hesitant wrap around his hand. He blinked, glancing down. Konko was holding his hand. Her fingers were comically small, as they awkwardly grasped his much bigger hand. She didn't say anything, her face blank as usual, but her grip was just tight enough to make it clear she wasn't letting go anytime soon. "Oh, come on." Leo's mind immediately went into overdrive. The world definitely has something against me trying to stay hidden. Because this was exactly the kind of thing that would draw attention. If anyone saw the infamous Ice Queen of Kua Academy casually holding hands with some random guy, rumors would spread like wildfire. Forget laying low, that would be shot straight to hell by lunchtime. Was it too much to ask for a little time? But Leo wasn't one to take this kind of nonsense lying down. If the world was going to mess with him, he'd mess right back. He flexed his fingers slightly, channeling magic as he wove a spell around himself and Konko. Now, to anyone watching, their faces would register as nothing more than background noise. The moment someone's eyes left them, their memory would blur, making it nearly impossible to recall what they looked like or even that they'd been there. Try messing with me now. Chapter 36, Interlude. One body, two gods. Ishtar sat comfortably in her private realm, her loyal bull resting nearby. A golden waterfall flowed before her, her way of watching the world, one of the few things the last god of Mesopotamia got up to in her free time. This activity also had a different role. For years now, she had been keeping a close eye on things. After all, Tiamat's last spawn was hell-bent to destroy the Sumerian pantheon. And Ishtar wasn't a fan of being dead. She wasn't part of the gods who killed Tiamat, so why should she suffer their consequences? But even if she managed to escape the destruction, a goddess without a pantheon would have been weak, easy prey for stronger beings. That's why Ishtar had prepared. Over the years, before the pantheon fell, she had carefully infected the minds of other gods, slowly weaving her influence like a spider spinning its web. One of her greatest victories was forcing Gilgamesh to create a curse that allowed her to take control of Aphrodite's mind. The poor goddess didn't even know that her authority was nothing more than scraps she had allowed her to use. By claiming Aphrodite's authority over Venus and all her other aspects, Ishtar had gained abilities that no one could trace back to her. And when the massacre of the gods finally happened, she harvested their concepts and authorities for herself. She didn't get their divine energy, but their powers. Those were hers now. Ishtar had become a living pantheon, a goddess who carried the abilities of almost all important gods of her pantheon. Yet even with her newfound power, she knew Tiamat's child would never stop hunting her. In the end, her only real hope was her dear sister. Ereshkigal had been the one to help her lure Aphrodite and, the one who stood by her when they made their plan to survive. Since Ishtar was never a sharp thinker herself. Now, the two sisters existed in one body, a powerful fusion of their strengths. "It's almost time to switch," Eresh's voice echoed in Ishtar's mind, soft yet firm. "Too bad you didn't find anything interesting," she added with a hint of playfulness. Ishtar was about to sigh in frustration when she paused. There in the golden waterfall something caught her eye. A boy that was being blessed by the planet. His soul was exhilarating to observe. It seems she lost track of time observing this unique phenomenon of the planet empowering someone. Before Ishtar could take a closer look, her realm began to shake violently. "It's targeting me," Ishtar realized. Acting quickly, she sacrificed a portion of her divine energy, sending it out like a decoy. The damage would hit that instead of her core domain. But she couldn't stay here since he appeared to be preparing an attack homed in on her. "You should have just appeared in front of the boy like he asked," Ereshkigal said, exasperated at her blockhead sister. "Wait, the boy said something?" asked Ishtar. She was too focused to hear that. A gasp was heard through their connection as Ereshkigal as she said, "Could it be that you were so engrossed in his soul that you didn't hear a lick of what he said?" "No, I heard everything," Ishtar lied through her teeth, too proud to admit loss. "Stop lying and admit it." "Could it be that you are in love?" Eresh said teasingly. "No. That's impossible. Ishtar said loudly, trying to hide away from her sister who was about to go on a teasing spree. My heart can't be won by anyone. Humphrey, I was just curious. Oh, Irish couldn't begin to speak as Ishtar continued on chanting the shut up. Shut up. Shut up. In her mind, a golden sigil appeared beneath her feet, and in a flash of light, Ishtar teleported far away to avoid the boy from gaining further information. Also to protect some delicate artifacts she had stored over. When she reappeared, she stood in a desolate, lifeless place, cold and silent. The next instant she used her connection to observe through Aphrodite's eyes. The skies above their land shattered like broken glass. From the cracks emerged massive, ringed eyes glowing crimson and gold, their patterns resembling the boy's own. A terrible, grinding noise filled the air like rusted metal scraping against itself, echoing across the world. Then it came. From each of those floating eyes, beams of light rained down. But this wasn't ordinary light, it carried with it an aura of decay, scorching wherever it struck. As the beams of light struck Mount Olympus, Ereshkigal's voice echoed in Ishtar's mind. These things. They're powerful, but not entirely divine in origin. There's something faintly human about them. I can sense it. Ishtar frowned but didn't argue. Her sister had always been the one with an eye for detail. Still, Ishtar's attention drifted away from the boy she had been watching. With a casual flick of her will, she parted with another insignificant chunk of her divine energy, weaving it into a smokescreen to obscure her gaze. Interesting. Ishtar murmured, a small smile forming on her lips. Yasha. Ishtar cheered in her mind, her excitement bubbling up. I've decided. I want to observe this being from a much closer proximity. Oh? Irash's voice chimed in, her tone curious yet cautious. How exactly? I'm going to manifest on Earth. Ishtar declared proudly. Irash's voice faltered. Manifest? Don't you mean you're going to visit the human realm? Nope, Ishtar mentally grinned. You'll stay here, and I will manifest myself in a human vessel. No fair. Irash whined, her voice laced with irritation. You want to leave me out of the fun? And how are you even going to manage that? There are barely any believers of yours left. Ishtar's smirk widened. Oh, Irash. I'm more than just the goddess of love for Mesopotamia. As long as someone believes strongly enough, believes in love, I can always manifest through them. Her confidence radiated through their shared mind, and Irash couldn't come up with a comeback. Saki Yoshida had always been easy to overlook, quiet, unremarkable, just another face in the crowd. She wasn't ugly, nor was she beautiful. She didn't stand out in her studies, and no one ever really asked about her life. For a long time, that suited her just fine. Being invisible meant no one could hurt her, or so she believed. But there's a strange cruelty in loneliness. When you've been alone for too long, you start convincing yourself that any attention is better than none at all. The first time she let someone use her, it had felt like a fair trade. It was a boy from her class, one of those guys who floated on charm, never serious about anything. He had smiled at her once, asked if she wanted to hang out after school. Saki knew better than to believe he really cared, but she went anyway. She wasn't stupid, she knew what he wanted. And when it was over, when he wiped his mouth on his sleeve and muttered some excuse about having to be somewhere else, she told herself it was okay. At least for a little while, someone wanted me. That lie kept her going for months. It happened again. And again. Different faces, different names, but it always ended the same way, a goodbye, a half-hearted smile, and silence afterward. Yet she kept going back, not because she enjoyed it, but because it was the closest she had ever came to feeling needed. Even if that affection was hollow, even if it left her feeling empty and ashamed afterward, for a few brief moments. It felt real. But the emptiness grew deeper. She stopped looking in the mirror because she hated what stared back, a girl who let herself be stepped on just to feel something. She tried reaching out to her so-called friends, but they had drifted too far. No one had time for her, not unless they wanted something. The worst part was how easily people forgot her. She had given away pieces of herself, hoping someone might want to hold on, but no one ever did. She remembered once overhearing a boy laughing with his friends. Saki? Yeah, she's easy. Just smile a little, and she'll say yes. That night, she went to her empty home and cried so hard her chest ached. The kind of crying that leaves you empty, too exhausted to even feel sad. From that point on, she stopped trying. Stopped hoping. Stopped believing that love, real love, was something she could ever have. By the time she stood at the edge of the railway platform, her heart was already a hollow shell. She wasn't angry. She wasn't sad. She just felt done. Done with being used. Done with pretending she was okay. Done with waking up every morning wondering what she was even holding on for. As the faint tremor of the approaching train reached her feet, she felt nothing but cold acceptance. At least this will be quick. Her eyes shifted to the screen one last time. The time read 8:32 p.m. The freight train was due any moment now. This is it, she told herself. I'm done. Her phone slipped from her fingers, clattering to the ground. She didn't bother picking it up. There was no one left to call, no one left to hear her voice. The faint tremor in the tracks reached her feet, the vibrations growing stronger as the train's headlights became visible. Saki's breath hitched. Not from fear, she felt too hollow for that, but from a strange relief washing over her. It's almost over. She stepped forward. The wind howled past her ears as she leapt, the cold air biting her skin. The world blurred, a rush of sound and motion, yet strangely, everything felt slow. In that frozen moment, a voice called out, soft yet piercing, gentle yet undeniable. Do you really want this? Her heart skipped a beat. Her mind, numb for so long, stirred in confusion. Is this truly how you want your story to end? Saki's pulse raced. She squeezed her eyes shut. Of course I do. Doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter. But then the voice spoke again, softer this time. You still dream of love, don't you? That struck something deep inside her, something fragile, something she thought she had buried. A memory surfaced, a younger version of herself, sitting by her window, writing letters to a future someone. Letters filled with silly daydreams about romance, friends and family. She remembered burning them not long ago. Those dreams are gone. She whispered to herself. But what if they aren't? The voice pressed. What if you could still find what you're looking for? Would you take that chance? I don't know. The train's horn blared, a deafening scream cutting through the frozen second. Do you want a second chance? Saki's throat tightened. She wanted to say no. She wanted to let the emptiness win, to let the cold swallow her whole. But somewhere deep inside, that fragile spark of an innocent version of her refused to die. I do. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. Suddenly, her feet struck the ground, but not in the way she expected. She was still standing solid, unharmed. The train screeched violently, metal groaning and sparks flying as it derailed. Cars buckled and twisted off the tracks, tumbling in a chaotic mess of steel and smoke, yet somehow, not a single piece touched her. She stared blankly at the destruction. Her breathing was ragged, her chest tight. Then she noticed her reflection in a shattered window beside her. Golden streaks now wove through her once dark hair, glinting in the dim light. Her eyes, dull and lifeless only moments ago, now glowed like molten gold. The warmth she'd felt during that strange voice's plea still lingered inside her. It filled her chest, spreading out like a fire, not burning, but awakening something she thought she had lost. Hope. Chapter 38. Nick Fury sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor in the middle of the night. His mind felt heavy, like someone had poured cement into his skull. Ever since he came back, he'd felt hollow. After surviving that traumatizing mission which he was in no way qualified for, he finally had enough time to think and strategize. But his mind was riddled with a sense of hollowness. He had spent years believing in something, fighting for something. SHIELD was supposed to be the last line of defense, a force that stood between the world and chaos. But now he knew better. Hydra had been there all along. Hell, they had built the damn thing. The organization he'd poured his blood, sweat, and soul into had been their puppet from the start. All those years. All that effort. For what? He felt numb just thinking about it. There was no rage in him, no grief, no shock, just nothing. If not for Leo and himself being a paranoid fucker from the start, he wasn't sure what would have kept him going. Without having actual allies beside S.H.I.E.L.D. The Satan in kid form had pointed him toward people he could possibly trust, good people, reliable people. People with resources he could use. It wasn't much sense, it was mostly speculation, but it was something. Everything all right? Fury blinked, pulled from his thoughts by Monica's voice. She was sitting up beside him, her hair a little messy, her bare shoulder peeking from beneath the sheets. Her eyes were watching him closely. You've been off since you got back, she said softly. Fury exhaled, long and slow. He turned to her, tried to find the right words. Trust me, he said, voice low and tired, you wouldn't believe half the things I've seen. Monica's brow lifted a little. Oh? She asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. You serious? Fury leaned back, resting his head against the headboard. Well. He gave a dry chuckle, empty, bitter. How about this? I'm now some kind of a direct descendant of a primordial dragon goddess. One that's credited with being the origin of life. Monica blinked. For a moment, she just stared at him. Then, her eyebrow shot up. You're serious? Dead serious. There was a pause, then Monica let out a breath, part sigh, part laugh. Damn, like comma. Damn, she muttered, flopping back against her pillow. And here I thought you were just stressed. Stressed? Fury scoffed. I found out my whole life's work was built on a lie, Half the people I trusted were traitors, and now I've got dragon blood running through me. Monica chuckled softly. So, same old Nick Fury life, huh? Fury laughed a little. Yeah, he muttered, shaking his head. Same old life. Monica grinned, her eyes glinting with mischief. Well, about that dragon blood, she teased, shifting closer. I think you always had that running in you. Before Fury could respond, she pushed herself up and crawled across the bed, resting her head on his shoulder. Her fingers traced slow circles on his arm, lazy, warm, familiar. So, she murmured, her voice softer now, I think the only thing that's really changed is that you need some better friends. She pressed a kiss to his cheek, her lips lingering for just a second longer than usual. Now. Her voice dropped to a whisper as she leaned in close, her breath warm against his ear. You've been gone for weeks. So how about you let me thoroughly experience this dragon upgrade of yours again? Leo sat back in his beloved spot on the school grounds, his back pressed lazily against the wooden bench. The sound of lunchtime chatter filled the air, but Leo's thoughts drifted back to what he'd seen earlier this morning. On his way in, he'd witnessed Sai bowing his head in apology to a group of girls he had harassed in the past. The infamous pervert, once known for peeping, groping, and generally being a walking headache for most girls on campus, now looked humbled. It was the news of the day and it spread like wildfire. Hiaotu, the school's notorious pervert, had suddenly turned over a new leaf. Now, here he was, back on his favorite bench with Konko. The rooftop, their usual spot, had been claimed by some other students, and neither of them had felt like dealing with the crowd. So they settled here. It had been a quiet lunch so far, the comfortable kind of quiet. Konko sat beside him, quietly nibbling on her bento, occasionally stealing a glance at his, but she didn't ask for it. But then Konko finally spoke. I'll be gone for a few days, she said suddenly, her voice soft but clear. Leo paused mid-bite, lowering his sandwich. Oh? His brow rose. Something important? Konko shifted uncomfortably, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her lunchbox. She avoided his gaze, staring down at her food like it suddenly required her full concentration. Family matters, she muttered after a brief pause. Leo's eyes narrowed slightly. That's a lie. Still, he didn't press her. Instead, he leaned back, feigning surprise. Huh. That's kinda sudden. Yeah. Konko said awkwardly, her voice barely above a mumble. Intending to break out of whatever thing on her mind that was making her unable to express clearly, Leo resorted to his horrible humor. You know, Leo said, a slight grin creeping onto his face, if you're running away to join the circus, you could have just said so. Konko's hand twitched and for a second, Leo thought she might actually throw a rice ball at him. Instead, she let out a quiet snort and shook her head. Idiot, she muttered, but there was a faint smile on her face now. For now, that was enough. Leo, not wanting to drag the conversation any further, gave a casual shrug. Well, hope the problem resolves soon enough, he said, his tone light yet certain. The resident cat, her sharp eyes now softer, had a small smile. I hope for that too, she replied, her voice quieter than usual. As the school day came to an end, Leo walked down the hallway, blending in with the crowd of students heading home. The usual noise of laughter and conversation filled the air, but something made him stop. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a woman standing by one of the classroom windows. Her hair was a strange mix of black and gold, and she was staring directly at him. He had sensed her presence but ignored it during class, but right now she was staring at him. She didn't look away, her gaze steady, as if she knew him. Frowning, Leo turned to a nearby classmate, a girl he vaguely remembered. He'd once used his ability to fix her awful temper. Yaki. That was her name. Hey, he called out, stopping her. Who's that? He nodded toward the woman. Yaki glanced over and shrugged. Oh, her? That's the new history teacher. History. Leo muttered. Something felt off. His eyes glowed just for a split second and suddenly, everything became clear. His mind was filled with information about her, every detail laid bare in an instant. The woman's body housed a powerful presence, one he recognized as a divine being. Ishtar. Chapter 39, Nick Fury stood in front of the massive construction site, watching as workers and machinery moved with near-perfect coordination. The Triskelion was rising, steel, glass, and concrete coming together to rebuild the fortress of Shield. Even with his doubts about the organization, Fury knew this was necessary. The world still needed someone watching over it, someone keeping things at bay. Even if Shield was compromised, the idea of it still had a purpose. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of boots stomping toward him. Hank Pym. The man was marching like a storm, his face twisted in barely controlled fury, a stack of papers clenched tightly in his fist. Fury exhaled and gave a sharp nod to the agents around him, silently dismissing them. They scattered without question, leaving the two men standing alone in front of the rising Triskelion. Hank wasted no time. He thrust the papers forward, his voice tight with restrained anger. What the hell is this? Fury didn't even glance at the documents. He already knew what they were. His face remained unreadable as he simply said, I believe it was made clear in the letter. Your heroic activities have been dismissed. SHIELD will no longer sponsor you. Hank's grip on the papers tightened, knuckles turning white. May I ask why? Fury didn't look away from Hank's eyes staring down. No. You don't need to know. Hank's jaw clenched, his breath sharp as he fought to keep his anger in check. His hands shook slightly, not with fear, but with rage. Then, slowly, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out another document. This time, when he held it up, his voice was lower, but far more dangerous. You are separating me from my family? Fury finally looked at the paper, recognizing what it was immediately. Hank's grip tightened around the crumpled letter in his hand. His face was a mask of barely restrained fury as he glared at Fury. Fury didn't respond immediately. He just turned away and started walking. Follow me. Hank hesitated for a second before stuffing the letter back into his pocket and marching after him. Phil, who had been watching the exchange, instinctively moved to join them, but Fury shot him a look. A silent command. Stay put. The noise of the construction site faded as they walked deeper into the unfinished sections of the Triskelion. Eventually, they stopped at the edge of a massive pit in the earth, a foundation yet to be built upon. Fury finally spoke, his voice as calm as ever. It's not a punishment, Hank. It's a necessity. You're too unstable right now, and your issues with Janet aren't just personal, they're a liability. Hank let out a bitter laugh. A liability? He took a step closer. You think you can tell me how to handle my marriage? You, of all people? Fury didn't react. Hank's lip curled. You're a damn hypocrite. You go through women like the cold press of a gun against his forehead cut him off. Hank's breath hitched. Fury's expression didn't change. His grip on the gun was steady, controlled. Take the transfer. Do your job. And get yourself together. He lowered the weapon but didn't step back. Both of you are important to SHIELD, but you don't get to decide what's best for the job. I do. Hank stood there, jaw clenched, fists shaking at his sides. He wanted to fight back, to scream, but he knew Fury wasn't bluffing. Swallowing his pride, he turned, ready to storm off. Then Fury spoke again. I also know about the funds you've been embezzling, Hank. Hank froze. His stomach dropped. Fury stepped past him, slipping a small slip of paper into his hand. An address. Make sure you're not followed, Fury murmured. Meet me at 8:00 p.m. Then, without another word, he walked away, leaving Hank standing there. Fury walked beside Phil Coulson, their steps steady but unhurried as they made their way to the bar. This place wasn't just a bar, it was one of his bars. A blind spot, a place he had personally set up to be invisible to anyone outside of his trust. It was run by some of his old army buddies, men who knew how to keep their mouths shut and their doors locked to the wrong kinds of people. He wore a disguise mask that could warp one's looks, and had left behind a decoy to cover his tracks. No one needed to know he was here. When they stepped inside, familiar faces greeted them. A blue-skinned woman sat near the corner, swirling a drink in her hand, Mystique, her yellow eyes gleaming with curiosity. Hank Pym was slumped at the bar, looking every bit the drunk man he had become in the past few hours. His glass was empty, but the bottle near him wasn't. Richard Parker and Eddie Brock Sr. were at a table together, the duo of scientists, one bright-eyed, the other more hardened, already deep in conversation before Fury even arrived. And then there was Susan Storm, leaning against the bar, arms crossed. You're late, she said, raising an eyebrow. Do you know how hard it was escorting some of these guys without getting spotted? My back hurts. Fury smirked. You'll live. Susan rolled her eyes, but there was amusement in them. Mystique, meanwhile, leaned forward. I have to say, I'm intrigued. I don't get many unofficial invites from you, Fury. Hank let out a bitter laugh, taking another sip from his bottle. His voice was slurred, but the anger in it was clear. Yeah, well, some of us didn't get an invite. We got a goddamn order. Fury ignored him and stepped toward the center of the room. His single eye swept over the gathered individuals, reading them, measuring them. Well, he started, his tone level, I assume some of you aren't happy to see me. And some of you are confused as to why I called you here. He took a breath. So let me be clear. You all have something I need, whether it's in the form of intelligence, resources, or skills. His voice lowered. And I need your help to deal with a crucial matter. One that requires immediate but careful planning. Hank slammed his glass onto the counter, his patience finally snapping. What is it, Fury? Be fucking clear for once. Fury turned to him, But his next words weren't for Hank alone. He looked at Richard Parker. Then at Eddie Brock Sr. I assume you two are well aware of what SHIELD is? The two scientists exchanged glances before nodding. Fury exhaled slowly. Good. Then you understand why this matters. Because SHIELD is compromised. That got everyone's attention. Even Mystique, who had been half smirking through most of this, leaned in with genuine interest. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if already looking for the deception. Compromised how? Fury didn't blink. He met her gaze head-on and said word. Hydra. The reaction was immediate. Mystique's smirk vanished. Her entire body went still. Susan straightened, her easygoing demeanor shifting to something sharper. Richard Parker and Eddie Brock exchanged tense glances, their scientific minds already running through the implications. Even Hank, drunk, bitter, and seething, seemed to sober up. Fury let the silence stretch. Then, he said, now, let's talk about how we burn them to the ground. Leo locked eyes with Ishtar's vessel, holding her gaze for a few seconds longer than necessary. The woman, no, the goddess behind her, simply watched him in return, unblinking, unreadable. He said nothing. Just turned and walked away, mentally marking her for a visit in the future. From what he could tell, she wasn't here to cause trouble. At least, not yet. She seemed content just observing him. But given that he had hijacked parts of her domain, it wasn't hard to figure out where her curiosity came from. It wasn't every day a god realized someone had taken a piece of their power and was actually doing something with it. With that thought lingering in his mind, Leo made his way home. Stepping into Tiamat's house, he expected, well, something, but not what he walked into. There, in the middle of the room, was Tiamat. The dragon goddess of chaos herself, sitting on the floor, playing with a small boy. A small boy who had 10 horns on his head. Leo blinked. Huh? Tiamat turned at the sound of his voice, her face lighting up with pure excitement. She scooped the boy up effortlessly and held him toward Leo like a prize. Look at my adorable grandson. She beamed. Chapter 40, I'm sorry. A few hours earlier. After Leo had left for school, Tiamat sat comfortably in a chair, watching her daughter. I think you should have another name, she said suddenly. Tia, her daughter, the one who had taken up her name, paused, tilting her head in confusion. Why? Tiamat gave her a knowing smile. Because things might get confusing when we're both called Tiamat. Especially when it comes to Leo. She leaned forward, resting her chin on her palm. From now on, you'll be called Namu by everyone. It's a name I held originally. Tia Namu now, apparently frowned. But I've used this name my whole life. And there is no problem with Leo in communicating. Tiamat's smile widened, her eyes gleaming. Yes, but we're about to bring your son out of that seal. Silence. Namu's breath hitched. Her hands, which had been resting on her lap, clenched slightly. Then, slowly, her lips parted. We are? Yes, we are. Tiamat stood before the seal, her arms crossed as she observed it with a critical eye. She could feel the power behind it, the presence of her grandson strong, far stronger than she had expected. Huh, she mused, tilting her head slightly. My grandson is this powerful. And yet, this flimsy thing is what's keeping him locked up? Namu, standing beside her, let out a small sigh. Mother, this flimsy thing is actually one of the strongest seals ever created. Even by godly standards. She glanced at the glowing barrier with a hint of bitterness. It cost him more than half of his strength and his immortal status just to put this thing up. Tiamat turned to her daughter with a blank expression, looking for all the world like a confused mother trying to process information she found unnecessary. And? Before Namu could respond, Tiamat simply raised her fist, cocked it backward, and punched the seal hard. The space shook. A sharp crack echoed as the first fractures ran across the surface of the ancient barrier. Tiamat blinked, staring at the now damaged seal. Huh, she muttered, flexing her fingers. You're right. This seal really is strong. That's your assessment? Namu screamed internally, barely holding back the urge to grab her own head in frustration. Before she could say anything, a low, guttural roar rumbled from within the seal. It wasn't an earth-shattering or menacing sound, it was more like a deep, tired growl, the kind a child might make when waking up from a long nap. Tiamat melted on the spot. Her acres drooped, her eyes practically had stars on them, and her hands clasped together as she let out a soft, delighted gasp. My grandson's roar is so cute. She muttered dreamily, practically glowing with affection. Tiamat snapped out of her grandmother haze, shaking her head. Right, first things first. Pulling her fist back, she struck the seal once more, this time with the full force of her power. The barrier didn't just crack, it shattered like fragile glass, fragments of divine energy scattering into nothingness. From within the fading remnants of the seal, a figure lunged forward, cute and fierce. Cute in Tiamat's tainted perception. With a sharp roar, He darted straight at Tiamat, his little fangs bared as he tried to bite her. Chomp. Before his teeth could even graze her, Tiamat's hand moved instinctively. Smack. The slap landed right on his nose, and the tiny dragon tumbled backward, spinning through the empty space before coming to a stunned stop. Tiamat sighed. Kids these days placing a hand on her hip before turning to Namu. He's your offspring, she said flatly. Get him to calm down. Namu flinched as she watched him shake off the tumble. His horns glowed faintly, and his eyes burned with untamed power. Even as young as he was already brushing against the peak of existence. Almost as strong as Great Red. That was ridiculous. Excluding the truly nonsensical abilities some gods had because, seriously, who thought it was a good idea to manifest something like the destruction of the universe as an actual being? Her son was terrifying. At least he didn't have conceptual abilities. Yet. She hoped. Maybe, just maybe, she could handle this with her measly chaos magic. Before she could form a plan, something smacked the top of her head. Thwack? Namu winced, rubbing the sore spot as she turned to glare at her mother. Tiamat crossed her arms, looking unimpressed. Stupid girl. He's your son, not an enemy. She gestured at the still growling little dragon. Calm him down with love, she said, as if that was the easiest thing in the world. Namu hesitated, staring up at the massive form of her son. He was furious, confused, lashing out at everything around him. One of his energy beams shot out wildly, tearing through a distant planet, reducing it to nothing but floating dust. Another struck a star, and within moments, it exploded, its light swallowed by the endless darkness of space. He was huge. Larger than anything she had seen except for maybe Great Red. When she had given birth to him, he had been the size of a small country like Japan. Now, if he landed on Earth, he could bite through entire continents with ease. And Tiamat had called his attempt to bite her cute. Namu swallowed, trying to calm the rising panic inside her. She knew this wasn't mindless attack, this was centuries of rage, of loneliness, of fear. He had been sealed away in complete isolation, abandoned before he ever got to see the world. He had no idea what was happening, no way to understand who or what was in front of him. And it was her fault. Triax let out another deafening roar, his burning eyes locking onto her. Then, without hesitation, he charged up another blast, a beam of pure mana, aimed right at her. She barely had time to think. But she could do one thing. That she had always wanted to do ever since the day she made the mistake of abandoning him. Namu shot forward, straight toward the incoming blast, her heart pounding. And just before it could hit her, just before it could wipe her out completely, she reached him. She pressed her lips to his forehead, her hands caressing his head. I'm sorry. He froze. I'm so sorry, Namu whispered, her voice trembling as she clung to him. I was a terrible mother. Namu's breath stopped. Her body trembled, but it wasn't out of fear. It was the crushing weight of realization, the unbearable truth she had spent decades ignoring. Her lips quivered as she spoke. I was so obsessed with my own hatred. So lost in my vengeance that I never thought about what it meant for you. A tear slipped from her eye, trailing down her cheek as her fingers dug into his rough skin. I threw myself into anger. And in doing so, I pushed you into misery before you even had the chance to live. Her voice cracked, her vision blurred, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. It was years of bottled regret flooding in a single moment. I never saw you as my child. I saw your power, your potential, and I let myself believe that was all you were. I thought of what you could be before I ever thought of what you needed. Her hands tightened, her nails pressing into his scales as more tears fell freely. And because of that, I let you suffer. I let you rot in the dark, alone, confused. A child. My child. And all because I was too blinded by my own pain to see you. I've been decaying ever since, she admitted. My power fading. My body isn't what it was when I first brought you into this world. Because deep down, I know I don't deserve to be what I was. She let out a bitter laugh, one that was swallowed by her own sobs. And even now, I'm still blinded by your power. I looked at you and thought of how strong you've become instead of how much you've suffered. Her head pressed against his as she wept. I don't deserve forgiveness. And I don't deserve to be your mother. But I am, and I am so sorry. Her voice broke completely, her whole body shaking as she clung to him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Chapter 41, Hungry. Tiamat watched as Namu finally broke down, letting out all the regret and sorrow that had been eating away at her for so long. She let her daughter have this moment, this long overdue release, before turning her gaze to her grandson. He had finally calmed down, though his sheer presence still weighed heavily on the space around them. But more than anything, she was proud. Proud of Namu for finally letting go of the chains that had bound her heart. Of the strength it took to face her mistakes. Though they were pretty stupid. And, of course, happy that she now had an absolutely adorable grandson. But that was beside the point. A small smile tugged at her lips as she extended her authority. For some time now, she had been spreading the sea of life in vapor form, letting it subtly seep into the space around them. With a thought, she invoked cellular compulsion, forming a guise at the very foundation of her grandson's being. Unlike the beasts she had created from the sea of life, this was different, this was more refined. His massive body trembled, shuddering as if struggling against an unseen force. But Tiamat was gentle, guiding the change rather than forcing it. His form shrank, collapsing inward, shifting, condensing until finally, he floated before her. A small boy. His hair was a deep, mesmerizing blue, his eyes large and impossibly innocent, staring up at her with a confused yet curious expression. 10 small horns crowned his head. Tiamat grinned, hands on her hips as she admired her work. Much better. She crouched down, cupping his cheeks, marveling at how soft and warm he was. Oh, you're adorable, she cooed, already imagining all the ways she was going to spoil him. Her grandson blinked, tilting his head as if unsure of what just happened. Namu, still emotionally sensitive, could only watch in stunned silence. Tiamat chuckled. Well, someone's going to be the most spoiled grandchild in the universe. Aizen reappeared in the depths of Mugen with a faint blue glow, the same abyss where he had been sealed for countless years, the same place where he had once departed on his journey to another world. The difference now? His bindings were gone. Aizen ran a hand through his hair, exhaling slowly. His posture relaxed, but there was a sharpness in his gaze, something deeply unsettled beneath his composed exterior. He smirked, but it lacked his usual amusement. Instead, there was unease. And something he hadn't felt in a long, long time. Leo. He murmured to himself. You are a formidable force. He had been uneasy ever since he laid eyes on that man. Aizen had encountered many powerful beings. He had faced power like Almighty. But Leo? Leo was different. Leo talked with an ease that was almost disarming, much like himself in the past, his tone friendly, even playful at times. Yet despite this relaxed facade, there was something beneath the surface, something that gnawed at Aizen's instincts. He had never felt like this before. It wasn't just raw power, no, in that regard, Tiamat overshadowed even him. But Leo was dangerous in a way that transcended simple strength. There were no limits to him, no defined peak, no preordained fate guiding his hand. He was, in every sense of the word, unbound. And that was terrifying. The one true Satan. Aizen muttered, the words filled with something deeper than just acknowledgement. A title meant to inspire fear, respect, and dominance. The way concepts bent around him, the casual ease with which he manipulated forces beyond comprehension, the sheer conceptual weight he carried, this was no mere claim of dominion. Leo was not someone striving toward godhood. Like he once did. He was something that even gods had no answer for. This is what it truly means to be Satan, isn't it? Aizen mused. Not a ruler of devils. Not a title for the strongest among them. But the defiance of all order itself. The rejection of limitations. The refusal to be bound by the laws that shape existence for else. He laughed, an amused, almost exhilarated sound. A being like that. It makes me truly afraid. Aizen had always believed in control. In knowing every variable, in bending every force to his will. Acting like God among the less intelligent. But how do you control something that cannot be defined? How do you predict the movements of a being that exists beyond limitations? He clenched his fist, feeling the unrestricted surge of his power, the absolute freedom he had sought for so long. And yet, even now, as he stood unshackled, truly free, he couldn't shake the feeling that compared to Leo, he had never known true freedom. Aizen looked up, his eyes tracing the abyss above him. This prison Mugen had been redesigned for one sole purpose. To bind him, much like Hueco, into a state of being a linchpin. In the eyes of the Soul Society, Aizen alone was a threat great enough to justify its existence. And perhaps, for a time, they were right. Ever since that day, when he enacted a sacrificial Kido, consuming essence of every prisoner within these depths in a final attempt to escape, he had believed he could break free. Not for himself, but to aid Kurosaki. Aizen had seen something in that boy. A spark of potential that should never have been snuffed out so early. He couldn't bear the thought of a being like Ecchi, someone who could truly stand beside him, perishing before realizing his full strength. But in the end, he was too late. Ecchi Kurosaki, a soul meant to ascend beyond the limits of mere existence, was gone. And Aizen? He had slaughtered all of hell for it. Every single wretched being within its depths had fallen to him, fueling his ascension, forcing him to evolve even when he no longer wished for it. His Zanpakuto, long since fused with his very being, reached a state beyond what a Bankai could define. It wasn't really a Bankai since it was his dormant state now. It was more like he had broadened his perspective. And yet, even after reaching that pinnacle, He willingly returned to Muken. Not out of defeat. Not out of submission. But because, in that moment, he realized something terrifying. He was truly alone. At the peak of power, standing above all, he had no equal. No rival. No purpose. There was nothing left to reach for, nothing left to achieve. The vast emptiness of supremacy had hollowed him out more than any blade ever could. It was then that his ambition died. And with it, the Hueco became dormant, its pulse, once entwined with his will, fading into silence. For the first time in centuries, Aizen had nothing to achieve. But now. He placed a hand over his chest, feeling it, truly feeling it. A rhythmic, steady beat, surging through him like a quiet storm. Thump. A heartbeat, his heartbeat. That emptiness, that abyss of nothingness where his drive once resided was stirring again. How amusing. He murmured to himself, lips curling into a slow smirk. Leo. You have reignited my ambition. He laughed, a deep, quiet sound that echoed in the emptiness of Muken. It wasn't amusement, nor arrogance. It was exhilaration. For the first time since that day Aizen was hungry again. Aizen muttered softly, Zoltrak. A beam of pure destruction erupted from his finger, tearing through everything above him. Gone. The endless dark of Muken, the seals meant to bind him, the layers of Kido suppressing his power, all erased in an instant. Leo sat quietly, watching as Namu played with her son Elam, a name derived from ancient Sumerian, meaning salvation. The boy, small yet unmistakably powerful, laughed as his mother chased him, his horns gleaming under the soft light. Leo tried to keep his expression neutral, but his current position made that difficult. Tiamat had wrapped herself around him, her legs snugly positioned around him and him surging in between them. The moment Namu had taken Elam from her arms, she had latched onto Leo instead, all while justifying it with a smirk. I was in mother mode, and you disturbed me, she had said, as if that explained anything. So, you'll have to take responsibility now, Leo. At first, she simply patted his head, her hand threading lazily through his hair. But gradually, her hand had begun to wander, fingertips grazing beneath his shirt, warm against his skin. Slow. Teasing. Leo sighed internally. She's definitely slipping out of mother mode, which was definitely bullshit. Then, his thoughts drifted back to something that had been weighing on his mind. Something he hadn't voiced. And before he could stop himself, the word nearly escaped. Only the first syllable left his mouth before he caught it. His expression hardened, he locked in, his voice shifting mid-sentence, regaining its usual authority. Tiamat. Her fingers halted against his skin. His eyes met hers, firm and unwavering. We need to talk. Tiamat tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her gaze. The teasing amusement in her smile faded slightly. She could tell Leo wasn't joking. Chapter 42, Honor. Leo stood on the roof of Tiamat's home, his hands clenched at his sides as he stared at her. Tiamat sat across from him, legs dangling lazily over the edge. She looked at him with a soft, innocent curiosity, tilting her head slightly. She couldn't predict what was troubling him. Fuck. I don't know how to do this, Leo thought, second-guessing himself. He had been so sure about bringing this up, but now that he was actually here, standing in front of her, the proper words refused to form. Just say it, Tiamat murmured. Her voice was uncharacteristically soft, almost coaxing, as if she could sense the storm inside him. It's about what we are, he started, his voice steady. Before I went on that mission, before I met you, before the kiss happened, I had some developed feelings for someone else. And I have feelings for you too. He met her gaze without wavering. And then there's Vivi. He ran a hand through his hair, not out of frustration, but because this situation was just a mess. It all happened too fast. These emotions, these connections, I never had the time to properly address them, not with you, not with anyone else. And I don't like leaving things unclear. Leo exhaled, steadying himself. What I mean to say is, I'm too greedy to give anyone up. He met her gaze head-on, unwavering. Are you willing to accept that? His feelings for Leo stopped mid-sentence as Tiamat pressed a finger to his lips, silencing him. She let out a sigh, shaking her head before pointing at him with her other hand. You had me worried about so many things, but this is what had you hesitating? Leo blinked, taken aback by her reaction. Tiamat leaned back slightly, her golden eyes meeting his. Leo, do you know why I kissed you that day, even though you never acted on your feelings for me? He tilted his head. Why? Because when you told me you wanted a different kind of relationship with me, I was curious. I wanted to repay you for connecting me with Namu. So I acted with the limited knowledge of what this kind of love was supposed to be. She smiled softly, almost nostalgically. But when our lips met, I caught a glimpse of your feelings for me. And I was happy. Leo stared at her, processing her words. But don't think for a second that I didn't already sense you had a bond with someone else. His eyes widened slightly. "I knew from the start," she admitted with a smirk. Then, her voice softened. "So please. You don't have to worry about something like that. I'm happy with your love for me, even if I'm not the sole target." She lowered her hand from his lips, letting her fingers trail briefly against his chin before pulling away. "That's all there is to it." Tiamat smirked as she leaned in slightly, her voice dropping into a sensual whisper. "Though I must say, after analyzing some aspects of these relationships, I've been quite eager to explore the pleasure that comes with them." Leo froze. "Wait a minute, analyzing?" His brain short-circuited for a second before a horrifying thought struck him. Did someone corrupt my Tiamama? Now that he thought back, ever since they returned, she'd been acting off too touchy, too teasing, way too provocative. Tiamat tilted her head in mild confusion before smiling innocently. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, but after picking out my dress, I also decided to explore more about love and romance." Leo felt an ominous chill crawl up his spine. Most people gave me boring philosophical answers that were of no use to me. Until a white-haired mage offered to teach me about human love. His books were rather interesting and enlightening to read. Silence. Then something inside Leo snapped. A burning hatred erupted in his heart, his entire being filling with pure, unfiltered wrath. Causing the air and him to darken with miasma. His voice came out low and filled with menace. "Honor. Merlin. That bastard. That insufferable dickwizard. How dare he corrupt his precious Tiamama?" His fists clenched, his entire body trembling with fury. But at the same time, he could only begrudgingly nod at the unintentional help that bastard had provided. No. No, no, no. That doesn't mean he's forgiven. Absolutely not. Verdict was clear, death to the dickwizard. Leo suddenly grabbed Tiamat by the shoulders, his grip firm, his eyes soulless and hollow as he frantically muttered under his breath. "Tiamat. You must never, ever follow that bastard's teachings. Do you hear me?" His voice was desperate, filled with the kind of urgency one would use when warning someone about consuming a literal poison. Tiamat's smile turned a bit awkward as she confusedly scratched her chin. Tiamat barely had time to react before Leo suddenly leaned in even closer. Golden rings flared to life within his eyes. The air around him darkened further. The atmosphere grew heavy, so heavy that even the birds in the city instinctively took flight, desperate to escape the oppressive aura. His voice was deep, firm, and absolute. "You just don't." It wasn't a suggestion. Tiamat blinked, stunned. She felt something close to wariness. Leo's grip on her shoulders tightened just slightly as he continued, his voice lower now, but the no less commanding. "That man, that bastard, is nothing but a soulless pig. A menace. A plague who deserves 1,000,000 deaths for his transgressions." "Okay, I understand," Tiamat said, nodding. But she couldn't help but think. Is this what they call a yandere? Leo's reality marble. Vivi sat in a room identical to Leo's, watching through his eyes. She had decided to copy it. She sat in front of a holographic screen. Her fingers trembled slightly as she observed the scene unfolding. Tiamat. That wretched earth goddess. The way her hands shamelessly roamed across Leo's body, her teasing whispers, the way she pressed against him, it all made something deep in Vivi's soul ache. Her grip tightened around the edge of her seat, knuckles whitening. It was insufferable to watch. Yet, as their conversation continued after he returned from school, Leo spoke to Tiamat with sincerity. Something shifted within Vivi's mind. She pressed her lips into a thin line, deep in thought. This was the nature of the one she loved, flawed by his extreme greed and fixation. Leo was someone who never let go of those he held within his heart. He didn't discard. He didn't abandon. He only added more. That was simply who he was. TCH. Vivi sniffled slightly, rubbing her eyes with the sleeve of her dress. Idiot. She whispered under her breath. Why did you have to change from being my Lucifer? A painful, nostalgic sorrow welled up inside her. But it couldn't be helped. She still cared for him. No matter what name he wore, no matter what form he took, no matter how much he tried to pretend he wasn't who he once was, it didn't matter. To her, he would always be Lucifer. A loud crack suddenly resonated through the planet, snapping Vivi out of her thoughts. She turned, her sharp eyes focusing on the egg of mana that Leo had sent here before. It was an odd thing, looking more akin to a metallic machine than a true egg. And now, it had cracked. Vivi's expression shifted into one of curiosity. She floated towards it, her dress trailing behind her, and then poke. She manifested a small stick and poked the egg experimentally. Nothing. She frowned, disappointed. Turning back toward the screen, she sighed. Then crack. The entire shell shattered apart. And from within the fragments, a being emerged. Chapter 43. The moment Drake emerged from the magical egg, he could feel it. Something was wrong. His entire body was off. He was still a dragon, yes, but his form had been forcefully altered. His limbs, his posture, it all felt was too human-like alongside some other things he couldn't identify. Damn it. This had to be the work of that contract. Drake had never heard of a familiar contract like this, one where the stronger party dictated the very essence of the weaker one. But in hindsight, it made sense. If a being as overwhelmingly powerful as him entered a contract with someone even stronger, then naturally, his form should be shaped to fit the dominant side. That bastard had done this to him. Leo. The thought alone made his blood boil. The betrayal. The deception. The sheer treachery. That fucking. But before he could even voice his outrage, something cold seeped into his soul. A presence. A dangerous presence. Drake barely had time to react before his entire body was frozen in place. It wasn't ice. No, this was something worse. It was an invisible, suffocating force that bound him completely. His vision snapped forward and there she was. A woman. Blonde, ethereal, terrifying. An angelic beauty with eyes that gleamed like sharpened blades, her golden hair flowing in soft waves. Yet there was nothing soft about the way she looked at him. Her gaze was filled with obsession, and something far more dangerous. She was staring at him like he had committed the gravest sin imaginable. Her lips parted, her voice was cold, quiet, yet filled with absolute venom. Why? Is your face resembling his? Drake tried to speak, but crack. His throat tightened, his breath caught, his entire body convulsed as an overwhelming force crushed him from all sides. His body was being squeezed, torn apart. He died. And then he was alive again. The pain vanished. His body was whole. But something had changed. Drake blinked, panting, looking at his reflection in the metallic fragments of his former shell. His face, his human face, was gone. In its place was his draconic visage. The woman hummed in satisfaction, tilting her head. Now. That's much more tolerable. Drake swallowed hard, instincts screaming at him. I don't remember these birds being this terrifying. Who are you? She asked, her tone deceptively light. Drake took a slow breath, his mind racing. I am Drake, he said carefully. Currently in transformation due to being tricked into this form by. He paused. Because in that moment, he realized. He didn't even know the bastard's full name. Who the hell even was Leo? His silence made the woman's expression darken. Drake felt his bones creak under the weight of her aura. She smiled too sweetly, too dangerously. Oh? You don't even know his name? Her fingers twitched. Drake braced for death. But that never came. She stopped. And then she laughed. A quiet, knowing laugh, as if something had just clicked in her mind. She nodded to herself, speaking softly almost as if she had forgotten Drake was even there. That sounds like him. She was talking to herself. Drake, still frozen in place, could only swallow nervously as she turned her piercing gaze back onto him. Leo, she murmured, tasting the name with something close to reverence. Then, she focused on him once more. You are his familiar, correct? Yes. Drake didn't mean to sound so hesitant, but he was confused and scared out of his mind at his point. Her expression, which had been so bright when talking about Leo, immediately darkened. Her happiness crumbled into disgust as she looked at him. You're far too weak. Drake flinched. Before he could process what she meant, her form shifted. Her youthful appearance changed. The air turned heavy. The skies above twisted, as if the world itself was trembling at her mere presence. Red lightning flashed in the ashen skies, roaring in agreement with her unspoken will. Drake's breath hitched. I'll train you perfectly, she declared, as if sentencing him to death. He felt his soul scream. I want to go back to the sacred gear. Drake thought, on the verge of tears. The spirit of one of the heavenly dragons was thoroughly vanquished that day. Poor thing didn't even get its last meal. After Leo's outburst, he confiscated every single book written by Merlin that Tiamat had in her possession. It didn't matter how many there were, he took them all. Tiamat, despite pouting at first, didn't resist too much. She simply watched him with mild amusement as he hoarded them like some overprotective dragon himself. But after that, their time together devolved into a heated kiss. Whatever frustration Leo had left, Tiamat effortlessly melted it away. That simple kiss spiraled out of control far too quickly. What started as a momentary indulgence, a mere exchange of lips, extended to them moving from the roof to Tiamat's room. Tiamat was relentless. She may have promised to not use the knowledge, but let's be real, just because she was unaware of things didn't mean she couldn't lie. Leo barely registered the moment they shifted from sitting on the rooftop to tumbling onto the soft cushions of her massive bed. Warm hands, sharp nails, and teasing lips traced his skin, igniting a fire that threatened to consume all rational thought. At some point, amidst the feverish exchange, Leo felt a nagging sense that he was forgetting something important. What? But then Tiamat bit his lower lip, pulling him deeper into the moment, and the thought vanished. If he forgot, it wasn't that important anyway. Now, here they were. Tiamat's dress had long since been discarded. The queen-like garment she wore? Now pooled somewhere on the floor, utterly forgotten as her arms wrapped tightly around him. Her eyes, filled with a mix of hunger and affection, never wavered from his. "You're thinking too much again, Leo," she murmured against his lips, her voice husky, sultry. Then, with a shy smile, she pushed him down further, though it was clear she was way too shy for it. Konko's paw. The sound of the train should have been coming. Instead, it only made Konko feel disconnected. Both Ryaz's and Suna's peerages had been summoned back to the underworld suddenly, with no explanation. She sat far from the others, curled up in her seat. Gasper was beside her, hiding in his box. She sighed. She had just found Leo, and now she was being separated from him again. It was weird. They had only known each other for a short time, yet something between them just clicked. Her ears twitched slightly as she let out a yawn, stretching. She was so tired lately. Too tired. And then she noticed her fingers. Her nails long. Too long. "I haven't been taking care of them." Before she could think further, Akeno's voice cut through her haze. "Konko, are you alright?" Konko blinked, shaking off the exhaustion. "I was a bit sleepy, but I don't think something's wrong," she muttered, trying to convince herself. Ever since the water park trip, she had felt off, but not in a bad way. Just different. Unbeknownst to her, Leo's edit had harmonized her Nekozu heritage with her devil physique, creating something he saw as the way the evil pieces should work. Her body was being overworked, pushing itself beyond its limits. The constant fatigue was a symptom she didn't understand. A soft smile flickered on her face as she thought back to that day. "Then your cat features are visible." Her blood ran cold. The long nails vanished in an instant, her body instinctively suppressing them. What?" Her voice wavered. She touched her face frantically. Checked for her ears, tail, anything. Thankfully nothing was there. How did that happen?" Konko whispered, her heart hammering. "Am I losing control?" The thought slammed into her like a punch to the gut. No. No, no, no. Not again. Her mind reeled back to the one person who must not come to mind. Her sister. Kuroka. She remembered it too vividly. The way Kuroka lost control. It made her a criminal. That made Konko alone. She could feel the air thinning. Was it happening to her now? Was she going to breathe, Konko? Akeno's voice barely reached her through the haze. Her heart was slamming against her ribs. Her vision blurred. She clutched her arms, feeling too hot, too heavy, too wrong. She couldn't. The world tilted. Her body gave out. The last thing she heard before darkness took her was Akeno calling her name. Chapter 44, Tiamat. Tiamat sat on top of Leo, riding him cowgirl style, her face a sweaty, red mess. All her teasing bravado was toast now. She just looked shaky and dazed, her hands clinging to his shoulders like they were her lifeline. Is this okay?" she muttered, voice small and wobbly. She was still catching her breath from how Leo had wrecked her earlier, his mouth and hands leaving her soaked and trembling. Her hips rolled slow, unsure, and every move made her shiver like she was about to break. Leo's hands gripped her hips tight, fingers digging in, and Tiamat bit her lip to hush a whimper, but it snuck out anyway. She couldn't fake it, her body was screaming how much she wanted him, clenching around him with every thrust. She sped up without meaning to, moaned, slipping out oh. And all that provocative talk she used to have? Gone. She was a hot, flustered wreck now, and it lit Leo up inside. He'd thought she'd be able to boss him even if slightly, but nope, no mommy energy here. In bed at least. I dreamed about this a lot, she started, but squeaked when Leo thrust up hard, hitting her deep. Her nails scratched his shoulders, and she slumped against him, boobs smushed to his chest, nipples poking him as she shook. Leo grinned, eyes gleaming. "So, you liking it?" he teased, voice rough. Tiamat nodded quick, face pressed to his neck. "Yeah. Oh. I had all these plans. But now it's just you. Inside me." Her words melted into a moan, and Leo ate it up. Her falling apart, even if a bit slow because of him, was everything. But then he paused, frowning inside. She'd asked for this, all shy and cute, and it stuck with him. Few minutes back her face was flaming red, hands trembling as she tried to cover her mouth and quiet the needy noises spilling out. She'd barely looked at him, whispering, "Cowgirl position." Like it was embarrassing to even say. Leo stopped short, holding her legs wide, staring at how wet she was. She whimpered, all shy but so into it, and a tear slipped out. Damn, he wished he'd been the one to corrupt her with such knowledge. Still, he slid into her, groaning as she gasped his name. Now it was okay, but it wasn't it for him. His hand slid off her hips, wrapping around her back to yank her close. Huh? She yelped, too lost in him to talk straight. He leaned in, breath hot on her ear. I'm done with gentle, I wanna see you fall apart, he growled, low. Before she could blink, he flipped her around, still buried deep, lifting her with one hand like she was nothing. She gasped loud, her body squeezing him tight as he plopped her back down, facing away. WN. She couldn't get a word out before his hand grabbed her boob, squeezing until she squirmed. His fingers teased her nipple, and she moaned, head flopping back against him. He nudged her legs wider, his other hand sliding down to rub her clit slow and mean, making her hips buck hard. Then she said it. Leo. And deeper. Please. Her voice was loud, desperate, begging without a filter. Her body shook, gripping him as she was on the edge. But the second it hit her what she'd blurted, her face went tomato red. She slapped her hands over her mouth, mortified. Oh no. I didn't mean to say that. She mumbled, voice shaky and small, even as she kept rocking against him. Leo's eyes flashed, and something in him snapped. Oh, you're not getting off that easy, he snarled, voice dripping with possessive heat. You want deeper? I'll make you lose your mind. I'm gonna have you screaming till you can't think straight, Tiamat. You're mine to break. He thrust harder, slamming into her with a wet smack, but then quietly he tweaked himself again. His dick started vibrating, a low, buzzing frequency, just for her, hitting every spot inside her that'd drive her wild. Yes, he was using his informational abilities to find out which frequency would deliver maximum pleasure. She lurched forward with a yelp, the sudden buzz sending her reeling, and Leo grabbed her horns, yanking her back like they were handles. These will be love handles from now on, he said, holding her steady as he pounded into her. The vibe hummed through her, relentless, and her moans turned into full-on screams. Leo. Oh. And too much. Her body shaking like it'd fall apart. Embarrassed, huh? He taunted, voice rough as he tugged her horns harder. Good. Scream louder, I wanna hear how bad you are for me. Her face burned, hands flailing to cover it, but she couldn't stop the noises or the way she clenched around him, totally lost. And no. Don't. And say that. She whined, humiliated but too gone to care, her pleas just egging him on. Tiamat's body was a trembling mess, her hips jerking uncontrollably as Leo's vibrating length buzzed inside her, relentless and maddening. Her cross-shaped pupils flickered, glowing faintly at first, like embers catching fire. Then, with a sharp snap, they blazed bright crimson, wide and wild, as something inside her flipped like a switch breaking under too much pressure. Her face shattered into pure, unfiltered chaos, her tongue rolled out, drooling, her jaw slack, and her once shy demeanor crumbled into raw need. Even her grammar fell apart. NNN. Leo. Me's never felt this. She slurred, her odd, quirky way of talking spilling out in broken gasps. Too much. Too good. Brains all mushy like. Her hands clawed at the air, then slapped back down to grip his thighs, nails digging in as her body arched. The buzzing hit her just right, and she shattered her first massive orgasm ripping through her like a storm. She screamed, loud and jagged, her voice cracking as her walls clenched around him, pulsing hard. And me's breakin'. Oh. Leo. Leo growled low, feeding off her chaos, his hands tightening on her horns, the love handles he claimed. That's it. Fall apart for me, he rasped, yanking her back harder as he thrust up, the wet slap of skin on skin echoing in the room. Her screams only fueled him, his own control fraying as he watched her lose herself completely. Her eyes glowing too, her dangling tongue, the way her body shook, it was a masterpiece of ruin, and he'd painted it. She was still riding the high of that first wave, many orgasms rippling through her like aftershocks, when Leo shifted. His hand slid down to her hips again, letting her hang in the air, gripping tight, and he angled himself deeper, pushing until he felt the tip of his dick kiss her womb. Tiamat's whole body seized, a choked H huh? Escaping her before her voice broke into a wail. El Leo. There. Me's gonna. Her words dissolved into nonsense, her quirky speech turning into a garbled mess of moans and pleas. He couldn't hold back anymore. The golden rings in his crimson eyes flared faintly, mirroring her glow, as he slammed into her one last time. His release hit hard, flooding her with heat, spilling deep inside as he groaned her name, Tiamat. His voice rough and possessive. The buzzing stopped, but the sensation of him pulsing against her womb sent her over the edge again. Her scream was deafening, the hardest yet, tearing from her throat as her eyes blazed a deep, searing crimson. Her body convulsed, every muscle locking up as she came undone, her walls milking him with desperate, shuddering squeezes. Leo. Me's. AHN. Gone. She howled, her tongue flopping uselessly, drool dripping down her chin. Her horns trembled in his grip, her legs kicking weakly as the orgasm tore through her, leaving her a quivering, glowing wreck. Leo's chest heaved, his own climax leaving him dizzy, but he couldn't take his eyes off her, those crimson glows meeting his golden ringed stare. He smirked, breathless, pulling her limp form against him. Mine, he muttered, voice low and satisfied, as her head lolled against his shoulder, still twitching from the aftershocks. Tiamat mumbled something incoherent. Me's. All. Leo's. Her voice tiny and slurred, her glowing eyes dimming as she melted into him, utterly spent. The last thread of her normal self clinging on was drowned in the haze of what he'd done to her. They stayed like that, locked together, the air thick with heat and the echo of her screams. The next morning, Leo sat at the dining table, lazily swirling his spoon in his drink. His expression was neutral, but his mind replayed the events of the night before. They had gone at it for roughly 11 hours, long enough that he had to send an illusion clone to his parents so they wouldn't check on him. He had thoroughly broken Tiamat, pushing her past limits she hadn't even known existed. The most surprising thing, though, was discovering she had a switch. That wasn't something he'd expected from her, but it had become undeniable as the night progressed. He had taken full advantage of that, of course. It was a surprise, but a welcome one. After all, he was the same way. Now, however, Tiamat refused to look at him. She sat across the table, grumpily eating ice cream, scooping it in slow, absent-minded movements. Her long, disheveled hair covered part of her flushed face. It was almost amusing, almost. Elam, the little bundle of energy, sat beside her, kicking his legs idly, seemingly oblivious to everything. The contrast was stark. One looked filled with so many thoughts, the other had no thoughts of even having thoughts. Leo knew why she was avoiding him. The moment her switch had flipped back, all the memories had hit her at once. The walls they had broken, the room shaking intensity, the way she had lost herself completely. She hadn't said much since then, but as she shoved another spoonful of ice cream into her mouth, she mumbled under her breath, barely loud enough for him to hear, even now. I still feel phantom sensations. Her ears burned red as soon as she said it, and she shoved more ice cream into her mouth as if she could freeze away the memory. Chapter 45, Blue Bones. Brock Rumlow sat behind the wheel of his car, the dull hum of the engine filling the space as the radio played softly. He drummed his fingers against the steering wheel, his voice coming in a low hum as he sang along. Guess I got what I deserved. The words rolled off his tongue, half-hearted but familiar. He wasn't much for old music, but this one had stuck with him. Maybe because it was calm, maybe because it reminded him of something he couldn't quite place. Or maybe because it was just playing at the right time. He exhaled slowly, shifting his jaw as his mind drifted back to that meeting. Alexander Pierce had been ranting for half an hour. Brock had barely been listening at first, but then a few words caught his attention. Nick Fury. The man had made another move. Another decision that pissed on Hydra's plans. Kept you waiting there too long, my love. Pierce was angry. 50% more than usual. Losing Hank Pym and a bunch of other key scientists was bad enough, but now Project Sentry had been notified as worthless, all resources to it all but decommissioned. Hydra had poured years into that initiative, and now it was deemed redundant. Pierce was livid. Brock? He couldn't bring himself to care that much. He wasn't a scientist. He didn't care about the research or the breakthroughs. What mattered to him was the fight. And the truth was, Nick Fury was one of the few people left he actually wanted to go up against. People forget Fury was a soldier first. They see the eye patch, the long coat, the man who stood behind a desk and pulled the strings. They think he is just a spy master. But Fury had taken down Magneto a few years ago. With a fucking paperclip box. Not a gun. Not a super weapon. Not a squad of enhanced soldiers. A fucking box of paperclips, rigged with a plastic balloon filled with mixture of phosgene and freons. That left one of the strongest mutants, with multiple organ failure, irreparable lung and heart damage, and in a catatonic state for months. Not to mention the things he did in Kosovo. Brock didn't like the man, but he respected that. The special love I have for you, my baby blue. His street came into view, and he let out a slow breath as he pulled into the driveway. His house was too big for one man, but that was just how things had to be. He shut off the engine and sat there for a moment. Brock stepped out of his car, the cool night air brushing against his skin as he made his way toward his house. The street was quiet, save for the soft hum of distant crickets and the occasional flickering street lamp. As he reached his front yard, he spotted his new neighbor Miss Loretta Simmons sitting outside on her porch. An old woman, her dark skin marked with the wisdom of age, but her eyes still sharp with warmth. She was always up late, rocking gently in her chair, as if she had all the time in the world. "Evening, dear," she called out, her voice carrying a familiar, comforting weight. "Evening, Miss Simmons," Brock replied with a nod. Just as he was about to step inside, she suddenly perked up. "Oh, wait, dear. I almost forgot I made some mint pie earlier. Brock stopped, already knowing he wouldn't be able to talk his way out of this one. She slowly pushed herself up from the chair, taking her time as she walked inside. A minute later, she returned with a plate, half a pie wrapped up neatly for him. "Well, I think for old bones like mine, too much sugar might not be good," she said with a small chuckle. "So, you can have this." "You didn't have to, Miss Simmons." "Oh, I did." Simmons, shush, be a gentleman and eat it, boy." Her tone was light but carried a mock-threatening edge, making it clear there was no room for argument. Brock sighed but took the pie, offering a small, reluctant smile. "Yes, ma'am." He walked inside, setting his things down as he lazily made his way to the kitchen. He wasn't much of a pie guy, but Miss Simmons had a habit of feeding him something new every day. At this point, he'd grown attached to her cooking even if he'd never admit it. He tossed together a quick plate of pasta, figuring he might as well have something savory to balance out the sweetness. With food in hand, he made his way to the couch, turning on the TV. He lazily flipped through the channels before landing on something new: Breaking Bad. AMC had been hyping this up, and he figured he'd give it a shot. As the episode played, he absent-mindedly ate his food, not even realizing he had finished the pie until it was gone. His jaw tightened slightly as an odd garlic-like taste lingered on his tongue. His brow furrowed as he grimaced, probably a mistake in the kitchen. Maybe Miss Simmons had accidentally added something she shouldn't have. Still, he ate it anyway. Because, well, he'd never wasted a meal from her before. And he wasn't about to start now. After the pilot episode ended, Brock sat back, rubbing his chin. The show was interesting. It had a solid hook, and if he ever had the time, he figured he'd keep watching. He stretched his arms before picking up his plate and mug, walking to the sink. Brock never liked doing the dishes, but he liked a dirty kitchen even less. Standing at the sink, he rolled his sleeves up, letting the warm water run over his hands as he absently scrubbed the leftover pasta sauce from his plate. The radio played softly in the background, filling the quiet with a familiar tune. "No, don't worry, be happy now." He huffed out something close to a chuckle. Stupid song. He remembered hearing it everywhere as a kid. Annoying as hell back then, but now, not bad. His lips almost twitched into a smirk as he mouthed the words under his breath, rinsing the plate and setting it aside before moving on to the next. The simple rhythm of washing, rinsing, stacking it was mindless, almost soothing. But then a faint scratch in his throat. Not enough to concern him, just enough to make him clear it. Maybe the pasta sauce had been too salty. Or maybe that damn mint pie had something in it he wasn't used to. Either way, he ignored it. The water was still running warm, the bubbles swirling lazily down the drain as he reached for the last dish. The radio carried on, lighthearted and easygoing. "Ain't got no cash, ain't got no style." Romulo exhaled through his nose, wiping his hands off on a towel before turning to grab his coffee mug from the counter. The movement felt off. He paused. Heavy. His fingers lingered on the ceramic, grip tightening slightly. His chest felt tight. Like a weight had settled on it, just enough to notice. Another cough. His brow furrowed. The sensation crept in slowly, like an itch just beneath the skin. His limbs felt sluggish, not weak exactly, just delayed. He shook his head and turned toward the living room, deciding coffee could wait. But the moment he took a step, a slow wave of dizziness rolled through him. Not enough to knock him down, but enough to make him pause. His heartbeat. It was off. Not racing, not slowing, just uneven. A small frown tugged at his lips as he pressed 2 fingers to his wrist, counting out the rhythm. Thump thump. Pause. Thump thump thump. The headache came next. A sharp, needling pain at the base of his skull, crawling forward like icy fingers pressing into his temples. The air felt thicker. Wrong. His gaze flickered toward the dim glow of the kitchen light, then he saw it. Pale green. A thin mist curled in the air, subtle enough that he might have missed it if not for the way it swirled faintly beneath the overhead light. His stomach dropped. Chlorine. The realization hit fast. His breath hitched. His throat burned. Move. His instincts screamed at him before he even finished the thought. He turned, nearly stumbling as his body lagged behind his mind. He had to get upstairs. His mask. Where the hell was his mask? 1 step. 2. His legs buckled. His palm slammed against the railing, barely keeping himself upright as a wet, rattling cough tore through his chest. The taste of copper filled his mouth. Blood. His lungs seized. His vision blurred at the edges. He forced himself forward, but every movement felt wrong. His veins burned, his fingers tingled. Then his foot caught the step wrong. His body tilted. He crashed onto the floor. His pulse faltered. His breath came in shallow gasps. And then footsteps. Slowly, coming straight toward him. His breath came in shallow, Ragged gasps, each inhale searing his lungs like fire. His limbs were sluggish, his vision swimming in waves of green-tinted haze. The gas was getting thicker. He could taste the poison in the air, a bitter, metallic sting clinging to his throat. His body was failing him, muscles twitching uncontrollably as something cold settled deep in his chest. His heart was slowing, he could feel it. This shit isn't something I can fight. His fingers twitched weakly against the floor, his skin turning a mottled shade of blue-black slowly. Every pulse of his slowing heart sent another ripple of agony through his body. A dark figure emerged from the green fog. The shape was familiar, the stance, the way he carried himself. Then the mask caught the light. Nick Fury. Of course. Rumlow let out a shallow breath that almost sounded like a laugh. Fury took his time stepping closer, stopping just a few feet away. Through the visor of the gas mask, his one eye studied him with something that wasn't quite pity, wasn't quite amusement. Brock. His voice was steady. The amount of toxins inside you right now. He tilted his head slightly. Man, even if I got you the world's best doctors this very second, you still wouldn't make it. Rumlow tried to swallow, but his throat was dry like sandpaper grinding against itself. Tellurium. Chlorine. Phosgene. Fluorine. Lead. Uranium. Fury listed them off like a grocery list, each name settling over Rumlow like a death sentence. Rumlow let out a slow, shuddering breath. Why? The word barely came out, more breath than voice. His tongue felt thick, sluggish. Fury gave a slight shrug, tilting his head. I dunno. He paused, then chuckled. Maybe 'cause you like jerking off to Hitler porn? Even with death closing in, even with his vision blurring, Rumlow's expression twisted in confusion. Huh? Fury crouched slightly, resting an elbow on his knee. Come on, man. Say it. You know what I wanna hear. I'm itching for you to say it. Rumlow's heart was hammering irregularly in his chest. Skipping beats. Every second felt stretched out, dragging him deeper into that suffocating haze. What line? He rasped. Fury's lips curled beneath his mask. You know exactly what I'm talking about. He leaned in just a little closer, voice dropping into a mock whisper. Hail motherfucking Hydra, bitch. Silence stretched between them. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Rumlow smiled. A bloody, broken thing. A last, defiant smirk. He barely had the strength to speak, his voice a cracked whisper. I was right. His eyelids grew heavier, his body colder. His breath hitched. You are a dangerous motherfucker. And then everything went black for him. Fury stared down at Brock Rumlow's lifeless body. His skin had darkened to a deep blue, veins blackened, lips twisted into what looked like a final smirk. Even in death, there was defiance in him. Fury exhaled. He wasn't always this vindictive. But Rumlow, he had gotten close. Too close. And finding out he was Hydra? That was a wound that cut deep. His fingers tensed around the gun in his pocket unconsciously. Like before, it pulsed faintly, a dim blue glow flickering over the metal. The engraved letters shifted, twisting into something unreadable for a moment before settling. Fury didn't notice. His eye stayed on the corpse, thoughts busy on betrayal and the still unfinished business he had.